Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Endless Train, Part 1, The Arrival at the Station. The wind howled through the desolate landscape as Lila stood at the edge of the abandoned station, staring at the tracks that stretched into the distance, vanishing into the thick, swirling fog. She had come here for answers, though she wasn't sure exactly what she was searching for. The station, with its old iron sign and crumbling brick walls, had the look of a place long forgotten, its history faded like an old photograph. Yet, there was something magnetic about it, something that called to her. The tracks were silent, and the station was eerily empty. The air was still, and the only sound was the soft rustling of the leaves carried by the wind. There was no sign of life, no one waiting, no train in sight. Yet, Lila felt an inexplicable pull to remain. The station was deserted, yet it felt alive, as though it was simply waiting for something, or someone. She took a tentative step forward, her footsteps echoing against the pavement. Her heart beat faster as she walked closer to the platform. The sky was an unsettling shade of gray, and the fog thickened around her, making everything look distant and distorted. There was something off about the place, something that unsettled her deep within her bones, but Lila could not turn back. She had come this far. She needed to find out what this place was, what had drawn her here. She had heard stories of the endless train, an old, mythical train that appeared out of nowhere, carrying passengers to unknown destinations, a train that had never seemed to stop, always moving towards something, but no one knew where it was headed. She had dismissed those stories as nonsense at first. But now, as she stood on the platform, with the fog swirling around her like a living entity, she wasn't so sure anymore. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, and she looked up at the sky, as if expecting an answer. It was then that she heard it, a distant, rhythmic sound, almost like the steady beat of a drum. At first, it was faint, like a whisper carried on the wind, but slowly. The sound grew louder, until it became unmistakable, the sound of a train's whistle, echoing through the fog. Lila's heart skipped a beat. She turned toward the tracks, her eyes scanning the distance. In the far-off mist, she could just make out the faint outline of something large and moving. The train was coming. The fog thickened even further as the train's whistle grew louder. Lila stepped back, her pulse racing. The train was real, and it was coming for her. She could hear the rattle of the wheels against the tracks, the screeching of metal on metal, and the deep, rumbling sound of the engine as it powered through the fog. The train emerged from the mist like a ghost, its headlights cutting through the dense fog, illuminating the station. It was a massive, old-fashioned locomotive, gleaming silver in the dim light, its design a fusion of antique elegance and eerie mystery. The windows were dark, and Lila couldn't see any passengers or signs of life, but the train's presence was undeniable. It was alive, Like a beast awakening from slumber, Lila felt a strange pull, an invisible force drawing her closer. The train stopped just in front of the platform, its engine hissing as it came to a halt. The doors slid open with a low, mechanical hiss, revealing a dimly lit interior. The train seemed to stretch on forever inside, the rows of seats empty but immaculate. The silence was thick, but Lila could hear the faint hum of something deep within the train. A subtle vibration that seemed to resonate with her very soul. Without fully understanding why, Lila took a step forward, drawn to the train as if it had become a part of her destiny. She glanced around one last time, but the station was still empty, silent, as if it too was waiting for something to happen. She took a deep breath and stepped onto the train, feeling the cool metal of the door as it slid shut behind her. The instant she entered, the doors sealed with a soft but final click, and the train began to move, gliding smoothly down the tracks. The fog seemed to close in on the train, enveloping it as it moved deeper into the unknown. The rhythmic sound of the wheels on the track was the only noise that filled the silence. Lila walked down the corridor, the train's interior as strange and mysterious as the outside. The walls were adorned with dark velvet curtains and flickering gas lamps. The air was thick with an ancient, almost otherworldly scent, like a mixture of earth and dust, with a hint of something sweet and intoxicating. As she moved further down the corridor, Lila saw that the train was not completely empty. She caught glimpses of figures sitting in the shadows, silhouettes, their faces obscured, their bodies still as statues. Some of them sat motionless, others seemed to be staring out of the windows, lost in thought. None of them acknowledged her presence. Suddenly, the low hum beneath her feet intensified, and the train began to pick up speed. Lila grasped the nearest railing to steady herself, her mind racing. The train wasn't just moving through space, it was moving through time, through dimensions, through something beyond comprehension. She could feel it in her very bones, the sense that this was not just a journey of distance, but one of transformation. The train sped faster and faster, the fog outside growing denser, until it was impossible to see anything beyond the glass. Time seemed to stretch and warp. Lila's thoughts became disjointed as the train surged forward, carrying her into the unknown. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind, soft, deep, and resonant. "Welcome aboard the endless train. Lila. Your journey has begun. There are no stops, no destination, and no turning back. The path before you will change you forever. Embrace the journey." Lila's heart pounded in her chest as the train accelerated further into the fog, leaving the world she once knew far behind. And so, the endless train carried on, its destination uncertain, its passengers unknown. And Lila's journey had only just begun. Part 2, The Whispering Passengers. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels beneath the train seemed to match the quickening pace of Lila's heartbeat. She leaned against the window, watching as the fog outside thickened to a nearly impenetrable wall of mist. The train was now moving at such a speed that it felt as though it had left the world behind, leaving no trace of what once existed. It was as though she had stepped into a realm that existed beyond time and reality, a place where the rules of the world no longer applied. Lila tried to steady her breath, her thoughts swirling in a mixture of awe and unease. She had been drawn onto this train, and though she didn't fully understand why, she knew it was too late to turn back. The voice from earlier, the one that had welcomed her aboard, still echoed in her mind, its cryptic message lingering like an ancient riddle. There are no stops, no destination, and no turning back. It made her wonder if she was still herself, or if the journey had already begun to change her, as she moved further down the corridor. She couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. Despite the silence in the air, she sensed the presence of others, passengers whose faces were hidden in shadow, or perhaps cloaked by the dim light that flickered from the gas lamps above. Each passenger seemed to be caught in their own world, their bodies frozen in time as though they were statues. Yet, there was something unsettling about their stillness, a quiet energy that made Lila uneasy. She passed several cabins, each with its own door sealed tight. Glancing through the small glass windows on the doors, Lila could see glimpses of the occupants, sitting motionless, staring out at the endless fog. Their eyes were blank, hollow even, as though they were waiting for something they couldn't understand. Then, she heard a sound, a soft whisper that made her stop in her tracks, turn back. The words were faint, but unmistakable, as though someone had spoken them directly into her ear. Lila spun around, but no one was there. Her breath caught in her throat as she stood frozen, her eyes scanning the empty corridor. The train continued to rattle along, its motion steady and relentless, but the silence was becoming more oppressive. "It's not too late to leave," the voice whispered again, this time from further down the hall. Lila's pulse raced, and her legs moved of their own accord, carrying her toward the source of the whisper. The strange, almost magnetic pull guided her, urging her to follow the voice even as doubt gnawed at her mind. She reached the end of the corridor, where a narrow door stood partially open. A soft, golden light spilled from the crack, casting a faint glow that contrasted sharply with the rest of the train's dim interior. She hesitated for a moment, then, driven by an impulse she couldn't explain, stepped forward. The moment she crossed the threshold, she found herself in a small, intimate cabin, the air thick with the scent of old wood and incense. The golden light came from a lantern sitting atop a small table, flickering gently. The walls of the cabin were lined with shelves filled with dusty books and trinkets from worlds unknown. Yet, despite the warmth of the light, the room felt empty, as though it was just a shell, waiting for something to awaken within it. The whispering voice was louder now, almost like a chorus, coming from all directions. Lila turned to find the source, but saw nothing but empty space. It was as if the room itself was alive, pulsing with the energy of forgotten souls. "Come closer," the voice beckoned. "The truth lies within the train, within the journey. You must face what lies hidden in your heart." Lila's heart thudded in her chest, and for the first time since stepping onto the endless train, she felt the weight of the journey pressing down on her. This was not just a physical voyage. It was something deeper, something that reached into the very core of her being. As she moved further into the room, she noticed a large mirror standing against the far wall. Its surface was covered in dust, the reflection clouded, as if it had not been touched in centuries. But something about it called to her, and she stepped closer, her fingers trembling as she reached out to wipe away the dust. The moment her hand touched the mirror, the surface rippled, like water disturbed by a stone. The reflection slowly cleared, revealing not just her own face, but countless other figures, blurred and shifting, their faces indistinct, their eyes filled with sorrow and longing. They seemed to reach out toward her. their hands pressing against the glass, begging for something. Lila gasped and stepped back, her heart racing. She had no idea what she was seeing, but it was as if the mirror was showing her the very souls of those who had ridden the train before her. "They are the lost," the voice whispered once again, now sounding both sad and comforting. "All who board the endless train are bound to it, drawn into its eternal voyage. They seek answers, but they never find them. Only by facing the journey's true nature can one be freed." Lila's head spun. She turned away from the mirror, feeling an overwhelming sense of both fear and curiosity. What was this place? What was this journey that she had embarked upon? And why was it so important for her to understand it? The whispering voice continued, now becoming clearer and more insistent. "You are not here by chance, Lila. You have been chosen to witness the truth. The train is not just a vehicle, it is a mirror of your soul. Each of us, every passenger, has a reason for being aboard. You must confront your past, your fears, and your desires. Only then will you understand where this train is headed and why it never stops." Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted the voice, a loud thud followed by a strange, shifting sound. Lila spun around to find the door to the cabin had slammed shut behind her, trapping her inside. The walls seemed to grow closer, the air becoming thick and suffocating. She struggled to breathe, her thoughts racing. The train was moving faster now, the hum beneath her feet vibrating through her entire body. It was as if the train itself was becoming part of her, intertwining with her soul, and she could feel it, deep within her, a growing sense of urgency. The whispering voice, now frantic, reached its crescendo. "You must make a choice, Lila. The truth is here, but only you can choose how to face it. The endless train will only stop if you are ready to face the journey within." The cabin seemed to darken, and the train roared faster through the fog. The question hung in the air, a chilling challenge that would define the course of Lila's journey. Would she confront the truth, or would she continue to ride the endless train, forever seeking answers that could never be fully grasped? Part 3. The heart of the journey. Lila stood frozen in the cabin, her breath shallow and uneven. The world around her seemed to pulse with a life of its own, each beat reverberating deep within her chest. The whispering voices had grown louder, now a chorus of soft murmurs that filled the space like a forgotten lullaby. She could no longer tell if they were coming from the walls, the train, or her own mind. But there was one thing she knew for certain: the train was no ordinary vessel, and it was not taking her anywhere she could recognize. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and incense. Yet she could feel a coldness creeping in, the temperature in the cabin dropping with each passing second. Her hands, once trembling with fear, now felt oddly steady. She knew she had to make a choice, and that decision would shape everything that followed. The voice, both comforting and ominous, had told her there was a truth to be found here, but that truth came with a price. She turned back toward the mirror, its surface now shimmering with a strange, ethereal glow. The figures inside it had stopped reaching for her. Their eyes, once cloudy and confused, were now sharp with intensity, staring directly at her. Their faces were no longer vague shapes, but clear and full of emotion. Lila could see the tears in their eyes, the anguish on their faces. They were people, just like her, people who had once been alive, who had once lived, loved, and lost, but now they were trapped in the mirror, their souls bound to the train, forever caught in the endless journey. You must choose, the voice repeated, louder now, almost desperate. Face your truth, or be lost like the others. The train will not stop until you do. Lila's heart raced, the weight of the choice pressing down on her. She stepped closer to the mirror, her hand reaching out instinctively, as though the glass itself was calling her. She knew that whatever lay beyond the surface would reveal something about herself she wasn't ready to face, but she couldn't turn away now. She had come too far, and the journey was far from over. As her fingers brushed the cold surface of the mirror, the world around her seemed to shift. The train's noise faded into a low hum, and the mist outside the window became thick and swirling. The cabin began to dissolve, its walls rippling like water, and Lila was pulled through the mirror, her body weightless as if she was falling through time and space. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a vast, open field under a sky streaked with the colors of dawn. The air was warm and fresh, the grass beneath her feet soft and dewy. She looked around, disoriented, her breath catching in her throat. It was the world she had left behind, the world of her childhood, of memories she had long buried. She was standing in the meadow where she had once played, where her mother had smiled and laughed with her, a place that had been filled with warmth and safety. But now, the meadow felt eerily silent, as if it had been frozen in time. The world was still, and yet, everything seemed out of place. Lila's heart ached as she remembered those days, the days before everything changed. Before the illness, before the accident, before the train. The truth she had been running from all these years had come crashing down upon her in that single moment. You are the keeper of your own story, the voice whispered again, now calm and clear. You must face the past before you can move forward. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, walking toward her through the tall grass. It was her mother, the same woman she had left behind all those years ago. She looked the same as she had in Lila's most cherished memories, her smile warm, her eyes full of love. But there was sadness in her gaze, a sadness that Lila had never allowed herself to see before. "Mom?" Lila whispered, her voice cracking as she took a hesitant step forward. "Is it really you?" The woman smiled, but the smile was tinged with sorrow. "I never left, Lila," she said softly, her voice like the wind through the trees. "You've been carrying me with you all this time, in your heart. But you've been afraid to face the truth of what happened. Afraid to face the hurt." Lila felt a lump rise in her throat as the tears began to fall. She had tried to forget, to bury the pain of losing her mother, but now she realized she had never truly let go. The guilt, the regret, the sorrow, she had kept them locked away, hidden in the corners of her soul. "Why didn't I save you?" Lila sobbed, her knees weakening as she dropped to the ground. "Why didn't I do more?" Her mother knelt beside her, brushing the hair from her face. "You couldn't, Lila. You couldn't stop what was meant to be. But you can let go of the guilt now. It's time to forgive yourself." Lila shook her head, her heart aching with the weight of her own emotions. "I don't know if I can." "You don't have to do it all at once," her mother said gently. "But you must begin. You must face the pain, the loss, the grief. Only then can you move forward." Lila felt as though the earth beneath her was shifting, as though the very foundation of her world was changing. She had spent so many years running from her own heart, from the memories that haunted her, from the love she had lost. But now, standing in this quiet meadow, surrounded by the echoes of her past, she realized that the only way to escape the endless train was to face the journey within herself. The voice of the train, once distant and mysterious, now seemed almost like a whisper of reassurance in the back of her mind. "You have taken the first step," it said softly. "The journey is far from over, but you are not alone. The truth is always there, waiting for you to see it." Lila took a deep breath, wiping away her tears. For the first time in a long while, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. The fog of the past was beginning to lift, and the road ahead, though still uncertain, no longer seemed so terrifying. As she looked back toward her mother, the figure began to fade, the light around her softening until it was nothing more than a silhouette in the mist. "I love you, Lila," the voice echoed softly as the vision disappeared, leaving Lila standing alone in the vast, empty field. The world around her was changing again. The meadow began to dissolve, and the train's rhythm resumed, pulling her back into its depths. But now, Lila understood. She had faced the past, confronted the pain she had been avoiding, and in doing so, she had taken the first step toward breaking free from the endless cycle. The train was not just a place of torment, it was a place of healing, a place of awakening. And now, Lila was ready for whatever came next. Part 4, The Passage of Shadows. Lila's eyes fluttered open as she once again found herself within the dimly lit confines of the train. The cabin had transformed in subtle ways. Now there was a lingering scent of lavender and pine, faintly mixing with the familiar air of old wood and dust. The murmuring voices had grown softer, more distant, but still there, like echoes from a world she could barely grasp. The train's gentle rocking had returned, and for a moment, it seemed as though nothing had changed. But Lila knew better. She took a slow breath, her fingers brushing against the worn fabric of the seat. There was an unsettling sense of permanence here, as if each moment stretched far beyond what she could comprehend. The truth had begun to take root inside her, her mother's words, the image of the meadow, the realization that the journey she was on was more than just physical. The train was a vessel, yes, but it was also a mirror of her mind, of her emotions, of her very soul. The weight of the past was no longer a shadow in the distance, it was now a part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. The voices, the apparitions, the reflections, they were all fragments of her memories, scattered pieces of who she had been. They whispered truths she wasn't yet ready to face, but there was no escaping the process. She had to confront them, had to learn their names, their histories, their pain, if she ever wanted to move forward. The train's whistle blew in the distance, sharp and clear, a signal that something awaited her. The soft hum of the train's movement, once soothing, now seemed to vibrate through her very bones, as if the sound was reaching into the deepest parts of her consciousness. Then, there was a soft knock on the door. Lila looked up, her breath catching in her throat. She had not seen anyone else on this train, not since the mirror, not since the moment she had confronted her past. The air around her seemed to still as she slowly stood up and approached the door, her heart beating faster with each step. She hesitated for only a moment before turning the handle and stepping out into the narrow hallway. The train's interior was shrouded in a faint mist, the atmosphere thick with an ancient presence. The walls flickered with strange, half-formed shadows, as though someone, was watching her. At the end of the corridor, a figure appeared. It was a man. Tall and broad-shouldered, his face hidden beneath the brim of a weathered hat. His clothes were dark, almost blending into the shadows that clung to the train, but there was a strange energy about him, a quiet, powerful aura that seemed to pulse in time with the train's steady rhythm. "Are you lost?" The man's voice was low and gravelly, yet there was a softness to it, like a hidden depth. It was a voice that carried an unspoken history, an understanding of things that Lila couldn't quite fathom. Lila stood there for a moment, unsure of how to respond. I don't know," she confessed, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm not sure where this train is taking me." The man nodded slowly, his dark eyes studying her carefully. "No one knows where this train is going, child," he said. "Not really. We all board it for different reasons. Some to escape. Others to remember. Few to face the truth." Lila swallowed hard, her hands gripping the edge of the door. The man's words stirred something inside her, a quiet recognition. She had been running for so long, running from her pain, her guilt, her grief. But now, she realized, she had to stop running. The truth was not something to fear. It was something to be embraced. "Why are you here?" she asked, stepping forward, curiosity creeping into her voice. The man smiled faintly, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I am one of the few who can guide you through this part of the journey. But be warned, the next steps will not be easy." Lila frowned. "What do you mean?" "Before you can leave this train, you must face your shadows, those parts of you that you have ignored, hidden, or feared. These shadows are not just memories. They are reflections of the choices you have made, the ones you regret, the ones you wish you could forget. Only by facing them can you move forward." Lila's chest tightened as the weight of his words sank in. She had thought that confronting her past, the memories of her mother, of the life she had once known, was the hardest part. But now she understood. The real challenge wasn't the past itself, but the shadows it had left behind. The man stepped aside, revealing a set of doors that Lila had never noticed before. They were large, ornate, and etched with intricate patterns of swirling vines and symbols. The doors stood slightly ajar, as though inviting her to step through, though Lila could sense the danger in the invitation. "This is where your journey truly begins," the man said quietly. "Step through these doors, and you will face what you have left behind." Lila's heart raced in her chest as she approached the doors. She could hear the whispering voices again, louder this time, as if urging her on. She hesitated only for a moment before she pushed the doors open. Beyond them was a room that seemed to stretch on forever, a vast, dark expanse filled with swirling mists and distant shadows. It was impossible to tell where the room ended and where the shadows began. Lila stepped forward, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness. As she ventured deeper into the room, she began to see glimpses of figures, familiar, yet distorted. They were silhouettes of people she had known, faces twisted in sorrow or anger, voices calling out to her in haunting tones. These were not the memories of her past, but the shadows they had cast. Each figure represented a fear, a regret, a moment she had tried to forget. One by one, the figures began to close in on her, their presence growing more oppressive with each passing second. Lila's breath quickened as she realized what she had to do. She had to face them. The first figure stepped forward. A young girl, no older than Lila had been when she lost her mother. The girl's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear, and she pointed directly at Lila. "You left me," the girl whispered, her voice a tremor in the air. "You abandoned me when you left." Lila's chest tightened as the words cut through her, a deep pang of guilt coursing through her. The truth she had hidden from herself for so long now stood before her, clear and undeniable. "I didn't leave you," Lila said, her voice trembling. "I was just scared." The girl's eyes narrowed. "You never forgave yourself for what happened. That's why you're still here. That's why the train still moves." Lila stood frozen, her mind reeling. She had spent so many years running, hiding from the pain, refusing to confront the guilt that had kept her bound to the past. But now, standing face to face with the shadows of her regrets, she realized she could no longer run. The train was no longer her prison. It was the key to her freedom. "I'm ready," she whispered, her voice steadying as she looked the figure in the eye. The girl's expression softened, and the shadow began to fade, dissolving into the mist. Lila stood there for a moment, her heart racing, but she knew this was only the beginning. The shadows would continue to come. Each one a test, each one a step closer to the truth. And only by facing them all could she break free from the endless train. Part 5. The Gateway to the Heart. Lila stood in the eerie silence that followed the fading of the shadow. Her chest rose and fell in steady breaths, each one heavier than the last. The room, vast and shadowed, still felt alive with the energy of what had just transpired. The girl, a figure from her past, had vanished, but Lila knew that it was only the first of many encounters she would face in this dark, timeless space. The mist swirled around her ankles, the floor beneath her feet shifting ever so slightly, as if the train itself was moving beneath her, carrying her forward whether she was ready or not. She tightened her grip on the edges of her coat, feeling the cool, crisp fabric against her skin, and took a tentative step forward. The shadows had not fully receded, and in the distance, she could see the faintest flicker of movement, more figures, more memories. Lila's heart raced again, but this time it was different. The fear that had gripped her before was now replaced by something else, determination. She had faced the first shadow, and while it had been painful, it had not broken her. As she walked deeper into the room, the mist grew thicker, obscuring her path. Strange whispers began to fill the air, soft at first, like the rustling of dry leaves. But as she continued, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. They were voices, many voices, all speaking at once, overlapping and blending in a cacophony that threatened to drown her in its weight. "Lila, why did you leave us? You can never escape what you've done." The words were accusatory, each one striking her heart like a hammer, but beneath the pain, she heard something else, something she hadn't heard before. A flicker of compassion, a hint of understanding. Her mind flashed to the man she had met earlier, the guide, the stranger who had spoken of facing her shadows. What if this was all part of that process? What if these voices were not meant to drown her, but to help her? To lead her towards something greater? With that thought, Lila's resolve strengthened. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, taking a deep, steadying breath, and then opened them again, her gaze focused and unyielding. She would not turn back. Not now. Suddenly, the voices ceased. The mist lifted just enough to reveal the next shadow, a tall figure standing at the edge of the room, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The figure was unmistakably familiar, though at first, Lila couldn't quite place it. The face was obscured, but the posture, the silhouette, it was all too real. With slow, deliberate steps, the figure moved closer. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she realized who it was, her father, for a moment. Lila froze, her heart pounding in her chest. He had died when she was young, a casualty of a long illness that had taken away the man she once knew. She had been left with only fragments of memories, his laugh, his hugs, the smell of his cologne. But the pain of his loss had never truly healed, and that wound had remained open, unacknowledged, all these years. "Papa," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rushing beat of her own heart. The figure nodded, and for a moment, there was no sound but the quiet hum of the train as it continued its steady journey. Lila took a step forward, her hands trembling as she reached for him. But before she could make contact, the figure stepped back. Fading into the mist, "No," Lila cried, stepping forward again. "Wait. I need to talk to you. I never got to say goodbye." But the figure was already gone. Lila's legs buckled beneath her, and she sank to her knees, a choked sob escaping her lips. The weight of the moment, the unresolved grief, hit her all at once. She had never had the chance to truly grieve him, to forgive him for leaving, or to forgive herself for never fully understanding his struggles. Tears slid down her face as she sat there in the darkness, feeling the crushing weight of years of silence and regret. Then, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. The touch was soft, warm, and undeniably real. "Lila," a voice said. Low and comforting, "It is time to let go." Lila turned, her eyes wide as she looked up at the figure beside her. It was the man from earlier, the one who had guided her. His face was now clear, and she could see that he had not come to judge her but to help her. "I didn't know how to say goodbye," she whispered, her voice broken. "I didn't know how to forgive myself." "You didn't need to," the man said, kneeling beside her. "Forgiveness is not something you can force. It must come when you are ready to release the pain. And that pain, child, will not define you forever." "But what if it does?" Lila's voice wavered with doubt. "What if I'm forever trapped in the memories of what I've lost?" The man smiled gently. "You will carry your memories with you. They are a part of you. But they do not have to be your burden. The pain is not your identity, Lila. It's only a chapter in your story." Lila took a slow breath, his words sinking in. Slowly, she stood up, wiping her tears away with the back of her hand. She still felt the loss, the grief, but there was a subtle shift within her, a release. The weight on her shoulders wasn't as heavy as it had been before. She wasn't free of it entirely, but she was starting to understand that the journey forward meant accepting the past, not running from it. "Now," the man said softly, "the next part of the journey awaits." Lila looked ahead, where the mist was beginning to part once more. Beyond it, she could see another door, different from the others. It was golden, shimmering in the dim light, almost inviting. The whispers had quieted now, leaving only a deep, profound silence in their wake. Without a word, she began to walk toward the door. The shadows had receded, but she knew they would always be a part of her journey. She had learned that she could not outrun them, nor could she hide from them. They would always be there, woven into the fabric of her story, but they would no longer hold her captive. With one final, steady breath, Lila reached the door and pushed it open. On the other side was a world that seemed both familiar and foreign, a place that felt like home. But one she had never seen before. It was as if the train had led her to a new beginning, one where she could finally step into the light of who she truly was. And with that, the door closed behind her, and the train, its endless journey, faded into the distance. Part 6. The heart of the journey. Lila stood in the doorway, gazing at the world beyond with a mixture of awe and hesitation. The new world that lay before her was not what she had expected. It was not an open field, nor a bright, sunlit horizon. Instead, it was a quiet, mist-covered landscape, the air thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth and distant flowers. The ground beneath her feet was soft, like moss, and the trees around her towered high, their leaves shimmering in a pale, silver light. As Lila stepped through the threshold, the door behind her closed silently, and the soft hum of the train's movement faded away, leaving only the stillness of the world she had entered. For a moment, it felt as though she was standing on the edge of time itself, in a place that existed outside of all known boundaries. A place where the past, present, and future could all coexist in a quiet, eternal moment. The air was alive with a soft, melodic hum, as if the very world around her was breathing in harmony with her own heart. The mist shifted, swirling gently in the wind, and as Lila looked deeper into the fog, she saw what appeared to be faint silhouettes moving among the trees. They were shadowy figures, indistinct and fleeting, but their presence was undeniable. They did not seem threatening, but their very nature was enigmatic, like echoes of something long forgotten. Lila took a tentative step forward, feeling the cool moisture of the earth beneath her boots. The fog parted briefly as she moved, revealing a narrow path that seemed to lead deeper into the mist. The sound of soft footfalls echoed around her, though no one was in sight. As she followed the path, the mist parted once again, revealing a clearing up ahead. The trees on either side seemed to lean in, their branches intertwining above to form a canopy of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. In the center of the clearing stood an old, weathered stone fountain, its surface covered in a thick layer of moss. The water within was still, its surface reflecting the soft glow of the silver light. But it was not the water that drew her attention, it was the figure standing beside the fountain. It was a woman, tall and ethereal, her long hair cascading around her like a veil of mist. She wore a flowing gown made of shimmering fabric that seemed to shift in color as the light changed, and her eyes were closed in quiet contemplation. She was not of this world, Lila realized, but something more, a spirit, a presence, or perhaps a memory made manifest. The woman did not speak, but as Lila drew closer, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over her. The air around her seemed to thrum with a quiet energy, as if this place was alive in a way that transcended the physical world. It was as though everything, the mist, the trees, the fountain, was part of a greater, unspoken whole. Lila hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to approach. But the woman seemed to sense her presence, for she opened her eyes and turned toward her. There was no surprise in her gaze, only recognition. Her eyes, deep and infinite, seemed to see through Lila, as if she were looking not just at her, but into her very soul. "You've come," the woman said softly, her voice like the whisper of the wind through the trees. "I've been waiting for you." Lila took another step forward, her heart pounding. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. The woman smiled, a gentle and knowing expression. "I am a guide," she said simply. "But not in the way you think. I am not here to lead you, but to help you understand. To help you see what you've always known, even if you've forgotten it." Lila felt a strange sense of familiarity, as though she had known this woman her entire life, even though they had never met before. "What is this place?" she asked. "Where am I?" "This is the place between moments," the woman replied, her voice calm and steady. "The space where all journeys converge. It is a place of reflection, of healing. A place where the past and future are woven together, and where you can find the answers you've been seeking." Lila frowned, confusion clouding her thoughts. "I don't understand. I thought I was on the train, trying to find my way home." The woman nodded, as if she had expected this. "You were, once. But you have already passed through that stage of your journey. You are no longer bound by the tracks of the train, Lila. You are here, in this moment, where the only path is the one that leads inward." Lila felt a shiver run down her spine. "Inward?" The woman's smile deepened, and she extended her hand toward the fountain. "Look into the water, and you will see." Lila hesitated for a moment, then approached the fountain. The stillness of the water was hypnotic, and as she gazed into its depths, the world around her seemed to fade away. The silver light of the trees, the mist swirling gently in the air, it all vanished, leaving only the water's surface reflecting her own image, but the reflection was not as it had been before. In the water, Lila saw herself, but not as she was now. She saw the younger version of herself, the one she had left behind, the girl full of dreams and wonder before life had taken its toll. She saw the moments she had forgotten, the joys she had once known, and the grief she had buried deep within, and then, as the ripples in the water began to settle, something else emerged, a figure, faint at first, but gradually becoming clearer. It was the man she had met on the train, the one who had guided her through the shadows. He stood beside her in the reflection, his hand gently resting on her shoulder, as if to offer comfort. "Do you see?" the woman asked softly, her voice echoing in Lila's mind. Lila nodded slowly, tears welling in her eyes as she understood. The train, the shadows, the echoes of her past, they were all part of her journey, yes, but they had also been a way for her to understand herself. To see the parts of her that she had lost or hidden away. And now, in this moment, she could see herself, whole, healed, and ready to move forward. The woman smiled again, her expression radiant with understanding. "The journey does not end here, Lila. This is only a step. The heart of the journey is not the destination, but the path you take to get there." Lila felt a warmth fill her chest, as if a long-forgotten part of her had been awakened. She understood now. The path had always been within her reach, but it was up to her to walk it. She could choose to carry her burdens, or she could release them, knowing that she had the strength to continue forward. With a final, steady breath, Lila turned away from the fountain, the mist parting once more as the woman disappeared into the light. Ahead of her, the path continued, winding through the trees and into the distance. But this time, Lila did not feel lost. She knew where she was going, the train, the shadows, the echoes, they were all behind her now. It was time to step into the future, to embrace the journey that lay ahead, and as she walked forward, the world around her seemed to come alive, the silver light brightening and the mist dissipating, revealing the road that would lead her home. Part 7. The shifting path. Lila walked deeper into the mist, her steps steady and determined. The air around her had grown warmer, and the world seemed to be transforming with each passing moment. The fog that once swirled like a veil around her now gently parted, revealing patches of blue sky above, framed by the towering trees. She could feel the weight of the journey lifting off her shoulders, as though the mist itself was shedding the doubts and fears that had once clouded her mind. The path ahead of her was no longer obscured, but clear, stretching out in both directions, each way seemingly endless. It felt as if she stood at the crossroads of time, with the past and future waiting just beyond the horizon. But unlike before, there was no uncertainty in her heart. She knew that the road would lead her to where she needed to go. She was no longer following the path laid out by others, she was creating her own journey now, one step at a time. The trees around her seemed to whisper as the wind blew through their branches. Their leaves shimmered with silver light, casting soft reflections onto the ground. For a moment, Lila thought she could hear faint voices. As if the wind itself was speaking, telling her stories of old, but there was something else, something new. As she continued, the sound of her footsteps on the path began to echo, but they were not her own. They were joined by another set of footsteps, light and graceful, yet unmistakably close. Lila stopped and turned, her heart racing for a brief moment. Standing just behind her was the figure of the man from the train. His face was familiar, yet his presence here felt different, more ethereal, as if he belonged to the very world she had entered. He smiled at her, a warm, reassuring smile, and his presence filled the air with a sense of peace. "You've come far," he said, his voice soft. Like a melody carried on the wind, Lila smiled back, feeling a surge of comfort in his words. "I didn't know if I was ready. But I think I'm beginning to understand." The man nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "The path you walk is your own, Lila. It's always been yours. You're not alone, though. You'll never truly be alone, as long as you listen to the whispers of the world around you." Lila glanced around, her eyes falling on the trees, the shimmering leaves, and the mist that continued to swirl. She could almost hear the whispers now, soft murmurs that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. They were not words, but feelings, emotions, memories long forgotten. "There's something about this place," Lila said quietly. "It feels like it's alive, like it's telling me something." "It is," the man replied. "The world you've entered is a place between worlds, a place of transition. It is a place where the past and future dance together, where memories and possibilities meet. You are here not just to discover the world, but to discover yourself." Lila nodded, feeling the truth in his words resonate deep within her. She had spent so long looking outward, searching for answers in places and people, never realizing that the key to her journey was within her all along. The train, the mist, the echoes, they had all been part of the unfolding of this moment. And now it was time to embrace what lay ahead. With a deep breath, she turned back toward the path, the weight of her past no longer a burden but a part of the tapestry she was weaving. She walked forward, knowing that the road ahead would not always be easy, but also knowing that it was hers to travel. The man fell into step beside her, walking silently by her side. The landscape around them continued to shift, the trees swaying in the breeze, their leaves rustling with secrets only the wind could hear. The soft glow of the light grew brighter, and the mist began to lift entirely, revealing a distant mountain range on the horizon. The air felt fresh, full of possibilities, and Lila felt a sense of peace that she had never known before. As they walked, the train seemed to fade from her thoughts, becoming a distant memory of a time before. The sound of the tracks, the echo of the whistle, it was all left behind, as though it had never been. But Lila didn't feel loss. Instead, she felt liberation. She was no longer bound by the old path. She had crossed through the threshold into something new, something undefined. At the edge of the path, a small, weathered sign stood, pointing toward the mountains. The words carved into the wood were faded, but Lila could make them out clearly: home. It was as if the world itself had marked this place, the place where everything converged, the place where she had come to understand that home was not a destination, but a state of being. The man stopped beside her, his gaze following the sign. "Do you see?" he asked gently. Lila nodded, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "Yes," she said softly. "Home is within me." The man smiled, his eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "You're ready now, Lila. Ready to continue your journey, wherever it may lead. Remember, it's not about the destination, but the steps you take along the way." With one last glance at the mountains, Lila took a step forward. The mist had lifted entirely, and the world around her was vibrant with life. She didn't need to look back anymore, for she had already found her way. The endless train was behind her, and ahead lay the infinite possibilities of the journey still to come. Part 8: The Path of Stars. The air around Lila shimmered with an ethereal glow, the light of the distant stars stretching across the horizon like a ribbon of silver fire. With each step she took, she felt herself moving closer to the stars, closer to the vastness of the universe. The path before her, lined with ancient trees whose trunks twisted in intricate patterns, now seemed to rise into the heavens. It was as if she was walking through a world that existed between night and day, where time had no hold, and the sky was a canvas of endless possibilities. Lila's heart beat faster as she walked, the weight of the journey finally beginning to settle into her bones. She had crossed the mist, walked through the whispering caverns, and left behind the train that had once carried her. Now, she was here, on this new path, standing on the edge of something unimaginable. Yet, she did not feel fear. Instead, there was a deep sense of peace, as if the universe itself was guiding her forward, step by step. The man, who had accompanied her thus far, remained by her side, his presence a constant reassurance. His smile was gentle, yet there was a spark of something more in his eyes, something ancient, something that spoke of a deeper understanding of the world than Lila could yet grasp. "You've come far," he said, his voice barely a whisper against the wind. "But your journey is not yet complete." Lila nodded, her gaze lifting to the sky, where the stars seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. "I feel it," she said. "I feel like I'm standing on the edge of everything. Like I could touch the stars if I just reached high enough." The man smiled, as though he understood exactly what she meant. "The stars are always within reach," he said. "But not in the way you might think. You must look beyond the surface of things, past the stars themselves, to the stories they hold. They are not just points of light, they are the echoes of all who have come before you, and the whispers of all who will follow." Lila listened intently, her thoughts swirling like the stars themselves. "How do I listen to them? How do I understand their stories?" The man's eyes twinkled as he placed a hand gently on her shoulder. "You must trust yourself. The stories of the stars are already within you, Lila. You only need to listen to your heart. It will guide you." She closed her eyes, letting the quiet whispers of the universe wash over her. For a moment, it felt as if the stars were speaking directly to her, their voices soft and comforting, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. She could feel their warmth, their ancient wisdom, enveloping her. Opening her eyes, Lila looked ahead. The path now stretched far into the distance, but there was something new, a gentle light ahead, shining like a beacon in the darkness. The trees began to thin, and the ground beneath her feet turned to soft, golden sand. The stars above seemed to converge, casting a gentle glow upon the landscape, as if they were guiding her toward the light. "It's time," the man said softly, his voice like a lullaby. "The final step is before you." Lila took a deep breath, her heart steady, her mind clear. She stepped forward, feeling the cool sand beneath her toes. With each step, the light grew brighter, illuminating the path ahead. It was a light like no other, not harsh or blinding, but gentle and welcoming, as if the world itself was embracing her. The stars above seemed to pulse with her every movement, their light reflecting in the sand, creating a sparkling trail behind her. She felt as though she were walking in a dream, each step drawing her closer to something profound, something beautiful. As she neared the source of the light, it became clear that it was not a physical object, but a presence, a feeling, an energy that surrounded her, filling her with a deep sense of understanding. It was as if the universe itself had opened its arms, welcoming her into its embrace. Lila stopped just before the light, feeling its warmth wash over her like a gentle wave. She closed her eyes, letting the energy of the stars, the sand, and the air fill her being. She had come so far, and yet she knew, in this moment, that the journey was not about the destination. It was about the transformation, the awakening, the growth she had experienced along the way. "You are ready," the man said, his voice filled with pride. "You have listened to the whispers of the stars, and now you are one with them. The journey you've taken has prepared you for what lies ahead. But remember, this is only the beginning." Lila nodded, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "I understand now. It's not about the end. It's about the steps we take to get there." The man gave her a final, knowing smile. "Exactly. The stars are not an end, but a beginning. And so is your journey. With that, the light around her intensified, growing brighter and brighter, until it enveloped her completely. She felt herself lifted, her feet leaving the ground, her body weightless. The stars above seemed to wrap around her, carrying her on a current of light and energy, drawing her forward into the vast unknown, and as the light carried her, Lila realized something profound. The endless train, the whispers of the wind, the path of stars, none of it had been random. It had all been a part of her, a part of her soul's journey. She was not just following the path, she was creating it. She was the traveler, and the journey itself. With that understanding, Lila closed her eyes and surrendered to the light. The path was endless. But it was no longer a question of where it would take her. It was a question of who she would become along the way. Part 9. The Song of the Rails. Lila felt herself drifting, as if suspended between worlds, caught in a web of light and sound that seemed to hum with ancient music. The stars still surrounded her, their light now shimmering around her like a symphony of whispers. But the path had changed. The soft golden sand was gone, replaced by a rolling sea of mist that enveloped her, yet it did not feel cold or damp. It felt alive, alive with energy, with the pulse of the world itself. The light, now a gentle glow, flickered in and out of existence, as though guiding her forward, leading her deeper into the unknown. She could hear a faint sound in the distance, a sound she could not yet identify, but it was drawing her in, like a siren's call. It was a melody, a song, but one unlike anything she had ever heard. It was as though the entire universe was singing to her, urging her to follow, and follow she did. The mist parted before her, and ahead, in the distance, Lila saw it, the train. But this was no ordinary train. It was not made of steel and wood, but of light, of shimmering energy. The rails were not solid, but flickered in and out of existence like starlight, and the train itself seemed to be woven from the very fabric of the universe. It glowed with an ethereal light, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the heartbeat of the world. Lila stepped forward, her feet light on the soft ground. She felt the pull of the train, as if it were calling to her, inviting her to join its journey once again. She hesitated for only a moment before moving closer, her body drawn toward it as if by an invisible force. The man, who had accompanied her throughout her journey, appeared beside her. His presence was comforting, like a warm embrace in the cool night air. He smiled at her, his eyes filled with understanding. "You've arrived at the crossroads," he said, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "This train is not the same as the one you left behind. It has transformed, just as you have. It now carries the song of the universe, a melody that has traveled through time and space, echoing in the hearts of all who listen." Lila looked at the train, her heart racing with excitement and curiosity. "What is this song? Where does it come from?" The man's gaze softened, as if he were sharing a secret only the stars could understand. "The song comes from the heart of the world. It is the sound of everything that has ever been, and everything that will ever be. It is the sound of connection, the unbreakable thread that binds all things together." Lila's heart swelled with the beauty of the man's words. The idea of the universe singing in harmony was something she could almost feel, like a deep hum vibrating through the air. She could sense it in the mist, in the light, in the very ground beneath her feet. The train ahead of her began to move, its light growing brighter, casting long shadows on the mist-covered earth. The sound of the song grew louder, and Lila felt it resonating within her chest, like a powerful heartbeat that was not just her own. "Are you ready?" the man asked, his voice barely a whisper, though it carried through the air as if it were a melody in itself. Lila nodded, feeling the pull of the train grow stronger. She had come so far, learned so much, and now the final piece of the puzzle was within her reach. The path ahead was unknown, but she no longer feared it. The song of the train, the song of the universe, was in her soul now, guiding her. With a deep breath, Lila stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch the glowing side of the train. The moment her fingers made contact, a wave of energy surged through her. It was a rush of warmth and light, of peace and understanding. She felt herself becoming one with the train, becoming one with the song, and in that moment, everything clicked into place. The mist around her seemed to disappear, replaced by a vast expanse of stars that stretched infinitely above her. The train, now fully illuminated, raced along the rails, carrying her across the cosmos, through the vast expanse of time and space. The song of the universe filled her, and she felt as if she were flying, soaring through the heavens on the wings of the stars. As she gazed out into the infinite sky, Lila realized that the journey was not just about reaching a destination, it was about embracing the music, the rhythm of the world, and becoming part of it. She had been walking the path of stars, but now, she was riding the melody itself, a part of the grand symphony of the universe. She could hear the faint voices of those who had traveled before her, their stories woven into the song. And she could feel the promise of those yet to come, their voices, too, would be part of the melody. The endless train had not just been a vehicle of transport, it had been a vessel for transformation. And now, as Lila rode on it, she understood that the journey never truly ended. It was an eternal cycle, an endless train, forever carrying the souls of the universe forward, through the stars, through time, through the song that connected them all. As the train raced on, Lila closed her eyes and let the music wash over her, knowing that this was where she belonged. Part 10, The Eternal Journey. Lila's mind floated, suspended in a sea of light and sound, as the train carried her through the endless expanse of the cosmos. The stars that had once seemed distant now seemed close, within reach, each one a story, a memory, a whisper from the past. As the train sped onward, she realized that the journey she was on was not just a physical one, it was a journey of the soul. An exploration of the infinite possibilities that lay within the universe. The man beside her, who had guided her from the very beginning, stood silently, his presence a comforting constant in the ever-changing landscape of the stars. His eyes were distant, as though he too were listening to the song that filled the air around them. Lila had learned so much, and yet, in this moment, she felt there was more, a final understanding that still eluded her, just beyond the edge of her perception. The train's rhythmic movement lulled her into a deeper state of awareness, and for the first time, she began to hear a new layer to the song, a melody that had always been there but hidden from her. It was soft at first, a subtle whisper among the louder harmonies, but as she focused, it became clearer, louder, and more distinct. The song was not just a collection of individual voices, but a chorus, an endless choir of beings, past and present, each contributing their own part to the eternal melody. The man turned to her, a knowing smile on his face. "You hear it, don't you?" he asked softly, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The song of all who have journeyed before, and all who will come after. This train, this journey, is timeless. It has no beginning, no end. It simply is. Lila nodded, understanding washing over her. She could feel the connection to everything, the stars, the song, the train, the man beside her. All of it was intertwined, a vast, intricate web of existence. She was no longer just a traveler on the train, she was part of the journey itself, a thread in the tapestry of time. As the train passed through the void, Lila saw something unexpected, a distant, faint light flickering on the horizon. It was not like the stars. This light was different, more grounded, more familiar. It seemed to call to her, a beacon in the vastness of the universe. The man followed her gaze and nodded. That is where the train has always returned to. It is the heart of the journey. You will see it when the time is right. Curious, Lila focused on the light. And as the train drew closer, she began to understand. The light was not just a place, but a feeling. It was home, not in a physical sense, but in a deeper, more spiritual way. It was the essence of everything that had been and everything that would ever be. And as the train moved closer, Lila felt herself drawn to it, her heart expanding with a sense of peace and fulfillment. The train slowed as it approached the light, the music softening to a gentle hum. Lila felt a warmth surround her, a familiar embrace that welcomed her like an old friend. The light grew brighter, and she knew without a doubt that this was the end of her journey, not an end of finality, but a return to something greater. It was the moment when all the paths she had walked converged, when the many voices she had heard in the song came together in harmony. We are all part of the same song, the man said softly, his voice filled with warmth. And every journey, every soul, every moment, is a note in that song. Lila closed her eyes and let the light envelop her. The train, the stars, the universe, they all seemed to fade, but not in a way that felt like loss. Instead, it was a merging, a coming together, as though she were returning to the very source of all things. And then, as the light reached its peak, she understood. She understood that the train, the journey, the song, they were all part of a greater cycle. The journey would never truly end, because it had no end. It would continue, in infinite forms, in infinite ways. And each traveler, each soul, was an essential part of that journey, contributing to the eternal music of existence. The light softened, and Lila opened her eyes to find herself standing once again at the edge of the train, the mist swirling gently around her. The man was gone, but she no longer felt alone. She felt connected, a part of something vast, something eternal. The train was still moving, its song still playing, but now, Lila understood that the journey was hers to shape. She could step off the train at any moment, or she could continue, riding the rails through the stars. Forever part of the song of the universe. With a final, contented sigh, Lila stepped forward, feeling the rhythm of the train, the music of the cosmos, resonating in her soul. The journey was not over, it was only just beginning, and so, the endless train continued on, its rails winding through the stars, carrying the voices of all who had traveled, and all who would travel, forevermore. The Garden of Timeless Seasons, Part 1, The Hidden Path. The sun hung low in the sky, casting its golden light over the hills, as Erin walked along the winding path through the forest. She had heard stories of the Garden of Timeless Seasons since she was a child, tales whispered by the elders in her village about a place where the seasons never changed, where time itself seemed to stand still. Many had searched for it, but none had returned to speak of what they had found. Erin, unlike many before her, had always felt drawn to the idea of such a place. The concept of an eternal garden, untouched by the flow of time, stirred something deep within her. It was as if the very essence of this mysterious garden called to her. As though she were meant to find it, she had packed only the essentials for her journey, a satchel with a few provisions, a sturdy walking stick, and a journal to document her adventure. The forest was thick with ancient trees, their branches arching high above, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into soft, dappled patterns on the forest floor. The scent of pine and earth was heavy in the air, and the occasional rustle of leaves sounded like a secret, shared only between the wind and the trees. Her journey had already taken several days, and though she had crossed through dense woods and winding streams, she felt as though she were getting closer to the garden, as if the forest itself was guiding her toward her destination. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Erin set up camp near a small creek, its water gurgling softly as it ran over smooth stones. She lit a small fire, its warm glow casting shadows that danced on the surrounding trees. Settling down by the fire, she opened her journal and began to write about her day, the words flowing easily as she reflected on the beauty of the forest and the pull she felt toward the unseen garden. Suddenly, she felt a shift in the air. The breeze that had been soft and gentle grew still, and an eerie quiet fell over the forest. The flickering of the fire seemed to slow, and Erin's heart skipped a beat. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, as if she were no longer alone. She stood up quickly, her gaze scanning the surroundings, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. The trees stood silent, their shadows long in the fading light. Yet, the sensation of being watched lingered, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Her attention was drawn to a soft glow, faint and ethereal, coming from a narrow path between two massive oak trees just beyond her camp. The path was not one she had noticed before, hidden beneath thick vines and the underbrush. The light was almost imperceptible, but it was enough to stir her curiosity. Without hesitation, Erin gathered her belongings and began walking toward the path. The moment she stepped onto the hidden trail, the air seemed to shift once again, and the sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves and the songs of the birds, seemed to grow distant, as if they were fading into a dream. The glow from the path became stronger, and she could feel the pull of it in her chest, like a quiet hum calling her deeper into the heart of the woods. The path wound its way through the trees, leading her further into the forest, and with each step, the world around her seemed to change. The trees grew older, their bark twisted and gnarled, the branches reaching out like hands to guide her forward. A soft mist began to curl around her feet, and the air took on a sweet, intoxicating scent, like flowers she had never smelled before. After what seemed like hours, Erin emerged into a clearing, and before her stood the entrance to the Garden of Timeless Seasons. The garden itself was hidden behind a vast archway of ivy, its leaves shimmering with an otherworldly glow. As Erin stepped closer, she could feel the weight of the moment pressing upon her. This was the place she had been searching for her entire life. The entrance was flanked by two stone statues, worn with age but still standing tall. Their eyes seemed to follow her, and though their features were weathered, there was a certain wisdom in their gaze. As she stepped through the archway, the temperature shifted. The air grew warmer, yet there was an undercurrent of coolness that kept it from being oppressive. She could feel the energy of the garden, a quiet, timeless presence that seemed to exist both outside of time and within it. Beyond the archway, the garden stretched out before her in all directions. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals glowing softly in the dim light. Trees, their trunks thick and ancient, were interspersed with smaller plants, all bearing fruit in various stages of ripeness. The sky above was a soft lavender, with no sign of the sun or moon, as if the sky itself was a canvas painted in colors beyond comprehension. It was a place of contradictions, a garden untouched by the seasons, yet full of life. Time did not exist here, but everything seemed to pulse with an eternal rhythm. The air felt alive with magic, as though the very soil hummed with an energy that Aaron had never known. In the center of the garden stood a fountain, its water flowing in a gentle cascade. The water was clear, almost impossibly so, and as Aaron approached, she could see reflections of herself in the surface, only they weren't the reflections she knew. They were glimpses of her future, moments she had yet to live, faces she had yet to meet. As she knelt beside the fountain, Aaron felt a voice, soft and melodic, drift through her mind. "Welcome, seeker," it said. "You have found the garden of timeless seasons. But know this, the path you seek will not be easy. To live in this place is to understand the balance between what was, what is, and what could be. Time may not exist here, but it exists within you. Choose wisely, for every season has its price." Aaron stood, feeling a sense of awe and trepidation. The garden was beautiful, yes, but there was something deeper here, something that made her feel like she was standing on the edge of something vast and unknowable. The voice had been a warning, a reminder that even in a place untouched by time, choices had consequences. As she took a deep breath and stepped further into the garden, Aaron knew that this was just the beginning of a journey far more complex than she had ever imagined. The garden was a place of eternal seasons, yes, but it was also a place of change, of growth, and of lessons that could only be learned in the timelessness of the world, and she had come here to learn. Part 2, The Seeds of Fate. Aaron stood in the heart of the garden of timeless seasons, her senses overwhelmed by the beauty and the mystery of the place. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of flowers she had never encountered before, each more vibrant than the last. The trees, too, were unlike anything she had seen, their leaves shimmered with soft hues that changed with every step she took. One moment they were deep emerald, the next they sparkled in shades of lavender and gold. It felt as if the garden itself was alive, breathing, its rhythm a slow pulse that echoed through the air and resonated deep within her. As she gazed around, a soft rustling sound interrupted her thoughts. From the shadows beneath the trees, a figure stepped forward, a tall, slender being cloaked in a robe of pale green. Their face was obscured by the hood of their cloak, but the presence was unmistakably calm and wise, exuding a quiet strength. "Welcome, seeker," the figure said in a voice that seemed to blend with the whispers of the wind. The voice was neither male nor female, but a harmonious blend of both, and it carried an ageless quality that suggested it had echoed through the garden for centuries. "I am Lyriel, the keeper of the seasons. You have arrived at the heart of the garden, but your journey has only just begun." Aaron felt a strange pull toward the figure, an urge to know more. I've heard stories of this place, she said, her voice trembling slightly with awe. I've always wondered. What is this garden? Why does it exist, untouched by time? Liriel's hooded head tilted slightly, as though considering her words. The garden exists to preserve the balance between time and eternity, Liriel explained. Here, the four seasons coexist, and with them, all that has ever been, all that is, and all that ever could be. The garden is timeless, but the lives that grow within it are bound by time's weave. And so, we protect it. We tend to the seeds of fate, ensuring that the garden's purpose is never forgotten. Seeds of fate? Aaron asked, intrigued. What do you mean? Liriel stepped closer, gesturing toward the fountain in the center of the garden, where water still cascaded in a gentle flow, its surface reflecting the lavender sky above. The fountain you see before you is the source, the heart of the garden. It flows with the essence of all things, past, present, and future. But it is not just a fountain. It is where the seeds of every possible future are planted. Each time a choice is made, a seed is sown here. Some grow into mighty oaks, some into delicate flowers, others fade and wither. The choices of all who enter this place will influence the path their future will take. Aaron took a tentative step closer, her curiosity piqued. And what happens if the wrong choice is made? Liriel's gaze turned somber. The wrong choice can bring imbalance. Time will fracture, and the seasons may begin to fade or clash. This garden is a reflection of the balance between all things, and if that balance is broken, it could unravel everything, even the very essence of time itself. Aaron shuddered slightly, her heart heavy with the weight of the responsibility that seemed to hang in the air. She had come seeking answers, but now she was faced with the daunting truth that she held a part of the garden's fate in her hands. But what if I don't know what to choose? Aaron asked. Her voice small, almost lost in the vastness of the garden, Liriel stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder with surprising warmth. That is why you are here, they said gently. This garden is a place of learning. It will show you paths, offer you guidance, and reveal your own heart. It is not always clear, but with patience and trust in yourself, you will find the right choice. Aaron nodded slowly, still trying to process everything. She had come here searching for answers, but now she understood that this was no simple journey. It was one of growth, of understanding, and perhaps of discovering the deeper connection between her actions and the world around her, as she looked out across the garden. Something stirred within her. A small, shimmering light fluttered in the air, drawing her attention. She stepped forward, following the ethereal light that danced above the ground, leading her to a hidden alcove at the far end of the garden. The light hovered in front of an ancient stone pedestal, upon which rested a small, intricately carved box. Liriel's voice broke through the silence. That is the seed box, they said. It holds the seeds of fate, your fate. Inside it is the key to understanding your journey here. You must choose whether to open it. Aaron hesitated. She had always believed that her destiny was her own to shape, that the future was fluid, something that could be influenced by her actions. But now, standing before the box, she realized that perhaps there was more to fate than she had ever considered. What will happen if I open it? Aaron asked. You will see the first seed of your path, Liriel replied softly. But remember, not all seeds are ready to sprout. Some must be nurtured. Others may need time to grow. With a deep breath, Aaron reached out, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the box. It was intricately carved with symbols she didn't recognize, the wood warmed to the touch as if it had been waiting for her. The air around her seemed to grow still, as though the garden itself was holding its breath. Aaron lifted the lid, and as it opened, a single, glowing seed lay nestled within the velvet interior. The light that radiated from it was soft and pulsing, like a heartbeat. As she held it in her palm, a vision filled her mind, flashes of moments she had yet to live, faces she had yet to meet, and choices she would one day face. The seed was a symbol of all that was to come, a manifestation of the unknown future that awaited her. But as she looked into the light, Aaron realized that no matter what choices lay ahead, this garden had already taught her something invaluable. The true path to understanding would not come from the destination, but from the journey itself. And so, as the seed glowed in her hand, Aaron made her first choice in the garden, not to rush ahead, but to trust in the unfolding of time. In the lessons the garden would provide, and in her own ability to nurture the seed of her fate. Part 3, The Blooming of Choices. Aaron stood still, the glowing seed cradled gently in her hand. The garden around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the next step in the ancient dance between time and destiny. Liriel, the keeper of the seasons, remained by her side, their gaze steady but filled with an unspoken understanding. You hold the seed of your path, Liriel said softly. But remember, the future is not a single thread, it is a tapestry woven of countless moments, choices, and chances. You must learn to trust in the unfolding of this tapestry, for not all paths are meant to be clear. Aaron nodded, her heart beating in time with the pulse of the glowing seed. The vision she had glimpsed when opening the box still lingered in her mind, the faces, the places, the fleeting moments that were yet to come. There was something comforting about the uncertainty, something that felt like an invitation to explore, to grow, and to discover. But as the soft light of the seed flickered, Aaron realized something important. The seed was not the end. It was merely the beginning, the first step in a much larger journey. And she was not alone in this garden of endless possibilities. She was surrounded by countless other seeds, waiting to be discovered, nurtured, and understood. As she looked around, she noticed that the garden had subtly shifted. The flowers, trees, and pathways no longer appeared static, they seemed to be alive, responding to her presence, shifting ever so slightly in the light. The seasons, too, seemed to be in constant motion. A breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the scent of blossoms from the spring side of the garden, while the cool embrace of autumn whispered through the leaves on the other side. Time itself, it seemed, was moving in harmony with her every step. How do I know which path to take? Aaron asked, feeling the weight of the seed in her hand. How do I know where to begin? Liriel stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. The first step is not always about knowing where you will go, but about embracing where you are now. The garden teaches patience, and the seasons will show you the way, in time. With a gentle nod, Aaron closed her fingers around the seed. She had made her first choice, but now it was time to let go of her doubts and trust in the garden's wisdom. As if acknowledging her decision, the glowing seed began to glow brighter, and a soft warmth radiated from it, spreading up her arm and into her chest. It was as though the very essence of the garden was flowing into her, infusing her with a sense of clarity she had not known before. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet shifted. The soft grass gave way to a delicate vine, curling up and around her ankles like a welcoming embrace. As she followed the vine with her eyes, she saw that it led to a small, hidden grove bathed in golden light. "This is where the seasons converge," Liriel said, gesturing toward the grove. "In this place, you will find the paths you need to follow. Each path is a season in itself, a reflection of what you have learned and what still awaits you. Choose wisely, for each step you take will bring you closer to the truth of your journey." Erin felt her heart quicken. She was on the brink of something important, something that could shape the course of her life. And though she didn't have all the answers, she knew one thing for certain: she had come to this garden for a reason. It was no accident that the seed had chosen her, that the garden had drawn her into its embrace. This was a place of transformation, and she was ready to begin. With a deep breath, Erin stepped into the grove. As she did, the light seemed to shift, becoming softer, more intimate. The air felt different now, as though the seasons were whispering directly to her. It was here that she would learn the most important lesson, that choices were not merely about finding the right path, they were about discovering the strength to walk it, no matter how uncertain it might seem. As she ventured deeper into the grove, she noticed a large tree standing at the center. Its bark was smooth and silver, its branches reaching high above her, tangled in a network of roots that seemed to stretch deep into the earth. The tree was unlike any she had ever seen. Its leaves shimmered in every color of the rainbow, constantly changing, as though the tree itself was a reflection of the very essence of the garden. Liriel stepped beside her, their voice a soft murmur in the stillness of the grove. "This tree is called the Tree of Reflection. Its branches hold the memories of those who have passed through this garden before you. Each leaf represents a choice, a moment of growth, and a turning point in the journey." Erin's eyes widened. The tree was more than just a symbol, it was alive with the history of countless travelers who had come before her. She could almost feel their presence, a subtle hum in the air, as though their spirits lingered in the very fabric of the tree itself. "And what happens when a leaf falls?" Erin asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "When a leaf falls, a new one takes its place," Liriel replied. "The garden is constantly in motion, evolving with each passing moment. No choice is ever truly lost, it is simply part of the ever-changing cycle of life and time." Erin looked up at the tree, her mind swirling with the knowledge she had just gained. She knew that each leaf, each moment, was a part of the journey she was about to embark on. But more than that, she understood that the garden was not just a place of reflection, it was a place of growth. The choices she would make here, in this sacred space, would shape not only her destiny but the very essence of who she was becoming. As she continued her journey through the garden, the path ahead remained unclear, but Erin no longer feared the unknown. She had learned that every step, every choice, was a part of the greater tapestry of her life. And as long as she trusted in herself and the wisdom of the garden, she knew she would find her way. Part 4. The Veil Between Worlds. Erin stood in the quiet grove, the gentle rustling of the tree of reflection whispering through the air. Her hand still held the glowing seed, now pulsing softly in rhythm with her heartbeat. The light it emitted was no longer blinding, but a steady glow, warm and comforting, like a beacon in the twilight. She could feel the weight of her choices pressing on her, but instead of fear, there was a sense of peace. Liriel, standing just a few steps away, watched her with knowing eyes. The keeper had said little since they entered the grove, but Erin could feel the deep presence of wisdom in her silence. There is more to the garden than what you see, Liriel spoke, her voice like the breeze that stirred the leaves around them. You are not just walking through time, Erin. You are walking between worlds. This garden is a bridge between the past, the present, and the future. Between the physical and the spiritual. And you are its traveler, learning to move between the veils. Erin felt a shiver run through her. The idea that this garden wasn't just a place of reflection, but a portal to other realms, was both exhilarating and overwhelming. She had always known there was something more to the world, something beyond the visible, but she had never imagined it would feel so tangible, between the veils. She repeated, almost to herself. So, the choices I make here are not just my own. No, Liriel said, her gaze softening. The choices you make here echo through all realms. In this place, the boundaries of time and space blur. What you choose today, here in this moment, will ripple through the fabric of the world, affecting not just your own life, but the lives of those who walk the paths you cross. Erin looked at the tree again, her eyes tracing the shimmering leaves that flickered with different hues, each one seeming to pulse with an inner light. She could feel a presence within them, as though each leaf was a memory or a choice made by someone long before her. Some leaves shone brighter, others dimmer, but all seemed to hold a story. The garden was more than a place of decision, it was a crossroads of fate. Can I see the paths that others have taken? Erin asked, her voice full of wonder. The choices they made? Liriel's smile was gentle, as if she had expected this question. You cannot see them all. But you can listen. The garden speaks to those who are open to its whispers. Erin closed her eyes, taking in a deep breath. She felt the air around her shift, becoming richer, thicker with the hum of the garden's ancient energy. The wind stirred the leaves again, and this time, it was not just the breeze she heard. It was a chorus, 1,000 voices speaking at once, not in words but in feelings, memories, and emotions. The whispering leaves seemed to pull at the corners of her mind. Faces appeared, fleeting as shadows, moments flickering in and out of her vision. She saw a child standing by a river, eyes wide with wonder. A woman standing at the threshold of a cottage, hand outstretched as though waiting for someone to return. An old man sitting in a chair, looking out at the sunset with a wistful smile. Each image was gone as quickly as it came, but it left behind a faint echo, a sense of longing, a question, a choice made long ago. Erin's heart ached with the weight of it all. What is this? She whispered, feeling a strange mix of awe and sorrow. These are the echoes of lives lived, Liriel said softly. The choices made by those who came before you, and those who still walk in the unseen realms. The garden holds their stories. They are here, always. And if you listen closely, you may hear the path they have left for you. Erin opened her eyes, blinking away the vision that had clouded her thoughts. The grove was still around her, but the air felt thicker, as if the very fabric of time and space was being held together by the threads of these countless lives. How do I choose? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. How do I know which story to follow? Lyriel's eyes were deep, as if she could see into Erin's very soul. You are not meant to follow someone else's story, Erin. You are meant to create your own. The garden will show you many paths, but it is up to you to choose which one to walk. The seed you carry is a reflection of your heart's desire, what you seek in this life. But remember, even the seed must be nurtured, for only with care and patience will it bloom. Erin nodded, understanding the weight of the decision. The garden was not here to give her the answers. It was here to show her the possibilities, to reveal the potential of the choices she could make. But it was still up to her to find her way. The glow from the seed grew brighter again, and Erin's fingers tightened around it, feeling the warmth that was both grounding and uplifting. She could feel the heartbeat of the garden, the pulse of all the lives it contained. And within that pulse, she could sense her own heart beating in time with it. A path began to open before her, bathed in the golden light of the garden. It was not a straight line, but a winding way that seemed to weave through the very fabric of the world. She could feel the pull of it, a gentle tug, as though the garden was guiding her towards something important. Do not fear the unknown, Lyriel said, her voice a soft, reassuring presence. The garden will be with you, every step of the way. Trust in yourself, and the seasons will reveal what you need to know. Erin stepped forward, the first step on a path that would lead her into the unknown. As she moved, the air seemed to shift around her, the whispers of the past fading into the distance. She could still hear them, but they were no longer calling to her. She was walking her own path now, and though it was uncertain, it was hers. With each step, the garden seemed to change, unfolding before her like the petals of a flower. The sun was setting now, casting a warm glow across the landscape, and Erin knew that the journey ahead would be long. But for the first time, she felt ready. Ready to embrace whatever came, knowing that the garden would guide her, its timeless wisdom always at her side. Part 5. The bloom of the eternal flower. Erin walked slowly, feeling the weight of the garden's wisdom press upon her. Each step she took seemed to draw her closer to an invisible thread connecting her to all that had been, all that was, and all that could be. The seed in her hand pulsed with life, a constant reminder of the promise and the responsibility she carried. The light it emitted grew brighter, like the first spark of dawn breaking through the darkness. The path before her meandered, as though it were a river cutting through time. The air around her shimmered, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to change with every step, now soft earth, now smooth stone, now the softest of grasses. Each turn she took felt like she was slipping through the fabric of the universe, moving between worlds, yet somehow always connected to her own. As she ventured deeper into the garden, the sound of her footsteps became muffled, as though the earth itself was absorbing them. Erin's senses sharpened. She could hear the whisper of the wind more clearly now. The rustle of leaves moving like a language she almost understood. The colors around her were vivid, but not in the way she was used to. They were more fluid, shifting with every glance, as though the garden itself was alive with the stories of the world. And then, as she rounded a bend, she saw it. In the center of a clearing bathed in soft, golden light, there stood an ancient tree, a massive oak, its trunk gnarled and twisted by the passage of time. At the base of the tree, there was a single, delicate flower blooming, its petals as white as snow, with hints of silver and violet shimmering along the edges. The flower glowed with a soft, ethereal light, casting an aura of serenity over everything around it. Erin stopped in her tracks, her breath catching in her throat. The flower was unlike anything she had ever seen. It seemed to pulse with life, yet it was so still, as if it had been here for centuries, waiting for her, the eternal flower, Lyriel's voice whispered from behind her. Erin turned to find the keeper standing just a few feet away, her face calm, her expression unreadable. This is the heart of the garden. The bloom that represents the cycle of all things, life, death, rebirth. Erin stepped forward, drawn by the flower's quiet beauty. As she approached, she felt a shift in the air around her, a hum of energy that resonated deep within her chest. It was as if the garden was holding its breath, waiting for her to reach out and touch the flower. What does it mean? Erin asked, her voice soft, almost reverent. Lyriel stepped closer, her eyes never leaving the flower. It is the culmination of all choices. The flower blooms for those who have learned the balance of life's fleeting nature. Those who understand that every ending is but the beginning of something new. It represents the interconnectedness of all things, the harmony between growth and decay. Erin could feel a strange warmth radiating from the flower, pulling her closer. She had seen flowers before, beautiful, delicate creations, but this was different. This flower seemed to hold the key to everything. It was both ancient and new. Fragile and strong, is it? Is it for me? Erin asked, her voice trembling. Lyriel nodded. The flower blooms for those who are ready to accept their place within the grand tapestry of life. But there is more, Erin. The flower holds a secret, a truth that must be uncovered. But only if you are willing to face what it reveals. Erin hesitated, her fingers tingling with the energy from the flower. She knew in her heart that this was a turning point. The choice she made now would shape her destiny, just as the seed she carried had shaped her journey so far. What secret? Erin asked, her voice barely a whisper. The flower will show you your deepest truth, Lyriel said softly. The one thing you have been running from, the truth you've been avoiding. It is different for each traveler, but it is always the same, a truth that cannot be hidden any longer. Erin's heart pounded in her chest. She had been running for so long, running from decisions, from the past, from the future. She had hidden her fears and doubts, pretending they didn't exist. But now, standing before the flower, she knew that the time had come. She couldn't keep running. She had to face the truth, no matter how painful it might be. With trembling hands, Erin reached out to touch the flower. The moment her fingers brushed against the soft petals, a surge of energy shot through her, as if the entire garden had come alive. The flower's light flared brighter, enveloping her in a warm, glowing aura. For a moment, Erin could see nothing but white light. It was blinding, yet comforting, like a dream she could not wake from. She felt herself falling through time, through space, through memories she had long forgotten, and then, the light faded, and she was standing in a place that was both familiar and strange. She was back at the edge of the garden, but it was different now. The path stretched out before her, and the trees were full of memories, her memories. She saw herself as a child, running through the fields, laughing with her family. She saw her first heartbreak, the loss of someone she loved. The choices that had led her here, to this moment, the truth hit her like a wave, crashing through her defenses. She had been running from herself, from the person she had become, from the fears that had shaped her journey. But now, standing in the garden, she understood. She had been avoiding the truth that she was ready to embrace. She was ready to face her past, to accept that every choice, every heartbreak, every moment of pain had been part of her growth. She was not defined by her mistakes or her regrets. She was defined by her strength, her resilience, and her ability to keep moving forward. Erin closed her eyes, a deep sense of peace settling over her. The garden had shown her the truth. It was not a truth she had expected, but it was the one she needed. She had learned that the journey was not just about the destination, but about embracing the path, every step, every choice, and every change. As she opened her eyes, she was back in the clearing, the eternal flower still glowing before her. She reached out and gently cupped the petals in her hands, feeling the warmth of the light, the pulse of life that radiated from the bloom. The flower had shown her the truth. And now, Erin was ready to take the next step. Part 6. The Path of Renewal. Erin stood before the eternal flower, her hands still gently cradling its delicate petals, feeling the subtle hum of energy vibrating through her. The truth she had uncovered, the deep realization of who she was and where she had come from, seemed to echo in the stillness of the garden. Every corner of her being felt renewed, as if the weight of all her past doubts had been lifted, leaving room for something brighter, more hopeful. The golden light of the flower cast a warm glow over the entire clearing, but now there was a new light in Erin's heart, one that reflected the acceptance she had found within herself. The garden, too, seemed to breathe differently now. As though it had witnessed her transformation and responded with gentle encouragement, Lyriel, who had been silently watching, stepped forward. Her eyes shone with quiet wisdom, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "You have faced the truth, Erin," Lyriel said, her voice soft but full of depth. "And now, you stand at the threshold of a new journey. The flower has opened the way, but it is you who must take the next step. The garden will guide you, but the choice of where you go, what you become, is yours alone." Erin nodded, feeling both a sense of calm and a thrill of excitement running through her veins. She had faced her past, accepted the lessons it had taught her. And now it was time to step into the future, to walk the path of renewal. Erin understood now that the future was not something set in stone, but a vast landscape of possibilities, shaped by every choice she made. "Where does the path lead?" she asked, her voice steady but curious. Lyriel's gaze softened as she looked at the path before them, the one that wound deeper into the garden. "It leads to the heart of this garden, the place where the seasons come together, where time folds upon itself. There, you will find the seed of new beginnings. The seed you carry will reveal its true nature. But you must go alone. This is a journey only you can take." Erin hesitated for a moment, the weight of the decision pressing on her, but her heart was clear. She had already embraced her past. Now, it was time to embrace her future. With a deep breath, Erin stepped away from the eternal flower, letting its light fade behind her as she moved forward. The path ahead was illuminated by the soft glow of the garden, but there was something different about it now. The air seemed charged with possibility, and the trees around her whispered not of the past, but of the future. As Erin walked, the garden shifted around her. The once familiar scenery blurred and transformed into something more vibrant, as if the very essence of the garden was responding to her journey. The flowers that had been blooming in vibrant colors now shimmered in new hues, their petals reflecting her inner transformation. The breeze carried a sweet fragrance, one that spoke of new beginnings and fresh starts, of possibilities yet to be explored. Erin's eyes were drawn to the sky above, which had begun to shift as well. The sky, which had been a soft shade of lavender, was now turning a deeper, richer blue, with stars beginning to twinkle through the dusk. It felt as though time itself was bending, as if day and night, past and future, were converging in this single moment. As she continued along the path, the garden began to reveal its true nature. The seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, wove together in an intricate tapestry of colors, sounds, and scents. It was as if each season had a presence, a spirit that infused the air. The breeze carried the warmth of summer, the crispness of autumn, the freshness of spring, and the quiet stillness of winter, all mingling together in a dance of harmony. Erin could feel the pulse of the garden beneath her feet, the rhythm of the earth itself. She was no longer just a traveler in the garden, she had become part of it. Her every step was in sync with the heartbeat of the world around her. After what seemed like an eternity of walking, the path finally led her to a quiet clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, carved with intricate symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the twilight. Upon the pedestal rested a single, glowing seed, its surface shimmering with the same radiant light that had surrounded the eternal flower. Erin approached the pedestal, her heart pounding with anticipation. The seed was the key. It was the culmination of everything she had learned, everything she had become. But as she reached out to touch it, she felt a sudden hesitation, a fleeting moment of doubt, but then she remembered the truth she had uncovered. She was not defined by her fears or her uncertainties. She was defined by her choices, by her willingness to step forward into the unknown. With steady hands, Erin took the seed, feeling its warmth spread through her fingers. The moment she touched it, a rush of energy surged through her, filling her with a sense of power and purpose. She could feel the seasons shifting, the passage of time folding into itself as the seed connected with her soul. Lyriel's voice echoed softly in her mind. The seed is not just a part of the garden, Erin. It is a part of you. And as you plant it, you will bring forth something new, something that will shape the future of this world, and perhaps even beyond. Erin closed her eyes, taking a deep breath as she knelt beside the pedestal. Gently, she pressed the seed into the earth, feeling the soil welcome it, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. The moment the seed touched the earth, the ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, as though the entire garden was awakening. Erin could hear the soft whispers of the wind again, this time filled with joy and anticipation. The air shimmered, the stars above twinkling brighter than ever before, and as the seed settled into the soil, the first shoots of new life began to sprout, slowly but steadily. The garden around her seemed to breathe, the colors more vibrant than ever, as though the very essence of time was weaving itself into something new. Erin stood and watched as the garden blossomed before her, the seasons melding together, creating a landscape of infinite possibility. The journey was far from over, but she knew that the path ahead was one she was ready to walk, full of new beginnings, new challenges, and the promise of growth. As the first rays of dawn touched the horizon, Erin realized that she had not just planted a seed in the earth. She had planted a seed within herself, one that would continue to grow and blossom for the rest of her life, and in that moment, Erin knew with certainty, she was home. Part 7. The bloom of new beginnings. The garden, now brimming with new life, seemed to pulse with a rhythm all its own. Erin stood in awe, watching as the once still and quiet landscape transformed into a symphony of vibrant colors. Flowers of every hue bloomed around her, their petals gently unfolding to the sweet melody of the wind. The trees, their trunks now more sturdy and their branches heavy with blossoms, whispered stories of old as their leaves shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Erin could feel the connection between the seed she had planted and the very heart of the garden. The energy that had surged through her when she touched it had not faded. Instead, it had settled deep within, intertwining with her soul. The seed was not simply a physical object, it was a symbol of her own growth, her own renewal. The sky above, still painted in hues of lavender and indigo, seemed to stretch further than ever before, a canvas waiting to be filled with new stories. Erin took a deep breath, letting the cool air fill her lungs. Every breath felt like a fresh start, a renewal of spirit. She glanced back at the clearing where the pedestal once stood, now replaced by a vibrant patch of flowers growing from the spot where the seed had been planted. Erin knew the garden had just begun to reveal its true potential, but her own journey was only just beginning. Liriel, who had been silently observing from the edge of the clearing, approached with a soft smile. Her eyes, filled with ancient wisdom, met Erin's with a sense of quiet pride. "You have done well," Liriel said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "The garden now reflects the harmony you have embraced within yourself. But the real journey lies ahead. The path you have walked so far has led you to this moment. But it is only the beginning of what is to come." Erin nodded, feeling the weight of Liriel's words settle in her heart. The garden, once a place of timelessness, had become a living, breathing entity, just as she had become a part of it. She knew that with each step forward, she would discover more about herself and the world around her. "What must I do now?" Erin asked, her voice steady yet full of wonder. Liriel's smile deepened, as if she knew the answer before the question had even left Erin's lips. "You must walk through the garden and listen to its whispers. The seasons have begun to align in ways you cannot yet comprehend. The garden holds more secrets than it has shown you. And it is time for you to uncover them." Erin's heart fluttered at the thought of what lay ahead. She had already uncovered so much, yet she knew there was so much more waiting for her. With a deep breath, she took a step forward, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. As she walked, the garden seemed to respond to her presence, the flowers swaying as though in greeting, the trees bending slightly as though guiding her. She felt a sense of unity with the world around her, as though every blade of grass, every leaf, every flower was a part of her. The path before her shifted, gently curving to the left. Erin followed it, her footsteps light and purposeful. She soon found herself at the edge of a tranquil lake, its surface reflecting the brilliance of the stars above. The water, still as glass, seemed to hold the mysteries of the garden in its depths, Erin knelt by the water's edge, dipping her fingers into the cool, clear water. As her hand grazed the surface, ripples spread outward, and the water shimmered with the light of the stars above. The ripples seemed to carry something with them, a message from the depths of the lake. She gazed into the water, her reflection merging with the shimmering surface. She could see her own face, but it was not the same face she had seen before. This was a face full of clarity, of purpose. Her eyes shone with the light of understanding, her smile a reflection of inner peace. As Erin stared deeper into the water, a soft voice reached her ears, faint, like the whisper of the wind through the trees. "Everything is connected," the voice said, as if speaking from the very heart of the lake. "The seasons, the garden, the world beyond. You are a part of it all, and now, you must choose how you will shape the future." Erin felt the weight of the words settle within her. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the garden, it was about understanding her place within it. She was part of something much larger than herself, a thread in the tapestry of time. With a newfound sense of clarity, Erin stood and turned away from the lake. Her gaze now fixed on the path ahead. The garden had shown her what she needed to see, but it was up to her to take the next step, to shape the future with her choices. As she continued down the path, she could feel the seasons shifting around her. The warmth of summer had given way to the crisp coolness of autumn, and the trees now wore vibrant shades of gold and red. The air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves, and the ground beneath her feet was soft with the touch of earth. In the distance, she saw a glowing light, a lantern, flickering in the distance, guiding her toward the next phase of her journey. With each step, the lantern's light grew brighter, calling her toward the unknown. Erin quickened her pace, eager to discover what awaited her beyond the lantern's glow. As she drew closer, the light seemed to grow more intense, almost as if it were alive, pulsing with energy, and as she reached the lantern, she realized that it was not just a source of light, it was a symbol. A symbol of hope, of guidance, of the way forward. Erin reached out and took hold of the lantern's handle, feeling the warmth of the light seep into her soul. She knew that this was the moment she had been waiting for. The garden had led her this far, and now it was time for her to take the next step, into a future filled with endless possibilities. With the lantern in hand, Erin stepped into the unknown. Knowing that whatever awaited her, she was ready. The garden had transformed her, and now, it was time for her to transform the world. Part 8. The Path of Renewal. Erin stood with the lantern in hand, feeling the soft warmth of its light radiating through her fingers. The glow cast a gentle light on the path ahead, its flicker in harmony with the rhythm of her heartbeat. As she stepped forward, the garden seemed to respond, the air humming with a sense of anticipation, as if the very earth was aware of the next chapter unfolding. The path before her twisted and turned, revealing hidden corners she had never noticed before. She walked with purpose, the lantern guiding her through the ever-changing landscape. The once static garden had become a world in motion, an ecosystem that pulsed with the energy of transformation. Erin knew she was not just a visitor here, she was an active participant in the garden's eternal dance. The trees overhead swayed with the breeze, their leaves now golden and dusted with the first touches of autumn. The flowers, too, had begun to shift, their petals opening and closing in rhythm with the seasons. Every part of the garden seemed alive, in a perpetual state of renewal, shifting between moments of stillness and bursts of vibrant energy. Ahead, the path led her to a small clearing where a stone archway stood, its surface covered in ivy and moss. The arch seemed to beckon her, its presence both mysterious and welcoming. As Erin approached, she could feel the energy of the arch resonate with her own. The air around the arch shimmered, like a veil, and as Erin passed through it, the world around her began to change. The once familiar landscape of the garden melted away, and she found herself in a place unlike anything she had ever seen before. The sky overhead was a deep, velvety purple, dotted with countless stars that twinkled with an ethereal light. Beneath her feet, the ground was soft and moss-covered, and the scent of jasmine filled the air. The landscape was both dreamlike and real, an intersection of worlds where time itself seemed to blur. Erin looked around, her senses heightened, aware that this place held secrets waiting to be revealed. In the distance, she could see a faint, glowing light, like a beacon calling her forward. Her heart quickened in response, as though the light resonated with the very core of her being. With the lantern still clutched tightly in her hand, she followed the path toward the glowing light. As she walked, she noticed the colors of the landscape shifting. Trees began to bloom in vibrant shades of pink and violet, and flowers that had been absent from the garden appeared in full splendor, their petals glistening with dew. The further Erin walked, the more she felt an overwhelming sense of peace. The world around her felt alive with energy. Yet there was an underlying stillness, a sense of timelessness, that enveloped everything. It was as though she had entered a space where past, present, and future coexisted in perfect harmony. As she approached the source of the glowing light, she saw that it came from a large stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient, crystal orb. The orb emitted a soft, pulsating glow, and as Erin drew closer, she felt a strange pull, a deep, unspoken connection that resonated within her chest. She placed her free hand on the orb, and the moment she did, a wave of energy surged through her. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the air around her crackled with power. The lantern in her hand flickered, its light merging with the glow of the orb. For a brief moment, Erin felt as though she were floating between worlds, caught in the ebb and flow of time itself. A vision appeared before her, swirling in the crystal orb, a vision of the garden, but not as she had known it. The landscape was in constant flux, the seasons shifting with fluid grace. Flowers bloomed, withered, and bloomed again, while trees grew tall and shed their leaves in an eternal cycle. The garden, once static and unchanging, now pulsed with life, constantly renewing itself. Erin's heart raced as she watched the vision unfold. She understood now that this was not just a place of beauty, it was a living entity, a reflection of the balance of life itself. It was a place of infinite possibilities, where the past and future could intertwine in ways unimaginable. The vision shifted, showing Erin herself, standing at the heart of the garden, the lantern in hand. She saw herself planting new seeds, watching them grow, nurturing them with the knowledge she had gained during her journey. She saw the garden expanding, evolving, as if her own growth was intrinsically linked to the land around her. The vision faded, leaving Erin standing in front of the pedestal, her heart full of wonder and understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a guide, it was a symbol of the wisdom she had acquired. A beacon that would light her way through the ever-changing landscape of life. Lyriel's voice echoed in her mind, a gentle reminder of the wisdom she had imparted earlier. You are not just a visitor, Erin. You are a part of this place, as much as it is a part of you. The garden seasons will shift and change, but so too will you. Your journey is one of renewal, of growth, and of discovering the endless possibilities that await. Erin closed her eyes, letting the truth of those words settle in. She had come so far, and yet she knew there was still much to discover. The garden was not just a place, it was a reflection of her own soul, constantly evolving, just as she was, with a deep breath. Erin turned away from the pedestal, the lantern's light casting a soft glow ahead of her. The path stretched out before her, and she knew that whatever lay ahead, she was ready, for the journey was far from over, it was only just beginning. Part 9. The Song of the Wind. Erin's steps echoed in the stillness of the garden, each footfall seemingly in tune with the rhythm of the world around her. The lantern in her hand flickered softly, its glow now a steady, reassuring beacon, guiding her deeper into the heart of the garden. The path before her twisted, leading her through a labyrinth of whispering trees, their leaves rustling with secrets older than time itself. The air felt thick with anticipation, as if the garden were holding its breath. As Erin walked, the once static landscape seemed to shift with every step, the seasons changing like the pages of a forgotten story. One moment, the path was bathed in the soft light of spring, with flowers in full bloom, their colors vibrant against the green of the grass. The next, the ground was covered in a delicate frost, and the trees stood bare, their branches heavy with the weight of winter. Erin could feel it. This was not just the passage of time. This was the essence of the garden itself, alive with the rhythms of the seasons, constantly renewing and evolving. She continued on, her eyes scanning the landscape, knowing there was something she had yet to discover. Her journey was not over, and the lantern's steady glow seemed to pull her forward, as though it knew the way even when she did not. Ahead, the trees parted, revealing a wide clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone arch, its surface etched with intricate symbols and patterns, glowing faintly in the soft light. Erin approached the arch, feeling an almost magnetic pull toward it. As she reached out to touch the stone, a rush of energy surged through her, and the world around her seemed to blur and twist. Suddenly, the clearing was bathed in the warm light of sunset, the sky ablaze with hues of pink and gold. Erin's heart skipped a beat as she looked up, realizing that the garden was no longer just a place of seasons, it had become something more. She was standing at the threshold of something ancient, something far beyond the boundaries of time. The lantern in her hand flickered once more, and as it did, the sound of soft music reached her ears. It was a melody unlike any she had heard before, a song carried on the wind, rising and falling in a gentle, soothing rhythm. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, as though the wind itself were singing. Erin stood still, allowing the music to wash over her. It was a sound that spoke to her very soul, a song of nature, of life, and of the eternal dance between change and stillness. The melody seemed to carry within it the essence of every season, every moment of growth, and every fleeting memory that had ever existed in the garden. And then, as if the wind itself had whispered its final note, the song faded away, leaving Erin standing in a profound silence. She could feel it now, the deep connection between herself and the garden, a bond that transcended time, a reminder that she was not just a traveler passing through, but a part of the endless cycle. The garden was not merely a reflection of the seasons, it was a living, breathing entity, and she, too, was a part of its endless dance. The stone archway before her pulsed with energy, and as Erin stepped through it, she felt a surge of understanding flood her senses. The path ahead was not just her journey, it was the garden's journey. And as she continued to walk, she would discover that the seasons of her own soul were intertwined with the garden's timeless cycle. Ahead, she saw a new horizon, the colors of the sky shifting as the sun began to dip below the edge of the world. The lantern's light flickered once more, steady and bright, and Erin knew that she was not alone on this journey. The garden, the seasons, and the song of the wind were with her, guiding her every step of the way. As she continued onward, Erin took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill her lungs. She could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the gentle sway of branches, and the soft whispers of the garden all around her. She was not just walking through a place of timeless beauty, she was walking through a living testament to the power of change, growth, and renewal, and as the lantern's light cast a warm glow ahead of her, Erin knew that her journey was far from over. She had only just begun to uncover the true magic of the garden, and with each step, she would discover more about herself, the world, and the endless seasons that awaited her. Part 10, The Eternal Bloom. Erin continued walking, the soft glow of the lantern in her hand illuminating the winding path ahead. The air around her felt charged, alive with the lingering echoes of the wind's song. The garden had changed yet again, shifting in response to her presence, but this time, the transformation was more profound. Each step she took seemed to draw her deeper into a world of wonder. A place where the boundaries between the seasons were no longer clear, the path wound through a forest where the trees no longer seemed bound by the rhythms of winter, spring, summer, or autumn. Instead, they stood as a testament to the eternal cycles of nature, branches reaching toward the heavens, their leaves shimmering in colors that were impossible to describe, soft blues, deep purples, and iridescent silvers, as if the trees themselves were woven from the very fabric of the sky. Erin's heart swelled with a sense of awe. She felt as though she were walking in a dream, a place where time had no meaning, and yet every moment felt infinitely significant. The lantern in her hand now glowed brighter than ever, its light casting long shadows across the path, lighting her way through the ever-changing landscape. As she moved forward, she noticed a faint sound in the distance, a soft, melodic hum that seemed to rise from the earth itself. The music was familiar, like the echoes of the wind's song, but this time it was stronger, richer, as though it had become part of the very soil beneath her feet. Curious, Erin followed the sound, her footsteps light as she navigated the shifting terrain. She passed through groves of trees that seemed to part just for her, revealing glimpses of a place ahead, a place where the air shimmered with light and energy. As she entered the clearing, the source of the music became clear. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, yet its leaves were fresh and new, their colors shifting and sparkling like the very stars above. The tree was surrounded by a circle of flowers that bloomed in perfect harmony, their petals glowing with an otherworldly light. Erin felt a deep, resonating energy emanating from the tree, as if it were the heart of the garden itself. It was a place of profound power, where every leaf, every petal, and every root seemed to pulse with life. The melody she had heard before was now louder, clearer, and it seemed to emanate from the very heart of the tree. The song was not just a sound, it was a feeling. A deep, soul-stirring vibration that connected everything in the garden. The wind, the trees, the flowers, and Erin herself, all were part of this song, playing their part in a symphony of life that had no beginning and no end. She stood there, mesmerized by the beauty before her, feeling the energy of the garden fill her being. The lantern in her hand began to glow even brighter, its light merging with the light of the tree, the two becoming one. For a brief moment, Erin felt as though she had become a part of the garden, a living thread woven into the very fabric of time and space. As she closed her eyes, she felt a rush of understanding flood her senses. The garden was not just a place, it was a reflection of the eternal cycle of life. Birth, growth, decay, and renewal, these were not separate, isolated events. They were all part of a continuous, flowing cycle, each moment interconnected with the next, each season giving birth to the next in an unbroken chain of transformation. Erin understood now. She had been walking through the garden not just as a visitor, but as a participant in its grand, timeless dance. Each step, each moment of change, had been a part of her own journey of growth, of renewal. She had come here seeking answers, but what she had found was something far greater, a deep, profound connection to the cycles of life itself. The wind whispered through the trees, as if acknowledging her understanding. And the song grew softer, a lullaby carrying her into a sense of peace. The lantern's glow softened, and Erin felt the weight of the world lift from her shoulders. She was no longer a traveler, lost and searching. She was part of something eternal, something beautiful, something that would never end. She took a deep breath, feeling the air fill her lungs, her body, her soul. The garden was her home now, a place where she could return to, whenever she needed. It would always be here, waiting for her, timeless and ever-changing. As the song of the garden faded into a peaceful silence, Erin placed the lantern gently on the ground at the foot of the tree. The light it cast was no longer necessary, for the light of the garden itself was enough. She sat down beside the tree, feeling the cool grass beneath her and the warm, gentle embrace of the earth around her. In that moment, Erin understood that the true magic of the garden was not in its beauty or its seasons, it was in its endless ability to renew, to grow, and to transform. And as she sat there, in the heart of the garden, she realized that she, too, was part of this never-ending cycle. Her own journey was just another season in the garden's eternal bloom. With a peaceful smile, Erin closed her eyes and let herself drift into a deep, contented sleep, knowing that the garden would always be with her, in every season. In every moment, forever and ever. The Lighthouse Beyond the Horizon, Part 1, The Calling of the Sea. It was a night like any other when Alicia stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea. The waves crashed against the rocks below, their roar like a constant, soothing lullaby. The wind whipped through her hair, carrying with it the salty scent of the ocean and the promise of something just beyond reach. Alicia had always felt drawn to the sea, its endless stretch of water a symbol of both freedom and mystery. Growing up by the coast, she had spent countless hours walking along the shoreline, listening to the whispers of the wind and the call of the waves. But tonight, something was different. The air felt charged, as though the very earth beneath her feet was holding its breath. For years, she had heard stories about a lighthouse that stood on a distant, forgotten island, its light shining through the fog and storms, guiding lost ships safely to shore. The lighthouse was said to be beyond the horizon, far from any known land, a place that no sailor had ever reached. The legend spoke of a light that could guide anyone who was lost, not just on the sea, but in life. Alicia had always been fascinated by the story, captivated by the idea of such a place, where light and darkness met, where time seemed to stand still, and where the impossible might be within reach. But it wasn't just the story that pulled her in. It was a feeling, a deep, undeniable calling from within her. She couldn't explain it, but every time she stood on the cliff, staring out at the vast ocean, she felt as though the lighthouse was calling to her, beckoning her to find it, to see it for herself. Tonight, that calling was stronger than ever. She closed her eyes and let the wind brush against her face, the salty air filling her lungs. In her mind, she could almost see the lighthouse, a tall, solitary structure standing proudly against the elements, its beam of light cutting through the darkness, guiding the lost and the weary. She could hear its light, like a steady pulse, echoing in the vastness of the sea, "Find me." She whispered to the wind, "Find me, and I will follow," and as if in response, a distant glow appeared on the horizon. At first, it was barely noticeable, just a faint shimmer at the edge of the world. But as Alicia's gaze sharpened, the glow grew brighter, more defined. It was unmistakable now, a beam of light stretching across the water, reaching for her, as though it recognized her call. Her heart raced. Could it be? Could this be the lighthouse she had heard about, the one from the legends? It was supposed to be far beyond the horizon, but here it was, just within reach, as if waiting for her to come closer. Without a second thought, Alicia turned and ran down the path that led to the beach below. Her heart pounded in her chest as the wind seemed to grow louder, the sound of the waves crashing against the shore filling her ears. She could feel the pull of the light, strong and undeniable, urging her forward. She reached the sand, her feet sinking into the soft earth as she made her way toward the edge of the water. The lighthouse was growing brighter now, its beam steady and unwavering, cutting through the night. She could almost feel its warmth, as though it were reaching out to her, calling her name. "Come," it seemed to whisper, the light beckoning her into the unknown. Alicia's breath caught in her throat. She had always dreamed of this moment, but now that it was here, she hesitated. The sea stretched out before her, vast and endless, the waves rising and falling with a rhythm that felt both ancient and eternal. The lighthouse stood beyond it, an island lost in the distance, a place of legend, of mystery, and of answers yet unknown, but she could not resist. The calling of the lighthouse was too strong, too urgent. She knew she had to go, to follow it, to discover what lay beyond the horizon. With a deep breath, Alicia stepped into the cold water. The waves lapped at her ankles, then her knees, rising higher as she waded further into the ocean. The coldness of the water was shocking at first, but the pull of the light kept her moving forward, each step carrying her deeper into the unknown. As she ventured farther, the world around her seemed to blur. The sound of the waves, the rustling of the wind, and even the world she had left behind on the shore began to fade. It was as though she were stepping into a new reality, one where the laws of time and space no longer applied, where the horizon stretched endlessly before her. The light grew stronger, its beam illuminating the water around her, guiding her with its steady glow. The sea, once dark and ominous, now seemed to shimmer with a soft, ethereal light, as if the ocean itself were alive, responding to the lighthouse's call. Alicia's heart swelled with wonder. She was no longer just a girl standing on the shore. She was a traveler, a seeker, moving toward something greater than herself. The lighthouse was not just a place, it was a symbol, a beacon that called to those who were ready to face the unknown, to embrace the mystery of the sea, and to find the answers that lay beyond the horizon. And as she waded further into the ocean, her gaze fixed on the distant light, Alicia knew that her journey had just begun. Part 2, The Journey Through the Fog. Alicia's heart raced as she waded deeper into the cold embrace of the ocean. The water, once calm and inviting, now seemed to swirl around her, urging her forward. She could feel its cool touch on her skin, as if the sea itself was testing her resolve. But she didn't hesitate. The lighthouse called to her with an unrelenting pull, brighter now than ever before, its beams slicing through the mist that had begun to settle over the water. The world around her began to change. The air grew thicker, heavier with fog that seemed to rise from the sea itself, cloaking the world in a soft, silvery haze. The shoreline, her home, was a distant memory now, fading into nothingness. There was no turning back. She was committed. As she ventured further, the light from the lighthouse became her only guide. The waves, once crashing with the force of the wind, now whispered around her, soft and rhythmic, as if speaking in a language older than time itself. The fog thickened, but still, she could see the light, a beacon in the darkness. The sensation of walking in the fog was unlike anything Alicia had ever experienced. The world felt suspended between reality and dream, the air heavy with possibility, as though the laws of nature themselves were bending. She couldn't explain it, but it was as if time itself was moving differently here. The minutes seemed to stretch on forever, but the distance to the lighthouse seemed to shrink, pulling her closer with every step. A soft voice, barely a whisper, seemed to rise from the sea itself. You seek answers, Alicia, but do you know what you are truly searching for? Alicia stopped in her tracks, her breath catching in her throat. The voice, so clear, yet distant, echoed in her mind. It was not a voice she recognized, and yet, it seemed familiar, as if it had always been there, waiting for her to listen. Who are you? She called out into the fog, her voice barely audible over the crashing of the waves. The voice did not answer immediately. Instead, a faint glow appeared in the fog ahead of her, growing brighter with each passing second. It was not the light from the lighthouse, but something else, something ethereal, a shape shifting within the mist. The figure emerged slowly, its form hazy and translucent, like a memory trying to take shape. Alicia's heart pounded as she stepped back, uncertain whether she was seeing an illusion or if something truly stood before her in the fog. The figure was tall and indistinct, but the feeling it radiated was undeniable. It was ancient, wise, and yet filled with an overwhelming sadness. You are not alone in this journey, Alicia, the figure finally spoke, its voice a soft murmur that seemed to vibrate with the rhythm of the waves. There are others who have walked this path, seeking answers, seeking purpose. But beware, for the lighthouse is not just a place. It is a test. Alicia tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat. Her mind raced with questions. What did the figure mean? A test? What was she truly searching for? The figure's gaze seemed to pierce through her, and for a moment, Alicia felt as though it could see into the deepest corners of her soul. You seek the lighthouse, but what you find there will not always be what you expect, the voice continued. The light reveals truths, but not all truths are easy to bear. Be prepared to face what lies beyond the horizon, not just of the sea, but of your own heart. The mist around Alicia thickened, swirling in a dance of shadows and light. The figure seemed to dissolve into the fog as quickly as it had appeared, leaving her alone once more. Alicia stood still for a long moment, her heart heavy with the weight of the figure's words. She had come seeking something. Yes, answers, a purpose. But what was it that awaited her at the lighthouse? Was she truly prepared for the journey that lay ahead? The sound of the waves became louder, as though urging her to continue, to keep moving forward. She glanced out toward the light, now brighter and closer than before. It was calling her, pulling her onward. Without another word, Alicia took a deep breath and pushed forward, her feet moving through the water with renewed determination. The fog seemed to part around her, as though the sea itself was guiding her path. As she walked, the fog began to lift, and the sea became calmer. The light from the lighthouse stretched out toward her like a path of stars, leading her forward with unwavering clarity. She was closer now, so close that she could almost feel the warmth of the light on her skin, as if it was welcoming her into its embrace. The journey was far from over, but Alicia knew one thing for certain: she was meant to be here, meant to find this lighthouse, meant to follow the path it had set before her. But what she would find when she finally reached it, that was a mystery she was only beginning to uncover. Part 3. The Secrets of the Light. The fog had finally lifted, and Alicia found herself standing at the edge of a rocky cliff, overlooking the ocean. Before her, the lighthouse towered above the waves, its light now more vibrant than ever, slicing through the night like a sword of hope. She could feel its pull, stronger than anything she had ever known. Every step she took brought her closer to its mystery, each heartbeat syncing with the rhythmic pulse of the beam. As she moved closer to the lighthouse, the air grew warmer, and the ground beneath her feet became more solid. The rocky path that had been treacherous and winding just moments ago now seemed more stable, almost as if the world itself was preparing her for something monumental. The feeling of uncertainty that had clouded her mind began to fade, replaced by a calm sense of purpose. She knew, deep down, that she was on the verge of discovering something life-changing. Though she still didn't understand exactly what it was, the entrance to the lighthouse loomed ahead, an archway of weathered stone. Vines wrapped around its base, twisting in patterns that almost seemed to be alive, reaching up toward the lantern that blazed above. Alicia's hand trembled slightly as she reached for the door, its surface cool and smooth under her fingers. The door opened without a sound, and she stepped inside. The interior was surprisingly warm and inviting, with soft, golden light spilling from the walls, casting a glow that felt both ancient and eternal. The floors were made of polished wood, worn with age, yet still gleaming with a subtle luster. The walls were lined with shelves, filled with books and scrolls, some old and brittle, others untouched by time. The air smelled of salt and incense, mingling with the scent of something sweet, like flowers in bloom. In the center of the room stood a spiral staircase, leading upward to the light. It was made of silver, its edges gleaming in the warm glow that filled the room. Alicia felt a strange compulsion to ascend the stairs, as though they were the only path forward. She hesitated for a moment, looking around the room for any sign of life, but all was quiet. The only sound was the soft creaking of the staircase beneath her feet as she began to climb. With each step, the light from above grew stronger, more intense. It wasn't blinding, but its brilliance seemed to penetrate into her very soul, awakening something deep within her. She reached the top, her breath catching as she emerged into the heart of the lighthouse. The lantern room was vast, its glass windows stretching high above, offering a panoramic view of the ocean below. The light, a beacon of pure energy, pulsated in the center of the room. It was surrounded by an intricate array of mirrors, their surfaces polished to perfection, reflecting the light in 1,000 different directions. The air hummed with power, vibrating softly around her. At the heart of the room stood an altar, carved from stone, its surface etched with runes and symbols Alicia couldn't decipher. In the center of the altar was a single object, an orb of deep blue, swirling with light, as though it contained the very essence of the ocean itself. Alicia stepped closer, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the orb's energy, a magnetic force drawing her in. As she reached out to touch it, the room seemed to pulse with a sudden burst of energy, and for a brief moment, the light dimmed, a voice echoed through the room, soft yet commanding. "You have come, Alicia. You are the one chosen to unlock the truth." Alicia froze, her hand hovering just above the orb. The voice, it wasn't just in her mind this time. It was real, coming from somewhere beyond the walls of the lighthouse. The power in the room had shifted, and the air seemed charged with anticipation. The orb pulsed again, and the voice spoke once more. "This place is not merely a lighthouse. It is a gateway to the hidden truths of the world, to the forces that lie beyond what your eyes can see. But with this knowledge comes great responsibility. Will you accept the burden?" Alicia felt a shiver run down her spine, but there was no turning back now. She had come this far. She had crossed the sea, braved the fog, and stood before the light. There was no other path. She had to know what lay beyond, even if it meant facing the unknown. With a deep breath, she placed her hand upon the orb. In an instant, the room erupted in light, flooding her senses, blinding her for a moment. She felt as though she was being pulled into the very core of the universe, spinning through a void of stars and swirling galaxies. The air was alive with the hum of ancient knowledge, and Alicia felt her mind expand, filled with visions of distant lands, forgotten histories, and truths that had been hidden for eons. The light faded, and Alicia found herself standing once more in the lighthouse, the orb now dim and still before her. She felt different, changed, as if the world around her had shifted. She understood now. The lighthouse was not just a place of light, it was a keeper of secrets. A guardian of knowledge too powerful to be understood by any but the chosen few. "You have seen the truth," the voice intoned softly. "But remember, knowledge is not without its price. What you choose to do with it is yours alone. The world is waiting for you, Alicia." Her heart was heavy, her mind racing with the weight of what she had just learned. She had unlocked something ancient, something powerful. But what was the next step? What would she do with this knowledge? She glanced out the window, where the horizon stretched endlessly before her, and the path she had to walk seemed clearer, though still uncertain. With a final glance at the orb, Alicia turned and made her way back down the stairs. The lighthouse, once a mysterious and distant beacon, now felt like a part of her own soul. She was ready for what lay ahead, whatever it might be. Part 4. The Path Forward. Alicia descended the spiral staircase, her thoughts swirling like the ocean outside. The weight of the knowledge she had just unlocked felt like a tangible presence, pressing on her chest. As she reached the base of the lighthouse, the familiar hum of energy still vibrated in her bones, but it was now accompanied by a quiet unease. What had she unleashed? What responsibility came with this newfound knowledge? The door to the lighthouse creaked open behind her, and she stepped out into the cool night air. The stars above shimmered like a blanket of diamonds, and the sea below stretched out infinitely, reflecting the faint light of the lantern. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a soft glow over everything, as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. She paused, taking in the vastness of the landscape. Her heart beat steadily, but there was something new in the rhythm, something more deliberate, like the beat of a drum calling her to action. The horizon beyond the lighthouse seemed to stretch further than before, inviting her to step into the unknown. A whisper of wind rustled the trees at the edge of the cliffs, and with it came a faint, melodic sound, almost like a song. Alicia turned toward the source of the sound. Her curiosity piqued. It came from the path that wound along the cliffs, leading into the forest beyond. The wind carried the melody, as though it were beckoning her to follow. The decision weighed on her mind. She could continue along the shore, back toward the world she knew, the world that felt safe and familiar. Or, she could follow the song, venture deeper into the mystery that had revealed itself within the lighthouse, and seek answers to the questions that now swirled in her mind. She chose the latter. With a steadying breath, Alicia began walking toward the forest. The path was narrow and winding, lined with tall trees whose leaves shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as if they too were touched by the light from the lighthouse. As she walked, the song grew louder, clearer, though it still seemed distant, as if it were coming from the very heart of the earth. The air here was thick with magic, and Alicia could feel it coursing through her veins. It was the same energy she had felt inside the lighthouse, but it was more subtle here, woven into the fabric of nature itself. The trees whispered to each other, their voices barely audible, but Alicia could understand them. They spoke of ancient things, of worlds beyond her own, of forgotten dreams, and the delicate balance of life and death. The further she walked, the more the song seemed to surround her. It was no longer just a melody, it was a language that resonated with her very soul. She could feel the words within the notes, like fragments of an old story waiting to be told. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of walking, Alicia came to a clearing. In the center stood a large stone circle, ancient and weathered, its stones covered in moss and ivy. The song was now a harmonious symphony, filling the air, and at the center of the circle stood an altar, similar to the one in the lighthouse, but larger, its surface etched with more complex symbols. Without thinking, Alicia stepped into the circle. The ground beneath her feet was soft, almost alive, as though the earth itself was reacting to her presence. The moment her foot touched the center of the circle, the air seemed to shimmer, and the song reached its crescendo. The stone altar began to glow, its surface flickering with an ethereal light. Alicia felt a pull, an undeniable force drawing her closer to it. As she reached out to touch the stone, a wave of energy washed over her, and her vision blurred for a moment. When her sight returned, she found herself standing in a different place. The clearing had disappeared, replaced by a vast, endless sky, filled with swirling clouds and stars. The ground beneath her was no longer solid, but rather a floating platform of light. She was no longer on the earth, she was in a place between worlds, suspended in the cosmos itself. A figure appeared before her, its form shrouded in light. It was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It was timeless, its presence vast and all-encompassing. "You have crossed the threshold," the figure said, its voice reverberating through her mind. "You are one of the few who have dared to seek the truth. But now, the true journey begins." Alicia's heart raced, but she felt no fear. Instead, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace, as though she had finally come home. The figure extended its hand toward her, and Alicia hesitated for only a moment before reaching out to grasp it. The instant their hands met, a flood of images and sensations rushed into her mind, visions of distant lands, of ancient civilizations, of people long forgotten, all connected by the threads of time. She saw the lighthouse, not just as a beacon, but as a living entity, a guide between worlds, its light a reflection of the knowledge it kept. The figure spoke again. "The lighthouse is not just a place, it is a guardian of the cosmic balance. Its light guides those who are meant to find it, those who are destined to unlock its secrets. You, Alicia, are one of those destined to protect that balance." Alicia's mind was racing. The weight of the truth was heavy, but she understood now. The world she had known was only a small fragment of a much larger tapestry, a tapestry woven with light and shadow, with ancient knowledge and untold mysteries. She had been chosen to protect that balance, to ensure that the lighthouse's light would never fade. The figure's voice was gentle but firm. "Are you ready to embrace your destiny, Alicia? Are you prepared to walk the path of the guardian?" Alicia nodded, feeling a deep sense of resolve settle within her. She was ready. She had come this far, and now there was no turning back. The figure smiled, a gesture that seemed to light up the entire cosmos. "Then step forward. Your journey has only just begun." With that, the figure faded into the light, and the platform beneath Alicia began to shift. She stepped forward, knowing that whatever lay ahead, she was no longer just a seeker of truth. She was its keeper. Part 5. The Keeper of the Light. Alicia's journey had shifted beyond the physical realm, yet it still felt as real as the ground beneath her feet. The cosmic platform that supported her was now pulsing with a soft glow, its edges stretching into infinity. She no longer felt alone. The energy of the stars and the vastness of the universe seemed to hum around her, filling the space with a quiet but powerful presence. The air itself seemed to breathe, and as she looked around, she saw more figures, some faint and distant, others close enough that she could almost make out their forms. They stood as though suspended in time, just like her, awaiting some sort of signal. Some sort of understanding. She was not the only one called to this place. The figure that had spoken to her, who had guided her to this moment, was now nothing more than a ripple in the air, its presence fading, but its words remained etched in her mind. "You are the keeper now. The balance you must protect is fragile. It is the light that guides, but it is also the darkness that shapes." With those words, Alicia felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Her destiny had been irrevocably changed. She was no longer a mere traveler in the world, she was the keeper of something far greater, far older, and far more powerful. And now, her path was not just about discovering the world around her, but about protecting the very forces that governed it. she glanced down at her hands. The soft glow of the platform reflected off her palms, and she could feel something stirring within her, as if her body were awakening to its true purpose. It was not just a power she could control, it was a connection, a bond between herself and the forces she had come to understand. The lighthouse, the stars, the winds, everything was intricately woven together in a delicate dance, and she was now part of it, keeper of the light, a voice whispered. It was soft and familiar, but it came from everywhere, echoing in the vastness of the universe. The time has come to understand your role. But to do so, you must first embrace the trials ahead. Alicia turned toward the sound of the voice, and before her appeared an immense gateway, woven with silver threads of light. It stood tall and powerful, and as the light flickered, she saw strange symbols flashing within it, symbols that seemed to dance and shift with a life of their own. The trials will test your will, your strength, and your heart, the voice continued. But only through them can you fully understand the nature of your guardianship. To protect the light, you must first understand its shadow. Alicia's heart raced. She knew that the journey ahead would not be easy, but she felt an inner determination stir. She had come this far, and there was no turning back. She stepped toward the gateway, feeling the pull of the unknown, yet something about it felt inevitable, as if it were calling her home. As her foot crossed the threshold, the world around her shifted again. She stood at the edge of a great chasm, the wind howling in her ears, the ground beneath her feet rocky and uneven. The vastness of the abyss stretched out before her, its depth unfathomable, its darkness consuming. The stars above had faded, replaced by an eerie fog that swirled in the air like living smoke. The light that had guided her through the cosmic platform was gone, and she was left in the cold, oppressive stillness of the void, for the first time. Alicia felt fear, a deep, primal fear that came from the heart of the unknown. But as she took a step forward, she remembered the words of the figure. It is the darkness that shapes. With a deep breath, Alicia steeled herself. She knew she could not shrink from this moment. This was the first trial. The darkness was not her enemy, it was a part of the balance she had sworn to protect. As she moved toward the edge of the chasm, the fog thickened, and the ground trembled beneath her. Figures began to emerge from the mist, shadowy shapes that seemed to shift and flicker, too indistinct to define but unmistakably alive. They whispered in a language she couldn't understand, their voices like distant winds carrying forgotten memories. They circled her, their movements both graceful and menacing, as if testing her resolve. Alicia reached into her heart, calling upon the power she had felt in the lighthouse, the cosmic energy that was now part of her. She extended her hand, and as if in response, a soft light began to emanate from her fingertips. It was not as bright as the lighthouse, but it was steady, like the glow of a single candle in a dark room. The shadows recoiled at the light, hesitating for a moment before moving closer. The whispers grew louder, their words forming something she could almost understand. Light is not the enemy. It is the way forward. Her heart surged with understanding. The darkness wasn't a force to be feared, it was a test. A challenge. And she had to face it not with force, but with acceptance. Alicia stood firm, her hand still glowing, the light gently pushing back the shadows. Slowly, the figures began to fade, one by one, until they were no more than whispers in the wind. The fog lifted, revealing a path leading through the chasm. Illuminated by her light, she had passed the first trial, but she knew there were more ahead. Each trial would take her deeper into the heart of the mystery, and each would test a different part of her spirit. As she walked down the path, the stars began to reappear, faint at first but growing brighter the further she went. The journey was far from over, and the weight of her role as keeper of the light pressed on her. But with each step, she felt a deeper connection to the universe, to the balance between light and dark, and to the destiny that lay before her. Part 6. The Depths of Reflection. Alicia continued along the glowing path, her footsteps steady but unsure of the journey ahead. The soft, ethereal light that surrounded her now seemed to hum with a melody that was almost imperceptible, like a song drifting through the air. Each note seemed to stir something deep within her, a sense of memory, a feeling she could not quite place. The stars above twinkled brighter, casting a soft glow over the rocky landscape. Yet, the path was still unfamiliar, its twists and turns leading her into the heart of a mystery she felt she was only beginning to unravel. The fog had lifted, but something else had replaced it, a stillness, like the calm before a storm. The quiet was profound, and as she walked, the weight of her role as the keeper pressed down on her shoulders. She could no longer ignore the responsibility that lay upon her, or the unknown forces that seemed to be waiting for her at every turn. At the far end of the path, a massive stone archway rose up from the ground, its edges worn smooth by time. The arch was unlike anything she had ever seen, a fusion of ancient carvings and cosmic patterns, as though it connected the world she knew with something far beyond it. In the center of the arch was a large, obsidian mirror, its surface as still as glass, reflecting the stars above in perfect symmetry. Alicia approached the arch cautiously. The mirror seemed to call to her, its surface rippling with a faint energy. She stood before it for a moment, unsure of what would happen next. Her reflection stared back at her, but it was not the reflection she knew. Instead, it was a version of herself that seemed older, wiser, and yet strangely distant. The eyes that gazed back at her were filled with untold stories, as though they held the weight of the universe within them. Without thinking, she reached out a hand, and as her fingers brushed the surface of the mirror, a wave of energy surged through her. The world around her blurred, and she felt herself falling through time, through space, through the very fabric of reality itself. When the world finally solidified around her again, Alicia found herself standing in a place both familiar and strange. She stood on the edge of a vast, reflective lake, its surface so smooth that it mirrored the sky above with perfect clarity. The moonlight bathed the water in a silver glow, casting an ethereal light on the land around her. The landscape seemed like a dream, shifting and changing with every blink of her eyes. She could hear the faintest whispers of voices, no, not voices, but memories. The air around her was thick with them, ancient echoes of lives long past. The lake, she realized, was not just a body of water, it was a mirror to the soul. It reflected not just the surface of the world, but the deeper truths hidden within. As she took a step closer to the water's edge, the reflections in the lake began to change. The image of the sky above twisted into a new shape, showing a version of herself standing in a place that was both the same and completely different. In this reflection, she was standing beside the lighthouse, but the light was not shining. It was dark, obscured by a heavy mist that swallowed the surrounding world. Suddenly, the stillness of the scene was broken by the soft sound of a voice, soft, like the rustling of leaves in a quiet forest. "You are here to see what has been lost." Alicia turned sharply, her heart racing. She could see no one, yet the voice felt all around her. Like it was emanating from the very air itself. "The light you carry is not just a beacon, Alicia. It is a bridge between worlds. But bridges can be crossed in many ways. Sometimes, the light must fade so that the darkness can be understood." The air grew colder, and the water in the lake rippled, distorting the reflection. For a moment, Alicia could see the lighthouse again, but it was no longer a place of safety. It was a place of reckoning. The mist had thickened, and the light seemed weak, flickering like a candle about to be snuffed out. The voice continued, its tone gentle but full of sorrow. "The balance is delicate. The light and the dark are not opposites, they are parts of a whole. You must understand this, Alicia. The trial ahead will show you what is hidden in the shadows." The reflection in the lake began to change again, revealing a vision of a shadowy figure. It was cloaked, its face hidden beneath a hood. The figure stood at the edge of the lighthouse, looking out across the ocean of stars, a deep sadness in its posture. The vision slowly shifted, and the figure reached out, a hand stretching toward Alicia. The moment their hands were almost touching, the scene abruptly changed. The figure was gone, swallowed by a thick fog that rolled in from the horizon. "The light you seek may not always be what you think," the voice whispered. "But the darkness holds truths you must uncover." Alicia felt a deep unease stir within her. The fog that now surrounded the lake seemed to draw closer, its tendrils curling like fingers reaching for her. The voices, the memories, seemed to grow louder, all of them speaking in unison. "Find the heart of the light," her heart pounded. The heart of the light. Was that what she had to seek? But the light had already guided her so far. Could there be more to it than she had understood? Before she could answer her own question, the fog thickened, and a sharp wind began to whip around her. The surface of the lake began to ripple violently, as though something deep within was stirring. Alicia turned and hurried back towards the stone arch. The path before her now feeling uncertain. She could feel the weight of the trials ahead pressing against her. She had always known that her journey would test her, but now, she realized the true nature of the trial. It was not just the light she needed to protect, but the balance between light and darkness. And to truly understand the light, she would have to face the darkness head-on. Part 7. The Heart of Darkness. Alicia's heart raced as the fog pressed in around her, thick and suffocating. The air had grown heavier, as though the very atmosphere were laden with the weight of unseen forces. Every step she took felt like she was walking deeper into an unknown realm, where time and space seemed to bend at their will. The stone archway loomed ahead, its sharp angles a stark contrast to the soft glow of the surroundings. But it was not the arch that drew her gaze now, it was the mirror. The black surface reflected nothing but the thickening mist, like a window to a world that existed beyond her understanding. As Alicia stepped forward, the whispers returned, louder this time, swirling in the air around her. They were not just memories now, they were voices of countless souls, each one pleading, yearning, lost in their own struggle with the darkness. The air hummed with the resonance of their collective sorrow, as if the very fabric of existence had been stitched together by their stories. "You must face it." The voice whispered again, more forceful now, almost as if it were speaking directly into her soul. The darkness you fear is not the end. It is the beginning. You cannot understand the light without it. The words settled heavily in her chest. She had always seen darkness as something to avoid, something that stood in opposition to the light she carried. But now, she wasn't so sure. Could the darkness truly be a part of the light? Was it possible that by embracing the shadows, she could learn more about the truth she was seeking? Alicia reached out to touch the mirror once more, her fingers trembling as they brushed the smooth surface. The moment her skin made contact, the mirror rippled violently. As though it were alive, alive with a force far older than anything she had encountered. The world around her fractured, splintering into shards of light and shadow, pulling her into a vortex of sensation. For a brief moment, she saw everything, every possible version of herself, every decision, every possibility that could have been. Each reflection was a life lived in a different way, a path taken, a choice made. But one thing stood out among them, the reflection of the lighthouse, still standing strong, surrounded by swirling clouds and the ever-present ocean of stars. And then, the vision faded. Alicia found herself standing in a different place. The archway was gone, replaced by a vast expanse of darkness, stretching infinitely in all directions. The ground beneath her feet felt soft, like sand, but there was no light, no guide. Only the echoes of the voices. She heard them again, whispers from all around her, but now they were clearer. They were words, fragments of conversations, as if she had stepped into a place where all the lost voices of the world had converged. Some were pleading for help, others speaking of lost dreams, regrets, and pain. I never found my way home. I should have said goodbye. The light is fading. Is there hope? Each voice seemed to pull at something deep inside her. And then, a single voice, strong and clear, emerged from the chorus, Alicia. The voice was familiar, yet distant, like a dream half remembered. It carried a weight of truth she could not ignore. You are the keeper, the voice continued, its tone gentle but firm. And you have come to the heart of it, the heart of the darkness. This is where all things are forged. Here, you must confront what you fear most. Alicia stood still, her mind racing. The heart of the darkness. What did it mean? Was it a place, a state of being, or something else entirely? She closed her eyes, trying to focus. And then, the answer came to her, not in words, but in an overwhelming feeling. The heart of the darkness was not an external force. It was within her. It was the part of her that feared, that doubted, that clung to old wounds and regrets. It was the part of her that resisted change, that feared the unknown. The darkness she had feared so much was not something to conquer. It was something to understand. With this realization, the space around her began to shift. The dark expanse was no longer empty. Images began to form, slowly at first, like shadows cast on the walls of a forgotten room. Each image was a memory, an emotion, an experience she had lived through. She saw herself as a child, standing in the light of the lighthouse, holding her lantern high. She saw her parents, smiling, full of hope, as they watched her grow. She saw moments of doubt, moments of pain, moments of loneliness. And then, the most powerful image appeared. her standing before the lighthouse, alone, unsure, but ready to face whatever came next. "You are not alone," the voice whispered again, as the memories swirled around her. "You carry the light within you, but you also carry the darkness. To find peace, you must embrace both." Alicia felt the weight of the truth settle deep within her. The journey she had undertaken was not just about guiding the light, but about understanding the darkness within herself, accepting it, and learning to move beyond it. The lake of memories before her began to calm, its surface smoothing out until it reflected the stars once more. The fog began to lift. But this time, it was different. It was not a veil to hide behind, but a mist that cleared the path forward. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of everything she had learned. The lighthouse in the distance seemed brighter now, its light no longer a beacon of fear, but a guiding force, a reminder that both light and darkness had their place in the universe. Alicia stepped forward, ready to face the final challenge. The trial was not over, but she knew she had learned what she needed to. The balance was within her reach, and with it, the ability to guide others, not just with the light, but with the understanding of the shadows that defined it. Part 8, The Rising Tide. Alicia's steps were steady as she moved forward. The fog now entirely behind her, leaving only the faintest mist on the edges of her vision. She could feel the pulse of the world around her, every breeze, every flicker of light. The whispers had faded into the distance, replaced by a profound silence that hummed with anticipation. The lighthouse, ever steadfast, called to her from the horizon. It stood against the backdrop of a sky that had begun to change, the colors deepening, shifting from the pale hues of the morning to the richer, darker tones of evening. The stars were beginning to twinkle faintly above, and the ocean at her feet rippled gently, reflecting the light from the tower. But as she neared the lighthouse, the air grew heavier once more. There was a distinct shift in the atmosphere, an energy that tugged at her very being. The further she walked, the more intense this feeling became, like a storm building just beneath the surface of the world. She paused for a moment, her gaze locked on the beacon, a faint glow now pulsing in time with her heartbeat. "This is it," she whispered to herself. The final test. The ground beneath her feet began to tremble, just slightly at first, but soon with enough force to make her pause. The ocean in front of her, once calm, was now rising in slow, deliberate waves, as though responding to some unseen force. The tide was coming in fast, pushing toward her with an inevitable speed. But it was not the waves that had her attention, it was the sound of them, the faint, low murmurs that seemed to carry voices within their depths, like a chorus of forgotten souls, their words barely distinguishable from the crash of water. Alicia felt a cold shiver run down her spine as she stepped forward again, her pace quickening as she neared the lighthouse. She could now hear the whispers, clearer than ever. The voices that had once been a distant hum were now speaking directly to her. "The tide will come for you," one voice warned, sharp and filled with urgency. "It will carry you away if you are not careful," another voice, softer, but equally firm, spoke next. "Do not fear the water. It is the flood of your emotions, of the past you have yet to release. Face it now, and you will be free." A third voice, calm and steady, offered her a different truth. "The tide comes not to drown you, but to cleanse you. Let it take away what is no longer yours." Alicia paused, considering these words. She had already faced the darkness within, the memories, the fears. But now, it seemed, she was being asked to confront something deeper, something even more essential: her past, her history, her burdens. She had spent so long trying to outrun them, to find her way to the light, that she hadn't truly understood the importance of releasing them. The ocean was rising quickly now, the waves lapping at her feet, urging her onward. But there was something else, something that pulled at her. She could see a reflection in the water, one that was not her own. It was her mother's face, faint but unmistakable, watching her from the surface. The image flickered, vanishing just as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a blur of faces: her family, her friends, strangers, and all the people who had crossed her path in life. All of them were reflected in the waves, their images rippling as the water began to rise higher, covering her ankles, her knees. The faces looked at her with expectant eyes, as though waiting for her to do something, anything. A flash of memory flooded her mind: her mother's voice. Calm and nurturing, but tinged with sadness. "The ocean will always return, Alicia. It takes, and it gives. Remember this: only when you let go of what you hold will you find what truly belongs to you." The memory struck her deeply. It wasn't just the ocean she had to face, it was the weight of her past, her unresolved grief, her doubts. The water was an embodiment of all she had yet to release. Her mother's words were a call to surrender, to let the past wash away. Alicia knelt, her fingers brushing the surface of the water. As soon as she touched it, the ocean began to respond, the waves rising higher, surrounding her in a gentle but firm embrace. The voices began to fade, replaced by a deep, soothing hum that resonated through her entire being. The water swirled around her, lifting the burden she had carried for so long, and for the first time in her life, Alicia felt an overwhelming sense of peace. The tide was not a force to be feared, but a cleansing wave. It was taking everything she no longer needed: her guilt, her fear, her grief. It was purging her of the things that weighed her down, preparing her to step forward into the light she had always sought. As the waves reached her waist, the water seemed to pause, holding her suspended in place. And then, a calm voice spoke from within the depths of the sea: "You are ready." The water receded, leaving Alicia standing on solid ground once more. The ocean now calm and gentle once more. The reflection in the water had disappeared, replaced by the face of the lighthouse, its beam stronger and brighter than ever. She knew what she had to do. She turned toward the lighthouse, its light now a warm, welcoming beacon in the darkness. The path ahead was clear. Alicia's heart beat with confidence and clarity. She was not the same person who had first set out on this journey. She had faced the darkness, embraced the tide, and shed the weight of her past. Now, she was ready for the final step. As she made her way toward the towering structure, the lighthouse's light swept across the water, casting long shadows that reached far into the horizon. It was as though the lighthouse itself was reaching out to her, guiding her to her ultimate destination. But what awaited her beyond the lighthouse, in the realm she had sought to find, remained uncertain. One thing, however, was clear: the tide had washed away her fears, and with each step, she drew closer to the truth. Part 9. The Threshold of Light. Alicia stood at the base of the lighthouse, the salty air filling her lungs and the sound of the ocean now calm at her back. The light from the tower swept across the horizon, its brilliant beam cutting through the darkness like a promise. like the beacon of hope she had so desperately sought. She had reached the threshold, but what lay beyond the door? She still could not know for sure. Her hand rested on the cold, weathered stone of the lighthouse's door. It was a massive, ancient structure, its surface etched with symbols and runes she could not understand, but she felt their significance deep within her soul. Each mark, each groove, seemed to resonate with something primal, something deep and ancient, as though the tower had stood at the boundary between worlds for as long as time itself. Taking a deep breath, Alicia pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, the sound reverberating in the silence of the night. The moment she stepped inside, the air shifted. It was different here, cooler, but with an energy that hummed just below the surface. The chamber inside was vast, its stone walls covered with old tapestries depicting scenes of celestial events, great ships sailing across vast oceans, and travelers walking paths of light. It was a place that seemed to exist beyond time, a place that felt both ancient and timeless. At the center of the room was a staircase that spiraled upward, disappearing into the darkness above. The light from the lantern at the top flickered with an ethereal glow, casting long shadows that stretched across the walls. As Alicia gazed up at the staircase, she felt the weight of the journey she had already undertaken, and yet, she knew there was more to come. Her hand brushed against the stone wall as she ascended, each step echoing in the quiet. The air grew denser as she climbed, and the light grew brighter, warmer, until it felt like it was pulsing with life. It was as though the very structure of the lighthouse was alive, breathing with her every movement. She felt a sense of unease, but it was quickly replaced by a strange sense of calm, as if this was exactly where she needed to be. Finally, she reached the top. The room at the pinnacle was small, but there was a profound sense of peace that filled the space. The lantern in the center of the room burned brightly, casting its golden light over everything. Its flame did not flicker in the wind, nor did it seem to be fed by any source. It was as if the light itself was eternal. Untouched by time or circumstance, in front of the lantern, a stone pedestal stood. Upon it was a small, crystal orb, its surface shimmering with an inner light, the same light she had seen reflected in the ocean. Alicia felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her, beckoning her to approach. As she reached out to touch it, the air around her crackled with energy. The light from the orb pulsed in time with her heartbeat, and for a moment, Alicia felt as if she were standing on the edge of something immense, something far beyond her understanding. The moment her fingers made contact with the orb, the world around her seemed to shift. The room spun, the light intensifying, and she felt herself being pulled into the very fabric of the universe itself. The boundaries between her physical form and the world around her blurred, as though she was dissolving into the light. Her thoughts and emotions melded into one, becoming pure energy, connected to everything, yet separate from nothing. A voice, not her own, filled her mind, a voice deep and resonant, as if it came from the very stars themselves. "You have come far, Alicia." It was not a question, but a statement. Alicia could feel the presence of something vast, something ancient, watching over her. The voice was filled with wisdom, with knowledge that transcended time and space. "You have faced the darkness, and you have faced the tide. You have let go of the past and embraced the present. Now, the time has come for you to choose your path." Alicia felt herself floating in the void, the light enveloping her, offering her choices she could not yet comprehend. She was filled with both awe and fear, unsure of what was to come, but certain that the path forward was one of transformation. "There is a door, Alicia," the voice continued. "A door that leads beyond the horizon, beyond time itself. But you must choose whether you are ready to cross it. To step beyond the limits of the world you know." The air around her vibrated, and she felt the presence of countless possibilities, each one shimmering in front of her like threads of light, each one leading to a different future. A different destiny. You have learned much on your journey. But the most important lesson remains. Who are you, truly? Alicia closed her eyes, the question echoing within her. Who was she, really? The person who had walked through the storms and faced the shadows. The one who had fought through the waves of grief and fear. Or was she something more, something deeper? The orb's light grew brighter, and for a moment, Alicia felt herself pulled into the center of the light, her mind unraveling as she began to understand. She was not merely the sum of her past experiences, nor was she defined by the choices she had made. She was something greater, a force of light and darkness, of time and space, and of endless possibility. She was all things and nothing at once, an infinite being standing on the edge of eternity. The voice spoke again, softer this time, as if it were guiding her through the veil of understanding. "The door is ready for you, Alicia. Will you step through and become the light, or will you remain in the world you know, forever tethered by time?" Alicia took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the choice before her. The light around her was pure, but she knew it would change everything. It was a leap into the unknown, a step beyond the horizon. But the question lingered in her mind: could she truly leave behind everything she knew, everything that had defined her? With a steady hand, she reached toward the door that now appeared before her, glowing softly in the light of the lantern. The choice was hers to make. Would she step into the unknown? Or would she stay in the world she knew? Part 10. The Light of New Beginnings. Alicia's fingers hovered just above the glowing door, the warmth of the light radiating through her skin. She could feel the weight of the choice pressing upon her, heavy and infinite. The voice, ancient and resonant, echoed in her mind once more, as though waiting for her decision. This is the moment of transformation. The door will take you to places unseen, to experiences that will change you. But with it comes the loss of what you have known. Her heart beat steadily, each thump a reminder of the life she had lived, the struggles she had faced, and the strength she had found within herself. She had come so far. The journey had been long and fraught with trials, but each step had brought her closer to this moment, this pivotal choice. Alicia closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel the pull of the light around her, the gentle warmth wrapping her like a protective embrace. For the first time in her life, she no longer felt uncertain. The light filled her with clarity and purpose, and though the path ahead was still shrouded in mystery, she knew that it was a path she had to walk. With a final, deep breath, Alicia stepped forward, her foot crossing the threshold of the door. The moment she passed through, she felt the world shift. The air around her seemed to swirl, and the ground beneath her feet rippled like a wave in a calm ocean. A new realm was unfolding before her. The door closed softly behind her, but the light that had enveloped her did not fade. It surrounded her, shifting and sparkling in a dance of colors she had never seen before. The world she had left behind seemed distant now, as if it were a memory fading into the ether. She was no longer bound by the constraints of time or space. The boundaries of the past, the fears, the doubts, all of it had been left behind. Here, she was free. Alicia gazed ahead. And before her stood a vast expanse. It was not like any landscape she had ever seen. The ground beneath her was soft, like walking on clouds, and the sky above was a swirling canvas of soft purples, deep blues, and golden light. There were no stars, no sun, yet the entire place seemed illuminated by an otherworldly glow, as if it existed in a constant, gentle twilight. She took a step forward, and the world responded. The colors of the sky deepened with her movement, flowing like paint on an artist's canvas, while the ground beneath her shifted in patterns, like a dream unfolding. The wind, though gentle, carried whispers of possibilities, of places and times she could not yet comprehend. The air felt thick with potential. As she walked further, she realized that she was not alone. Shapes began to form around her, ethereal beings that shimmered like the stars, their outlines shifting and changing with the breeze. They moved with a fluid grace, their presence peaceful, never threatening. They seemed to be guiding her, urging her onward. Alicia followed their lead, drawn deeper into this strange and beautiful world. With each step, she felt herself becoming more attuned to the energy around her. She was no longer just a traveler in this realm, she was a part of it. She could feel the threads of the universe weaving around her, connecting her to everything and everyone. To all the infinite possibilities that lay within this boundless space. And then, as she moved further into the center of this realm, she saw it, a vast, radiant tree, its branches stretching far into the sky, its trunk glowing with a soft, golden light. It was the source of the light that surrounded her. It pulsed with life, each beat resonating through the air like a song of creation. The beings around her stopped and bowed their heads in reverence as she approached the tree. Alicia felt a surge of understanding fill her heart. This was not just any tree, it was the tree of possibilities, the heart of this realm. It held the power of creation, of change, of new beginnings. It was the foundation of all things. Both seen and unseen, as she stood before the tree, Alicia felt a deep sense of peace. She understood now. The choice had not been about leaving something behind, it had been about embracing something new. The light, the journey, the transformation, it was all a part of her. It was her path, her destiny, one that she had always known deep down but had never fully recognized until now. The tree's branches reached down to her, and with a soft whisper, its leaves brushed against her skin. In that moment, Alicia felt connected to everything, to the earth beneath her feet, to the stars that no longer existed in the sky, to the beings who had guided her here, and to herself. She was not just a traveler anymore. She was a part of the world. A part of the light. The voice that had spoken to her earlier echoed once more, but this time it was different, softer, filled with warmth and understanding. You have made your choice, Alicia. You have stepped beyond the horizon, and in doing so, you have found the truth of your existence. You are the light, and the light is you. A calm, joyful sensation washed over her, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with life. Alicia realized that this place, this new realm, was not a destination, it was a beginning. A beginning of infinite possibilities. And it was hers to shape, as she stood there, bathed in the light of the tree of possibilities. Alicia smiled. She had crossed the threshold. She had become something more. And now, the world, no, the universe, was hers to explore. In the distance, she could hear the soft, melodic hum of the wind and the whispers of the beings around her. It was time to continue her journey, to embrace the endless horizon that stretched out before her. And as she took her first step into this new world, she knew one thing for certain: she was no longer just a traveler. She was a creator of light, and her journey had only just begun. The Snow Globe Village, Part 1, A World Within Glass. The snow fell in a constant, rhythmic dance, swirling in gentle spirals within the confines of the ornate glass globe. Lyra marveled at the craftsmanship, her fingers tracing the delicate golden filigree encircling its base. She had found it in an old curiosity shop tucked away in the farthest corner of her town, a place she had never seen before and suspected might not always exist. The globe was unlike any snow globe she had ever seen. The scene inside was vivid, almost alive. Tiny, intricately crafted houses with snow-covered roofs surrounded a central square. Miniature figures bustled about, their motions so fluid it seemed impossible for them to be mere figurines. A towering pine tree stood in the middle of the square, adorned with glistening lights that flickered faintly, casting a warm glow across the scene. She hadn't meant to buy it. In fact, she couldn't remember paying for it at all. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a faraway look in his eyes, had simply smiled and placed it in her hands. "For you," he had said cryptically, his voice barely above a whisper. Before she could ask him what he meant, she found herself outside the shop, the snow globe tucked under her arm. The shop, as if by magic, was gone. Now, sitting by her window with the snow globe in her lap, Lyra couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than it appeared. There was a warmth to it, a pulse she could almost feel. She held it up to the moonlight streaming through her window, and for a moment, she thought she saw one of the tiny figures wave at her. She blinked, leaning in closer. The figure, a woman bundled in a tiny red coat, was walking toward the edge of the glass, her hand raised in a beckoning gesture. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. It wasn't possible. Yet, as she stared, she realized the woman's motions weren't random. She was signaling something, her tiny hand pointing to the golden base of the globe. Lyra turned the globe over, searching for a clue. Engraved on the base was a small inscription: "The key to wonder lies in believing." Before she could ponder its meaning, a strange sensation coursed through her, a tugging, as if the globe were pulling her in. The world around her blurred, the edges of her room dissolving into streaks of light and shadow. She felt weightless, suspended in a whirlwind of snow and golden light. When the spinning stopped, Lyra opened her eyes to find herself standing in the very square she had seen inside the globe. The air was crisp and cold, the scent of pine mingling with the sweetness of baked goods wafting from a nearby stall. Tiny flakes of snow drifted down, catching the light from the flickering lanterns strung across the square. It was real. The village was real. The figures she had seen from the outside were now full-sized, bustling around her as if her sudden appearance was the most natural thing in the world. The woman in the red coat approached, her face kind and welcoming. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice soft yet filled with authority. "You've been chosen to visit the Snow Globe Village. Few ever find their way here, but those who do are meant to play an important role. Lyra's mind raced with questions. Who are you? And what is this place? I am Morella, the woman replied. This village exists outside of time, a sanctuary for lost moments and forgotten dreams. We are caretakers of wonder, preserving the magic that the world has forgotten. Lyra looked around, her awe growing with every passing moment. The village was alive with activity, children playing in the snow, bakers selling warm pastries, artisans carving intricate ice sculptures. And yet, there was an underlying sense of urgency, a tension that Morella's calm demeanor could not entirely mask. Why am I here? Lyra asked, her voice trembling. Morella's expression grew serious. The snow globe is more than a vessel of beauty, it is a shield. But something has disturbed the balance, and the magic that protects our village is beginning to fade. We need your help to restore it. Lyra's heart pounded. She was just an ordinary girl from an ordinary town. What could she possibly do to save a magical village hidden inside a snow globe? But as she looked into Morella's eyes, she saw a quiet determination that mirrored her own. The snow globe had chosen her, and somehow, she knew she couldn't turn away. What do I need to do? She asked, her voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions inside her. Morella gestured toward the towering pine tree in the center of the square. The heart of the village lies within the tree. Its light keeps the magic alive, but something has dimmed it. You must journey to the source of the disturbance and rekindle the light. Only then can the village, and the magic it holds, be saved. Lyra took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the glowing tree. The snow globe had brought her here for a reason, and she was determined to uncover it. With Morella by her side and the whispers of the villagers urging her forward, Lyra took her first steps into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges awaited her in the enchanted world of the Snow Globe Village. Part 2, The Fading Light. Lyra followed Morella through the bustling square, her boots crunching softly in the snow. The villagers greeted her with warm smiles, but she could see the worry in their eyes. Even the children, who laughed and played, seemed aware of the fading magic that surrounded them. The pine tree in the center of the square stood as a magnificent beacon, its lights dimmer than they should have been. Threads of golden energy pulsed faintly along its branches, flickering in a way that reminded Lyra of a candle struggling against the wind. Morella led Lyra to a small, cozy hut nestled near the edge of the village. Inside, a fire crackled in the hearth, and shelves lined with books and vials of glowing liquid filled the walls. "This is my workshop," Morella explained, gesturing for Lyra to sit. As Morella prepared tea, Lyra glanced around, her eyes landing on an open book on the table. The pages were filled with swirling script that seemed to shift and dance, as though the words themselves were alive. "Everything in this village is connected to the light of the tree," Morella began, setting down 2 steaming mugs. "When the tree thrives, so do we. But recently, something has disrupted the flow of magic. It's as if an invisible hand is siphoning the energy away." Lyra frowned. "Do you know what's causing it?" Morella shook her head. "Not yet. But I have a suspicion that the source lies beyond the veil." "The veil?" Lyra asked, leaning forward. Morella nodded, her expression grave. "The veil is the boundary of our village, a shimmering curtain that separates us from the outside world. It protects the magic within, but if something has breached it, the consequences could be dire. Lyra felt a shiver run down her spine. "And you think I can help?" Morella gave her a small, encouraging smile. "The snow globe chose you, Lyra. That means you have a connection to the magic here, even if you don't understand it yet." Before Lyra could respond, a soft chime echoed through the room. Morella stood and opened the door, revealing a young boy with wide, frightened eyes. "It's happening again," the boy cried. "The lights in the tree are fading faster." Morella's face tightened. "Stay calm, Oliver. We'll address it immediately." Turning to Lyra, Morella grabbed a thick cloak and handed it to her. "We need to go to the tree. I have a feeling the answers we seek are closer than we realize." As they hurried back to the square, Lyra noticed the tree's glow had weakened further. The golden threads of light now pulsed faintly, as though struggling to stay alive. Villagers gathered around, their murmurs of concern filling the air. Morella approached the base of the tree, placing her hands on its trunk. Closing her eyes, she muttered an incantation under her breath. The faint golden light intensified for a moment, but then flickered out almost entirely. "It's worse than I thought," Morella said, her voice laced with worry. She turned to Lyra. "The source of the disturbance is growing stronger. We must act quickly." Lyra hesitated, unsure of what to do. "What can I do to help?" Morella pointed to a narrow path that led into the dense forest beyond the village. The roots of the tree stretched deep into the forest. "If we follow them, they may lead us to the source of the disruption." Lyra took a deep breath, her determination hardening. "Let's go." Morella nodded, and together they set off down the snow-covered path. The forest was eerily quiet, the only sounds being the crunch of their footsteps and the occasional rustle of branches. The trees here were ancient, their twisted forms casting long shadows that danced in the moonlight. As they ventured deeper, Lyra noticed something strange. The snow on the ground seemed to shimmer faintly, as though tiny stars were scattered across it. The air grew colder, and a soft hum filled the silence, a melody that was both haunting and beautiful. "This is the edge of the veil," Morella whispered, her breath visible in the frigid air. "Beyond this point, the magic of the village grows thin." Lyra felt a strange pull, as if the veil was calling to her. She reached out tentatively, her hand brushing against the invisible boundary. A surge of warmth shot through her, followed by a vision, a dark shadow curling around the tree's roots, draining the light from within. Gasping, Lyra pulled her hand back. "There's something there," she said. "A shadow, it's wrapped around the roots." Morella's expression darkened. "Then we're facing a siphon, a force that feeds on magic to grow stronger. If we don't stop it, the entire village could be lost." Lyra squared her shoulders, her fear giving way to resolve. "Tell me what I need to do." Morella reached into her satchel, pulling out a small vial filled with shimmering golden liquid. "This is distilled magic from the tree. It's our only weapon against the siphon. But we'll need to get close enough to use it." Lyra nodded, clutching the vial tightly. Together, They stepped through the veil, into the unknown. Part 3, Through the Veil. As Lyra and Morella stepped through the veil, a tingling sensation washed over them. The world beyond was darker, as though the light from the snow globe's village had been filtered out entirely. The shimmering snow underfoot gave way to a dull gray powder, and the towering trees appeared lifeless. Their branches gnarled and skeletal. The humming melody that had guided them earlier grew louder, morphing into a discordant rhythm that set Lyra's teeth on edge. She gripped the vial Morella had given her, its faint golden glow offering a small measure of comfort in the oppressive gloom. This place feels wrong, Lyra murmured, glancing around nervously. Morella nodded, her face tense. The siphon's presence corrupts everything it touches. It thrives on fear and despair, draining not just magic, but hope itself. The forest around them seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, and Lyra found it harder to take each step. It felt as though invisible hands were trying to pull her back. "Keep moving," Morella urged, her voice steady despite the unease that had settled over them. "The roots of the tree will guide us. Look for the golden glow." Lyra squinted into the darkness and noticed faint trails of light snaking through the ground ahead. The roots of the great pine tree extended far beyond the village, their glow weak but persistent. She followed them, each step feeling heavier than the last. As they pressed on, a shadowy figure flickered in the corner of Lyra's vision. She froze, her heart pounding. "Did you see that?" she whispered, gripping Morella's arm. Morella's gaze swept the area, her hand tightening around the staff she carried. "Stay close. The siphon manifests in many forms, and it will try to deter us." A chilling laugh echoed through the trees, sending shivers down Lyra's spine. The shadows seemed to move, shifting closer with each passing moment. "Why fight it?" a voice hissed, low and serpentine. "The magic is already mine. Return to your village, and perhaps I'll spare you." Lyra swallowed hard, her grip on the vial tightening. "We're not leaving," she said, trying to sound braver than she felt. The voice chuckled. "Brave words for such a fragile being. Do you truly think you can stop me?" Morella stepped forward, her staff glowing faintly. "You underestimate us, Shadow. This land and its magic do not belong to you." The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by a deafening silence. Then, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The glowing roots quivered, their light dimming further. Lyra looked around frantically. "What's happening?" "The siphon is trying to sever the roots entirely," Morella said grimly. "We have to hurry." They broke into a run, following the golden trails deeper into the forest. The hum grew louder, vibrating in Lyra's chest. Ahead, a faint blue glow pierced the darkness. As they drew closer, they entered a clearing dominated by a massive black void that swirled and churned like a storm. Tendrils of darkness snaked out from its center, wrapping tightly around the glowing roots of the tree. The light was nearly extinguished. Flickering weakly against the relentless grip of the shadow, Lyra's breath caught in her throat. "That's it, isn't it?" Morella nodded, her expression hardening. "The siphon." The tendrils writhed as though sensing their presence, and the voice returned, deeper and more menacing. "You are too late. This magic will sustain me for eternity. Lyra felt an overwhelming wave of despair wash over her. Her legs felt heavy, her mind clouded with doubt. What could she possibly do against something so powerful? Morella placed a hand on her shoulder, grounding her. Don't let it in, Lyra. It feeds on your fear. Remember why you're here. Taking a deep breath, Lyra focused on the vial in her hand. Its golden glow brightened slightly, as though responding to her determination. What do we do? She asked. We need to get close enough to pour the magic onto the roots, Morella explained. It will drive the siphon back and allow the tree's light to recover. The tendrils of darkness lashed out as they approached, forcing Morella to raise her staff. A barrier of light flared up around them, but it flickered under the assault. Hurry, Lyra. Morella urged. I can't hold it off for long. Lyra nodded and ran toward the roots, dodging the writhing shadows. The air grew colder with each step, and the weight of despair pressed harder against her, but she refused to stop, reaching the nearest root. She knelt and uncorked the vial. The golden liquid inside shimmered, radiating warmth that pushed back the darkness slightly. Now, Lyra. Morella called, her voice strained. With a steady hand, Lyra poured the liquid onto the root. It seeped into the wood, and the golden light began to spread, driving the tendrils of darkness back. A deafening roar echoed through the clearing as the siphon recoiled, its form shrinking slightly. But the battle was far from over. The void churned angrily, and more tendrils lashed out, determined to reclaim their hold. Lyra stood, her heart pounding. It's working, but it's not enough. Morella joined her, placing her hands on the root. Then we'll fight together. The tree's magic is strong, but it needs our belief to thrive. Focus on the light, Lyra. Imagine it filling this space, banishing the shadow. Lyra closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth and light of the village, the laughter of the children, and the kindness of the people she had met. She envisioned the tree glowing brightly, its roots free of the siphon's grip. As her resolve strengthened, the golden light surged, illuminating the clearing. The shadows hissed and writhed, their forms shrinking further, but the battle wasn't over yet. The siphon's core still pulsed with darkness, its voice growing weaker but no less defiant. You may have weakened me, it snarled, but I will not be defeated so easily. Lyra opened her eyes, determination burning in her gaze. We're not done yet. Part 4. Confronting the darkness. The golden light radiating from the roots was pushing back the tendrils of shadow, but the siphon's core remained, a swirling vortex of darkness that pulsed with defiance. The air was heavy with tension, and the oppressive hum of the siphon's energy pressed against Lyra and Morella like a physical weight. We have to destroy its core, Morella said, her voice steady despite the strain in her expression. The light alone won't be enough to finish this. Lyra glanced at the glowing roots. They were stronger now, their golden hue spreading, but the siphon was lashing out with renewed fury. Each tendril aimed at suppressing their advance. How do we do that? Morella raised her staff, the crystal at its tip glowing brighter. The vial you used contained stored magic from the village tree. But there's another source of power, the magic within us. Lyra froze. What do you mean? Morella turned to her, her gaze soft but resolute. The tree's magic is connected to the people who live beneath it. Their hope, their dreams, it's all tied to the light that sustains this land. We have to channel our belief, our strength, into a final surge to banish the siphon. Lyra's heart raced. She'd never used magic before, at least not intentionally. But as Morella spoke, she felt a stirring deep within her, a warmth. Faint but unmistakable, growing stronger with each passing moment. I don't know if I can, Lyra admitted, gripping the vial tightly. You can, Morella said firmly. You've already proven your courage by coming this far. The tree chose you to help restore balance. Trust yourself. Lyra nodded, swallowing her fear. She focused on the warmth inside her, letting it grow. Morella closed her eyes and began to chant softly, her voice resonating with the hum of the tree's magic. The golden light around them intensified, spreading like a wave across the clearing. The siphon screeched, its tendrils flailing wildly as the light pierced its dark form. Focus on the village, Morella instructed. Picture the people, the children, their joy and laughter. Imagine the light spreading, stronger than ever. Lyra closed her eyes, drawing on her memories of the snow globe village. She thought of the children playing in the square, the warmth of the baker's hearth, the kindness of the villagers who had welcomed her. She pictured the towering tree, its roots glowing with life, and the golden lanterns illuminating the snow-covered streets. As her thoughts solidified, the warmth within her surged, filling her with a sense of purpose. She opened her eyes, and to her amazement, her hands were glowing with a soft golden light. You're doing it, Lyra. Morella said, her voice filled with awe. The siphon roared, its form shrinking as the light pushed it back. But even as it weakened, it lashed out with a final, desperate attack. A massive tendril shot toward Lyra, its shadowy form crackling with energy. Lyra, watch out! Morella shouted, raising her staff to intercept the attack. The tendril slammed into the barrier Morella had conjured, but the impact sent a shockwave rippling through the clearing. Lyra stumbled, the glow in her hands faltering. No! She cried, clenching her fists. She couldn't let the siphon win, not after coming this far. Gritting her teeth, Lyra stood tall and focused all her energy on the light within her. The warmth grew stronger, spreading through her body like a wildfire. She raised her hands, and a beam of golden light shot toward the siphon's core, piercing through the swirling darkness. The siphon let out a deafening shriek, its form collapsing in on itself. The tendrils disintegrated, and the oppressive hum faded into silence. The golden light spread across the clearing, illuminating the forest in a warm, radiant glow. Morella lowered her staff, a look of relief washing over her face. You did it, Lyra. Lyra blinked, her hands still glowing faintly. She looked at the clearing, now bathed in golden light. The roots of the tree pulsed with energy, their glow spreading further into the forest. Is it gone? Lyra asked, her voice trembling. Morella nodded. The siphon has been banished. Its grip on the tree is broken. As they stood in the clearing, the light grew brighter, and the forest began to transform. The gnarled trees straightened, their branches bursting into bloom. The gray powder on the ground melted away, revealing vibrant green grass dotted with delicate white flowers. Lyra felt a wave of peace wash over her, and for the first time since entering the vale, she could breathe easily. "We need to return to the village," Morella said, her tone gentle but firm. "The tree will need us to anchor its magic as it heals." Lyra nodded, a small smile tugging at her lips. For the first time, she felt a deep connection to the snow-globed village and its people, a bond forged through light and hope. As they made their way back through the forest, the golden glow followed them, lighting the path ahead. They had faced the darkness and won, and now, the snow-globed village would shine brighter than ever. Part 5. The village rekindled. As Lyra and Morella emerged from the forest, the sight that greeted them was nothing short of miraculous. The snow-globed village, nestled beneath the great tree, glowed with a renewed brilliance. The frost-covered rooftops sparkled in the golden light, and the once dim lanterns lining the streets now burned brightly with warm, inviting flames. Villagers had gathered in the square, their faces turned upward toward the massive tree that loomed above. Its roots, which had been dull and brittle, now pulsed with life, glowing faintly as if mirroring the heartbeat of the village. Lyra could see the awe and joy in the villagers' expressions, and she felt a swell of pride. "They can feel it," Morella said quietly. "The magic is returning." As the two approached the square, the villagers noticed them and erupted into cheers. Children ran forward, their laughter ringing out as they threw their arms around Lyra and Morella. The baker, the tailor, and even the stoic blacksmith joined in, their gratitude spilling over in warm smiles and embraces. "What happened?" asked an elderly woman, her eyes brimming with tears. "The tree, it feels alive again." Morella stepped forward, her staff glowing faintly. "The darkness that was draining the tree has been banished. The roots are healing, but the magic will need time to fully recover." Lyra held up her hands, still faintly glowing with the golden light. "It wasn't just us. It was all of you. Your hopes, your dreams, they're what give the tree its strength." The villagers murmured in wonder, exchanging glances before turning their attention back to the great tree. A soft breeze swept through the square, carrying with it the scent of fresh pine and blooming flowers. Morella smiled at Lyra. "You should be the one to address them. After all, it was your light that reignited the tree's heart." Lyra hesitated, but the encouraging nods from Morella and the villagers gave her the confidence to step forward. Clearing her throat, she said, "This village has always been a place of light and warmth, even in the coldest winters. The tree reflects the spirit of all who live here. As long as we hold on to our hope and care for one another, the magic will never fade." The villagers erupted into applause, their cheers echoing through the square. For the first time, Lyra felt truly at home in the snow-globed village. As the celebration continued, Morella leaned in and whispered, "The tree will flourish again, but its full restoration will require one final act of unity. Tonight, we'll perform the ritual of the lanterns." "The lanterns?" Lyra asked, intrigued. Morella nodded. "Each villager will light a lantern with their personal hopes and dreams. Together, the collective light will weave into the tree's magic, accelerating its recovery." Lyra's eyes lit up. "That sounds beautiful." "It is," Morella said. "And it's a tradition that reminds us of the strength we have when we come together." As night fell, the villagers gathered at the base of the great tree, each holding a lantern. Lyra and Morella stood at the center, guiding the ritual, One by one, the villagers spoke their wishes aloud as they lit their lanterns. A child wished for endless snowfalls to play in. A baker wished for warmth in every hearth. An elder wished for the health and happiness of future generations. Each wish added to the growing glow, and soon, the square was filled with a golden radiance that rivaled the stars above. When it was Lyra's turn, she held her lantern close and whispered, "I wish for this village to always be a place of light and love, where no one feels alone." The lantern in her hands flared brightly, and she released it into the air. The other villagers followed suit, and together, the lanterns floated upward, joining the branches of the great tree. As the lanterns merged with the tree, its glow intensified, illuminating the entire village and beyond. The roots pulsed with life, and a soft hum resonated through the air, a melody of hope and unity. The villagers watched in awe as the golden light spread, reaching the edges of the snow globe. Lyra felt a deep sense of peace as she stood beside Morella, the two of them basking in the warmth of the restored magic. The snow globe village was alive once more, its light shining brighter than ever. And for Lyra, it marked the beginning of a new chapter, a life filled with purpose, surrounded by a community that had become her family. Part 6: The Tree's Secret Gift. As the golden light from the lanterns settled into the great tree, the village seemed to hum with renewed energy. The villagers began to disperse, filled with hope and warmth, leaving Lyra and Morella alone beneath the towering tree. Morella leaned on her staff, gazing up at the branches that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. "There's something the villagers don't know about this tree," she said softly. Lyra turned to her, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "What do you mean?" "This tree isn't just the heart of the village," Morella explained. "It holds a gift, one that has been hidden for generations." The lantern ritual was only the first step. Now that the magic has been rekindled, the tree may reveal its secret to those who have proven their worth. Lyra's heart quickened. "Do you think it will show us?" Morella smiled knowingly. "Let's find out." With a wave of her staff, Morella created a soft, shimmering pathway that spiraled upward, leading toward the tree's canopy. "Come, Lyra. The tree is calling us." Lyra hesitated for only a moment before stepping onto the glowing path. As they ascended, the air grew warmer, and the hum of the tree's magic grew louder. The stars seemed closer now, twinkling brightly above them. When they reached the top of the tree, they found themselves in a hidden grove nestled among the branches. The grove was unlike anything Lyra had ever seen. Crystalline flowers glowed softly, and a small pool of water reflected the starlight. At the center of the grove stood a pedestal, and on it rested a glowing orb, pulsating with a gentle light. Morella approached the orb reverently. "This is the tree's heart," she said. "It's where its magic is most concentrated. And it's been waiting for someone like you, Lyra." "Me?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Morella nodded. "You've shown courage, compassion, and a deep connection to the village. The tree recognizes you as its guardian." Lyra stepped closer to the orb, feeling its warmth radiate toward her. "What am I supposed to do?" "Touch it," Morella said gently. With trembling hands, Lyra reached out and placed her palms on the orb. A surge of warmth flooded through her, and her vision filled with golden light. She saw glimpses of the tree's past, how it had grown from a single seed planted by a traveler who wished for a safe haven in the snow. She saw the village's history, the joys and sorrows of generations who had lived under the tree's protective branches. And she saw its future, a vision of a thriving village filled with light and laughter. When the light faded, Lyra found herself standing in the grove once more. The orb's glow had dimmed slightly, as if it had transferred part of its essence to her. Morella smiled. "The tree has chosen you, Lyra. Its magic is now intertwined with yours. You are its guardian, its protector. And with that role comes great responsibility." Lyra felt a mixture of awe and determination. "What do I need to do?" "First, you must learn to understand the tree's needs," Morella said. "Its magic will guide you, but you must listen carefully. And you must ensure that the village continues to thrive, for its well-being is tied to the tree's health." Lyra nodded, a sense of purpose settling over her. "I won't let the tree, or the village, down." As they descended back to the village, Lyra felt the tree's magic humming within her, a steady and comforting presence. She knew her journey as the tree's guardian was only beginning, but she was ready to embrace the challenges ahead. The snow-globed village had been restored, and with Lyra as its new guardian, its future was brighter than ever. Part 7, Awakening the Hidden Powers. Lyra spent the days following her newfound role as guardian, learning the nuances of the tree's magic. Morella stayed by her side, teaching her the ancient wisdom that had been passed down through the generations. One morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Lyra sat beneath the tree, meditating on its gentle hum. The tree's magic felt like a soft melody, weaving through her thoughts and emotions. But this morning, the melody changed, growing more urgent, as if calling her to action. "Morella," Lyra called, rising quickly. "Something's happening. The tree feels unsettled." Morella appeared from the village square, her face lined with concern. "The tree is speaking to you. It senses a disturbance." "What kind of disturbance?" Lyra asked, her heart racing. Morella closed her eyes, holding her staff against the tree's bark. A faint glow surrounded her, and her expression turned grim. "The balance of magic is being disrupted. There's an old force outside the village, something that hasn't stirred in centuries." Lyra clenched her fists. "What can I do? How can I help the tree?" "You must venture beyond the village," Morella said, her voice steady. "To the frosted caves. The force is awakening there, and only the tree's guardian can calm it." The frosted caves were a place of mystery and legend, located far beyond the safety of the village. Lyra had heard stories of shimmering ice walls that reflected not just images, but truths hidden deep within. "I'll go," Lyra said, determination gleaming in her eyes. "The tree chose me for a reason. I won't fail it." Morella nodded. "Take this," she said, handing Lyra a small pendant shaped like a snowflake. "It's infused with the tree's magic. It will guide you and protect you on your journey." The journey begins. Lyra set out at sunrise, the village fading into the distance as she trudged through the snow-covered forest. The pendant pulsed softly against her chest, guiding her path with a faint glow. The air grew colder with each step, the frost biting at her cheeks. After hours of walking, Lyra reached the entrance to the frosted caves. The towering ice formations glimmered in the pale light, their surfaces etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she moved. As she stepped inside, a wave of energy washed over her. The air felt alive, charged with a magic she couldn't quite understand. The cave walls shimmered, reflecting not just her physical form, but glimpses of her memories and emotions. Who enters the frosted caves? A deep voice echoed, reverberating through the chamber. Lyra froze, gripping the pendant tightly. I am Lyra, guardian of the great tree in the snow globe village. I've come to restore the balance of magic. The voice chuckled, low and resonant. A guardian? It has been many winters since one has stood here. Show me your resolve, young one. The ground beneath Lyra trembled, and a figure began to emerge from the ice, a towering entity made of shimmering frost and swirling snow. Its eyes glowed a piercing blue, filled with ancient wisdom and power. Your village thrives because of the balance we maintain, the entity said. But that balance is fragile. Prove your worth, or the magic will wither, and the tree will fall. Lyra stepped forward. Her voice steadied despite the fear curling in her chest. I will protect the tree and the village with everything I have. What must I do? The entity raised a hand, and the air filled with glittering snowflakes, each one unique and radiant. Catch the heart of the storm, it commanded. The snowflakes began to swirl faster, forming a chaotic storm that filled the chamber. Lyra closed her eyes, feeling the pendant's warmth guide her. She reached out, letting the tree's magic flow through her. In the storm's frenzy, a single snowflake stood out, glowing brighter than the rest. Lyra lunged for it, her fingers brushing against its icy surface. The moment she grasped it, the storm ceased. And the chamber fell silent. The entity studied her, a faint smile playing on its icy features. You have the heart of a true guardian. The balance is safe, for now. The snowflake dissolved in Lyra's hand, and a wave of warmth spread through her. The pendant around her neck glowed brighter, and she felt the tree's magic within her strengthen. Go, guardian, the entity said. Your journey has only just begun. As Lyra left the frosted caves, she felt a newfound strength coursing through her. She was no longer just a villager, she was a protector, a guardian chosen to ensure the harmony of the snow globe village. Part 8, Secrets of the Frosted Caves. The trek back to the snow globe village was both exhilarating and sobering for Lyra. She had passed the entity's test in the frosted caves, but the cryptic warning lingered in her mind. The balance is safe, for now. What other forces might threaten the harmony of her world? As she retraced her steps through the forest, the pendant around her neck pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat. The glow it emitted was stronger now, casting a soft light on the snowy path. Lyra couldn't shake the feeling that the pendant held more secrets than she understood. When she returned to the village, Morella was waiting for her at the base of the great tree. The elder's face was a mixture of relief and curiosity. You've returned, she said, her voice warm. And the magic around you feels different. Lyra nodded, holding up the pendant. The frosted caves tested me. I met an ancient entity there, and it warned me that the balance is fragile. It also said my journey has only just begun. Morella's eyes widened. The frosted caves hold many mysteries, even for those of us who have lived here for centuries. The entity you encountered is a guardian of its own, bound to protect the magic that sustains this land. Lyra hesitated before asking, "Why did the tree choose me? I've always loved the village, but I've never felt special." Morella placed a hand on Lyra's shoulder, her touch firm but comforting. The tree doesn't choose based on what we see in ourselves. It chooses based on what lies within, the courage to face the unknown and the heart to protect what matters most. Lyra looked up at the tree's glistening branches, their soft hum soothing her nerves. "Then I need to understand more." The entity hinted that there's more to the tree's magic than I realize. The forgotten texts. Later that evening, Morella led Lyra to an ancient chamber beneath the village square. The walls were lined with shelves filled with weathered scrolls and books, their pages brittle with age. "These are the forgotten texts," Morella explained. "They contain the history of the snow globe village and the magic that binds it. Few have seen them, but as the tree's guardian, you must learn its truths." Lyra felt a mix of awe and trepidation as she reached for a leather-bound tome. Its cover bore an intricate snowflake design that seemed to shimmer in the torchlight. Opening it, she found a passage written in flowing script: "The great tree is not merely a source of life, but a gateway. Its roots reach beyond this realm, connecting to worlds unseen. Those who guard the tree do not only protect their village, they safeguard the harmony of countless realities." Lyra's breath caught. "The tree is connected to other worlds?" Morella nodded solemnly. "Yes, and the balance of our village affects far more than we can imagine. That is why the guardian's role is so vital." As Lyra continued to read, she discovered references to a looming threat known as the Frostbound Shadow, a force that sought to sever the tree's connections and plunged the realms into darkness. "It's said the Frostbound Shadow hasn't been seen in millennia," Morella said, her voice tinged with worry. "But the entity's warning suggests its return may be closer than we think." A call to unity. The following days were a blur of preparation. Lyra shared what she had learned with the villagers, urging them to unite and strengthen their bonds with the tree. Though many were fearful, her determination inspired hope. Lyra also spent hours training under Morella's guidance, learning to channel the tree's magic through the pendant. With each passing day, her connection to the tree deepened, and she began to understand the scope of her powers. One evening, as Lyra meditated beneath the tree, she felt a surge of energy unlike anything she had experienced before. The pendant grew warm against her chest, and her vision blurred. When her sight cleared, she was no longer in the village. She stood in a vast, shimmering expanse filled with swirling lights and stars, a place that felt both infinite and intimate. "Lyra," a voice echoed, soft and melodic. She turned to see a figure cloaked in silver, their face obscured by a hood. "Who are you?" Lyra asked, her voice steady despite the wonder filling her. "I am a keeper of the realms," the figure said. "You have taken your first steps as a guardian, but greater challenges lie ahead. The frostbound shadow stirs, and its reach extends across many worlds. You must be ready." Lyra swallowed hard. "How can I fight something so vast?" The keeper extended a hand, and a vision unfolded before her, a glimpse of other guardians, each protecting their own realms. "You are not alone." Trust in the connections forged by the tree, and you will find the strength you need. As the vision faded, Lyra found herself back in the village, the pendant's glow soft but steady. The tree hummed gently, as if reassuring her. Lyra took a deep breath, her resolve stronger than ever. The frost-bound shadow might be on the horizon, but she was ready to face whatever came next. The balance of countless realms depended on it. Part 9, The Gathering Storm. The vision from the keeper left Lyra restless. Her thoughts churned with questions, but she knew the time for reflection was over. The frostbound shadow stirred somewhere beyond the horizon, and her role as the guardian of the snow-globe village had become more significant than she could have imagined. In the days following her vision, the village seemed to sense the shift in energy. The tree's hum grew deeper, resonating through the air like a heartbeat. The villagers gathered beneath its branches each evening, their whispers filled with both worry and determination. Morella worked tirelessly with Lyra, helping her hone the pendant's power. Together, they explored ways to channel its magic into protective barriers, healing energy, and even communication with the tree itself. Lyra's bond with the tree grew so strong that she could sense its emotions, its joy, its pain, and its concern for the future. The frost's warning. One frosty morning, as Lyra patrolled the village's borders, she noticed a change in the air. The gentle snowfall that typically blanketed the village had ceased, replaced by an eerie stillness. The snow beneath her boots crackled louder than usual, and the trees lining the forest edge seemed to lean toward her as if in silent warning. Then, she saw it, a thin line of darkness creeping along the snow, snaking its way toward the village. The frostbound shadow was testing its reach. Lyra clenched the pendant, its warmth grounding her as she knelt to study the encroaching darkness. It moved like liquid smoke, spreading slowly but deliberately, devouring the brightness of the snow it touched. She pressed her hand to the ground, summoning the tree's magic. A burst of light shot from her palm, creating a barrier of shimmering ice. The darkness recoiled, hissing as it withdrew into the forest. Lyra's heart pounded. The frostbound shadow was closer than anyone had anticipated, rallying the village. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers beneath the great tree. The glowing branches illuminated their worried faces as Lyra shared what she had seen. "The frostbound shadow is testing us," she said. Her voice steady despite her fear. "It's probing our defenses, searching for weaknesses. But we will not let it through." Morella stepped forward, her presence commanding. "The strength of the village lies not only in its guardian but in all of us. The tree's magic flows through each of you, and together, we can stand against this threat." The villagers exchanged uncertain glances, but Lyra saw sparks of courage in their eyes. She stepped closer to the tree, placing her hand on its trunk. "The tree chose this village because of its strength, because of all of you. We are its guardians, and it is ours. If we stand together, the frostbound shadow cannot break us." Her words ignited a spark. The villagers began to move with purpose, preparing for the battle they knew was coming. The craftsmen reinforced the village's structures, weaving protective enchantments into the walls. The children, under Morella's guidance, learned simple charms to keep themselves safe, and Lyra, with the pendant's power growing stronger each day, prepared for the confrontation she knew was inevitable. A message from the horizon. One night, as Lyra meditated beneath the tree, she felt the pendant grow cold against her chest. Her breath misted in the air, and a strange wind swirled around her. "Lyra," a voice whispered, faint but familiar. Her eyes snapped open, and she found herself standing not beneath the tree but on a vast, frozen plain. The horizon stretched endlessly, the sky above filled with swirling silver clouds. A figure approached, tall, cloaked, and shadowed. Though its features were hidden, Lyra felt no fear. "You stand at the edge of the battle," the figure said. "The frost-bound shadow grows stronger, feeding on fear and doubt. But its power is not limitless. You have what it fears most, the light of connection." Lyra gripped the pendant. "What must I do?" The figure raised a hand, and an image appeared before her, a vision of the tree's roots spreading across realms, their golden glow linking countless worlds. But where the frost-bound shadow passed, the light dimmed and the roots withered. "To defeat the shadow, you must protect the connections," the figure said. "Strengthen the bonds between your world and others. Only then can the light overcome the dark." Before Lyra could ask more, the vision faded, and she found herself back in the village. The pendant glowed brightly, its light pulsing in time with her heartbeat, preparing for the final stand. The next morning, Lyra shared her vision with Morella and the elders. Though the task seemed daunting, Morella's resolve was unwavering. "We will not let the frost-bound shadow sever our connection to the worlds beyond," she said. "The tree chose you for this moment, Lyra. Let us, and we will follow." Lyra felt a swell of determination. The frost-bound shadow was powerful, but so was the village, and the magic that bound them to the tree. As the villagers gathered their strength and the tree's hum deepened into a resonant song, Lyra knew the time was near. The frost-bound shadow was coming. But this time, they would be ready. Part 10, The Light That Endures. The morning of the final confrontation dawned with an unearthly stillness. The air was sharp, the kind that made each breath feel alive, but the sky above the snow-globed village was an ominous shade of gray. The great tree stood taller than ever, its golden glow illuminating the faces of the gathered villagers. They were ready, each person carrying a piece of the tree's magic. Infused into talismans, charms, and even their own resolve, Lyra stood at the forefront, her pendant blazing with light. Morella was by her side, her hands glowing faintly as she whispered protective spells into the air. The frost-bound shadow would not find them defenseless. The shadow descends, a low rumble reverberated through the ground, growing louder as the minutes passed. The villagers tightened their formation, their breaths visible in the freezing air. From the forest's edge, a wave of darkness spilled forth like an unholy tide, swallowing the trees and snow in its path. The frost-bound shadow had arrived. Lyra stepped forward, raising the pendant high. Its light cut through the gloom, pushing back the darkness that reached for the village. The shadow recoiled, writhing and hissing, but it did not retreat. Instead, it surged forward, forming jagged shapes that clawed at the barrier Lyra had created. The villagers gasped but held their ground, their talismans glowing as they channeled the tree's magic into the barrier. "Hold steady," Lyra shouted, her voice carrying over the growing cacophony. A battle of light and dark, the frost-bound shadow lashed out, testing every inch of the barrier. The villagers fought back with everything they had, casting spells and strengthening the light. Lyra's connection to the tree burned brightly in her chest, her thoughts and emotions merging with its ancient will. But the shadow was relentless. It pressed harder, cracks forming in the barrier. Lyra gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength she had, but she could feel the strain. Then, the tree's voice echoed in her mind, calm and steady. "Trust the connection, Lyra. You are not alone." Lyra closed her eyes, letting the pendant's warmth guide her. She reached out, not just to the tree, but to the villagers, to the snow, to the very essence of the village itself. She felt their fear, their hope, their love for the home they had built together. The pendant flared, and the cracks in the barrier sealed. A wave of light erupted outward, pushing the shadow back, the power of connection. The frostbound shadow recoiled, its jagged shapes disintegrating under the light's force. But it wasn't enough to destroy it. Lyra knew the vision was clear. The shadow fed on isolation and severed bonds. To defeat it, they needed to strengthen the connections it sought to break. "Morella," Lyra called. "The villagers, they need to hold hands. Link their magic together." Morella understood instantly. She ran through the crowd, urging everyone to join hands. One by one, the villagers linked, their talismans glowing brighter as their magic combined. The tree's hum grew louder, its light spreading through the ground like golden veins. Lyra stood at the center, her pendant blazing as she channeled the unified magic into the barrier. The frostbound shadow screeched, its form unraveling as the light intensified. The bonds of the village, love, trust, and unity, were more powerful than the darkness could withstand. A new dawn, when the shadow finally dissolved, silence fell over the village. The golden light dimmed to a soft glow, and the tree's hum faded into a peaceful rhythm. Lyra dropped to her knees, exhausted but triumphant. Morella rushed to her side, a smile breaking across her face. "You did it, Lyra," she said. "We did it." The villagers erupted into cheers, their relief and joy spilling into the cold air. The tree's branches sparkled like starlight, a sign of its gratitude, the guardian's legacy. In the days that followed, the village rebuilt, stronger than ever. The frostbound shadow had been defeated, but its threat reminded everyone of the importance of their unity. The bonds they had forged would endure, as would the magic of the great tree. Lyra remained the village's guardian, but she was no longer alone in her task. The villagers had proven themselves capable of protecting their home, and together, they formed a shield that no shadow could break. One evening, as Lyra stood beneath the tree, the pendant warm against her chest, she looked out over the village. Lights twinkled in the windows, and laughter echoed in the air. The snow-globed village was not just a place. It was a testament to the power of connection. And as long as the tree stood, its magic would continue to light their way, even in the darkest of times. The Symphony of Stars, Part 1, the first note. Alicia had always felt the pull of the stars, a gentle beckoning that whispered to her heart whenever she stood beneath the night sky. She was a child of the cosmos, born with an innate sense of harmony, a connection to something beyond the earthly realm. But it wasn't until the night of the eclipse that she fully understood the nature of this connection. It started as a quiet hum, so faint that she almost mistook it for the wind. But as the moon began its slow march across the face of the sun, the hum grew louder, more distinct. It was as if the entire sky were alive, breathing in rhythm with her own heartbeat. Alicia stood still, her senses sharpening as the stars above seemed to shimmer and pulse in time with the music that was beginning to surround her. The stars, she realized, weren't just points of light, they were notes in a vast cosmic symphony, each one resonating with its own unique frequency. The sound was deep and beautiful, a melody that transcended words. It was the song of the universe, the eternal music that had played since the beginning of time, and it was calling to her. As the eclipse reached its peak, Alicia felt an overwhelming sense of connection to the universe. The hum became a chorus, the notes merging and intertwining into a harmonious whole. She closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her, filling her mind and soul with the knowledge that she was not just a listener, she was part of the music itself. In that moment, she felt the presence of something ancient, something vast, watching over her. It was as if the stars themselves were speaking to her, urging her to embrace her place in the grand design of the cosmos. When she opened her eyes, the world around her had changed. The night sky was no longer just a canvas of distant lights. The stars had shifted, forming patterns and constellations that she had never seen before. It was as though the very fabric of reality had unfolded before her, revealing the true depth of the universe, and in the center of this new sky, a single star shone brighter than the rest, its light pulsing in rhythm with the music that filled the air. It was calling to her. A beacon in the vast expanse of space. Alicia knew, without a doubt, that this was no ordinary star. It was the source of the symphony, the heart of the music that echoed through the cosmos. As she gazed up at the star, she felt an overwhelming urge to reach for it, to become one with it. She closed her eyes once more, letting the music guide her, and when she opened them again, she found herself standing on a vast plain, the sky stretching infinitely above her. The star was now within her reach, and as she moved toward it, the music grew louder, its harmonies growing more complex, more vibrant. Alicia walked forward, each step drawing her closer to the star. The ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse with the music. The very earth alive with the rhythm of the symphony. She was no longer alone. All around her, the stars were shifting and moving, dancing in time with the music that filled the air. It was as if the entire universe had come alive, responding to the call of the symphony, and then, as she reached the star, she felt its light wrap around her, enveloping her in a warmth that transcended anything she had ever known. The music swelled to a crescendo, and Alicia was consumed by it. The sound, the light, the rhythm, all of it became one, merging into a single, perfect harmony. In that moment, she understood the truth. The symphony of the stars was not just a melody, it was the very fabric of existence itself. It was the energy that sustained the universe, the force that bound everything together. Every star, every planet, every being was a note in this grand cosmic composition, each contributing its own unique sound to the eternal symphony. As Alicia stood in the center of the star, she felt herself becoming part of the music, her body and soul vibrating in perfect harmony with the universe. She was no longer just an observer, she was a conductor, guiding the melody of the cosmos. The stars above her were no longer distant lights in the sky. They were friends, companions, all part of the same eternal song. Each one had its own voice, its own part to play, and together, they created a harmony that resonated through the very core of existence. As the music swirled around her, Alicia felt a call to travel, to explore the universe and discover its hidden melodies. There were still so many notes to be played, so many harmonies to be discovered. And she, as part of the symphony, was ready to listen, to learn, and to become one with the music of the stars. The universe stretched out before her, an infinite expanse of possibility, each star a new note, each world a new rhythm. And Alicia knew that her journey was only just beginning. The symphony was endless, and she was ready to play her part. Part 2, the celestial choir. Alicia stood at the heart of the starry expanse, the music of the cosmos swirling around her like a living, breathing entity. She felt the rhythm of the universe flow through her, each pulse a reminder of her place in this vast, ever-unfolding symphony. But the music was changing, its notes growing deeper, more complex, as if the very fabric of existence were preparing to reveal something greater. As she listened, the melody shifted. It became a choir, a celestial choir, vast and infinite, echoing across the expanse of time and space. Each star, once a single note, now seemed to hum with the voice of a choir member. The harmonies blended and intertwined, creating a beautiful tapestry of sound that stretched far beyond what she had ever imagined. The sound grew louder, not in volume, but in depth, as if it were rising from the very core of the universe itself. Alicia closed her eyes again, allowing the sound to fill every part of her being. She could hear the stars calling to each other, their voices resonating with a kind of unity that transcended individual existence. The music was no longer just a melody, it was a conversation, a dialogue between the stars, the planets, and the vastness of space. The stars were singing of their creation, of the forces that had brought them into being, and of the energies that had shaped their paths. Each voice in the choir told a story, a tale of birth and rebirth, of transformation and growth. They spoke of the light that had given them life and the dark void that had once surrounded them. A balance that had existed since time immemorial. Alicia felt herself drawn into this cosmic conversation, her own voice becoming part of the choir. It was not a voice she could hear with her ears, but one she felt deep within her soul. She realized that she was not merely an observer, she was a participant in this grand celestial chorus. Suddenly, a new note entered the symphony, different from the others. It was a deep, resonant hum, far below the other voices, like the heart of the cosmos itself. This new sound seemed to carry with it a message, an ancient secret that had been hidden in the stars for eons. The note vibrated with power, and as it resonated, the other voices of the celestial choir harmonized with it. Lifting it into the light, Alicia's heart raced as she listened. She could feel the mystery of this new sound beckoning her. The music urged her to follow, to dive deeper into the vastness of space where the secrets of the universe lay waiting to be uncovered. She stepped forward, drawn to the resonating hum, her feet moving as if guided by the music itself. The world around her shifted as she moved. The stars seemed to part, forming a path that led into the unknown. It was as though the cosmos itself were opening a door for her, revealing a realm that had long been hidden from mortal eyes. The choir's voices grew softer, their harmonies blending into the background, allowing the deep hum to take center stage. Alicia walked down the path formed by the stars, the resonance of the notes surrounding her, guiding her every step. As she moved deeper into the expanse, she noticed that the stars above were no longer just distant lights, they had become familiar, like old friends, each one holding a unique part of the cosmic story, and then, as she walked further, the hum began to change again. It became more rhythmic, pulsing like the beat of a heart. Each pulse seemed to carry with it a surge of energy, and with each step, Alicia felt herself growing stronger, more attuned to the music around her. The path before her continued to stretch on, but now, ahead of her, she could see something new, a glowing light, shimmering like the first star of the evening. It wasn't a star at all, though. It was a gate, a portal, pulsing with the energy of the music. The hum grew louder, more powerful, as if urging her to reach the gate and pass through. Alicia felt a sense of awe and wonder, but also a sense of trepidation. What lay beyond this gate? What new secrets would she uncover on the other side? She had already learned so much from the stars and the symphony they created, but she knew that this was only the beginning of her journey. The music had called her here for a reason, and now, it was time to answer that call. She stepped forward, her heart in harmony with the deep pulse of the hum. As she passed through the gate, the world around her shifted once more, and she found herself standing in a new place. The air was thick with energy, and the music was now all-encompassing, vibrating through every atom of her being. The stars had become even brighter here, their voices clearer, their melodies more complex. Alicia realized that she was standing in the center of a vast cosmic orchestra, a place where the music of the universe was being composed and conducted. Here, the stars were not just singing, they were creating, shaping the very fabric of existence through their melodies. Every note that rang out from the stars added to the composition, creating a never-ending song of creation and destruction. Light and dark, life and death, the music surged again, and Alicia knew it was time for her to take her place in this grand orchestra. She was no longer just a listener or a participant, she was a conductor. Her thoughts, her intentions, her very will would shape the next note in the symphony. With a deep breath, she reached out, her hands moving through the air as if conducting the stars themselves. The stars responded, their voices rising and falling in perfect harmony with her movements. The symphony of the cosmos swirled around her, and she felt the music guide her, teaching her the ancient rhythms of creation. The music was no longer just a sound, it was a force, a living, breathing entity that flowed through her, through the stars, and through the very fabric of the universe. As Alicia conducted, she realized that she was part of something much greater than herself. She was part of the eternal song that had been playing since the beginning of time, and in that moment, she understood her purpose, to guide the symphony, to ensure that the music never ceased, that the harmony of the cosmos would continue for all eternity. The stars had called her, and now she was ready to answer. Part 3, The Conductor's Touch. Alicia stood at the heart of the celestial orchestra, her hands raised in the air like a conductor poised to bring forth the next wave of cosmic music. Her pulse matched the rhythm of the stars, her breath synchronizing with the vibrations of the universe. Each star seemed to be waiting for her command, and the energy in the air was so thick, so tangible, that it felt as if the entire cosmos was holding its breath. With a subtle motion of her fingers, the first note flowed from her fingertips, like a string plucked from the very fabric of space. The note rang out, bright and clear, and the stars responded. The symphony began, each star adding its voice to the growing melody. At first, the notes were soft, tentative, as if the universe itself were feeling the weight of its creation. But as Alicia moved her hands, the tempo picked up. The rhythm quickening with each movement, each gesture of her fingers. The stars were not just singing, they were dancing, their movements fluid and graceful as they spun through the fabric of space, their light pulsing in perfect harmony with the music. The planets joined in, their distant orbits creating a deep, resonating bass that anchored the symphony, grounding it in the vast expanse. Alicia could feel their energy in her chest, the pulse of the universe flowing through her like the beating of a heart. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the music wash over her. It was unlike anything she had ever felt before, the sensation of being both the observer and the participant, the conductor and the instrument. The symphony was not just a composition, it was a living entity, a powerful force that transcended time and space. She could feel the life of the stars, their stories, their struggles, their triumphs all woven into the very fabric of the song. As the music swelled, Alicia felt a shift in the energy around her. The harmony of the universe was beginning to evolve, its complexity deepening as the music reached higher and higher. The stars were no longer just shining, they were singing in a language older than time itself, their voices reaching across the dimensions, beyond the veil of space, to touch something far greater. The cosmos had become a vast, intricate dance of light and sound, and Alicia was its master. She guided the rhythm, weaving the melodies into a tapestry of sound that echoed through the void, uniting the heavens in a single, eternal song. The beauty of it was overwhelming, and yet, as the music swelled, Alicia felt a strange pull, as if the symphony was leading her somewhere, a place beyond the music, beyond the stars. She glanced toward the heart of the orchestra, where the pulse of the deep hum still resonated, calling her forward. It was the same hum she had heard when she first entered this realm, the note that had beckoned her to take her place among the stars. The sound was now louder, more insistent, pulling her toward its source. With a wave of her hand, the music shifted again, the stars realigning, the planets adjusting their orbits. The symphony followed her lead, adapting to the subtle changes in her movements. The deep hum grew stronger, vibrating through her bones, urging her to move forward, to step closer to the source of the mystery that lay at the heart of the cosmic orchestra. As she approached the center, a new light began to form before her. It was not the light of a star or a distant galaxy, this light was different. It was a swirling, shifting mass of energy, constantly changing, constantly evolving, like a nebula that had taken on physical form. The light pulsed with a rhythm of its own, its pattern flowing in perfect harmony with the music. Alicia knew that this was the source, the heart of the symphony, the origin of all that had been created, the very essence of the universe's song. The light seemed to call to her, its energy drawing her closer with every step. She felt her body vibrating with the power of it, the music resonating within her like the deepest part of her soul was being awakened. Reaching out, her fingers brushed against the light, and in that instant, everything changed. The music, the stars, the very fabric of space and time, everything was connected. Alicia felt herself dissolve into the symphony, becoming one with the cosmic energy that surrounded her. She could see the entire history of the universe in that moment, the birth of stars, the collision of galaxies, the quiet moments in the dark spaces between. Every note of the symphony had a story, every beat a memory, and it was all part of an unending, eternal flow of creation. She was no longer just conducting the music, she had become the music itself. The boundaries between her and the universe faded, and she understood, in the deepest part of her being, that she was a part of something much greater than herself. The symphony was not just the creation of the stars, it was the creation of existence itself. The music was the pulse of life, the energy that bound everything together. And yet, even as she embraced this eternal flow, she sensed that there was more to be discovered. The light before her was a key, a portal to something beyond this realm, a place where the true power of the symphony could be unlocked. The hum, the deep, resonant note that had first called to her, was now calling her to move forward, to open the next chapter of the symphony, to discover the source of this infinite, boundless creation. With a final, gentle motion of her hands, the music swelled one last time, and the light before her exploded in a burst of energy. Alicia felt herself being pulled forward, drawn into the heart of the cosmic melody. She stepped through the light, and in an instant, she was transported to a new realm, one where the music was more than just sound. It was life. It was creation. It was everything. The symphony was no longer just a song. It was a living force, and Alicia had become its heart. Part 4, The Echoes of Creation. As Alicia stepped into the new realm, the music enveloped her, cascading like an ethereal wave that rippled through her very being. It was no longer a song, it was the essence of all things. Every note she had once conducted was now part of her, and the stars she had orchestrated now seemed to echo in the distance, reverberating through the vast expanse of this new, unimaginable place. The realm she had entered was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was not simply a space, but a dimension of pure energy and rhythm. Every corner pulsed with life, with creation itself. The air, if it could be called air, was alive with the hum of infinite possibilities, vibrating at frequencies Alicia could feel deep within her. It was as if every particle, every atom, was in tune with the symphony, every beat a heartbeat of the universe. The first thing she noticed was the architecture of this place, but it was not like anything constructed by mortal hands. The space itself was a fluid, organic creation, shifting and changing with the flow of the music. Towers of light and energy spiraled upward, not built but grown, as though the very fabric of the realm had been woven from the stars themselves. Walls made of pulsating sound waves curved around her, and the ground beneath her feet felt soft, almost liquid, as though it were constantly shifting to match the rhythm of her every step. As she ventured deeper into this cosmic realm, the music seemed to shift. It became more complex, more layered, as though new instruments were being added with every moment. The sound of a violin, the pluck of a harp, the thrum of drums, it was all there, woven into a melody that seemed to span across time and space. And in the midst of it all, Alicia could hear something else, whispers. At first, they were faint, like the soft murmurings of distant voices, barely audible over the resounding music. But as she continued to walk, the whispers grew louder, their tones becoming clearer. They were not words but emotions, feelings, memories, fragments of existence itself. It was as though the very symphony she had conducted had given voice to the stories of the universe. The whispers were not coming from any one source, they were the echoes of creation, reverberating through the space, a chorus of all that had ever been and all that was yet to come. Alicia's heart beat in rhythm with the music, and as she listened to the whispers, she began to understand. The music was not just a creation, it was a living archive, a recording of every moment of existence, every star that had been born, every galaxy that had collided, every life that had lived and passed. Each note carried with it a memory, each chord held a story. She could feel these stories in her very soul, each one unlocking a new understanding of the universe. A sorrowful violin note brought memories of distant civilizations that had risen and fallen in the blink of an eye. The deep thrum of a drum spoke of the birth of stars, the violent beauty of their formation, the force of creation itself. Each sound was a window into the infinite tapestry of existence, and Alicia felt herself becoming more and more connected to it. The whispers, the music, the very fabric of the realm, it was all one, a harmonious symphony of the universe's deepest truths. Suddenly, a new presence made itself known. From the heart of the realm, from the very center of the cosmic orchestra, a figure began to emerge. It was a being of pure light, radiant and incomprehensible, its form shifting and swirling as if made of the very essence of the stars. Its movements were fluid, like a dancer caught in the rhythm of the universe, and its presence was commanding, yet peaceful. The figure was not bound by time or space, it existed beyond them, a being that seemed to transcend all that Alicia had ever known. The being's eyes, if they could be called eyes, seemed to hold the universe within them. They glimmered with the light of 1,000 stars, vast and ancient, yet filled with wisdom that felt both familiar and unknowable. As Alicia gazed into its eyes, she felt the weight of the cosmos, the depth of time, the endless flow of creation and destruction. She felt her own existence in relation to it, tiny yet infinite, part of a cycle that had no beginning and no end. The figure extended a hand toward her, and as it did, the music paused, just for a moment, as if holding its breath. In the silence, Alicia felt a deep question in her heart. What is the true purpose of the symphony? What is its end? With a slow, deliberate motion, the figure placed its hand upon Alicia's chest. The moment it made contact, a surge of energy shot through her. It was as if every note she had ever conducted, every star she had ever guided, every melody she had ever played had been synthesized into one singular, powerful force. The music around her became clearer, more distinct, each note vibrating with intention, each chord carrying purpose, and then, a new realization hit her. This was not merely a symphony. It was a cycle, a never-ending loop of creation and transformation. Every note, every rhythm, was part of a grand, eternal process, a process of rebirth, of constant change. The universe itself was in motion, its heart beating in time with the symphony. It was alive, and it was always becoming, always evolving. The whispers around her grew louder, and she could feel their urgency. These were not just the echoes of the past, they were the voices of the future, of things yet to come. Alicia understood now that the symphony was not just a reflection of what had been. It was a roadmap, a guide to what could be. The music she had conducted was not merely a piece of the cosmos, it was the essence of creation itself, and she, as its conductor, had the power to shape its future. The figure in front of her spoke, its voice a melody that resonated with her very soul, though its words were unlike any language she had ever known. It was as if the sounds themselves were reaching deep within her, unlocking parts of her mind she didn't even know existed. The symphony is not just for listening, the figure's voice seemed to say, it is for creation. You are its conductor, its creator. With every note you play, you shape the future of the cosmos. Alicia nodded, understanding now. The symphony was not just a passive force, it was a living, breathing thing, waiting for her to guide it. The music was a tool, a gift, a power she had only just begun to understand. And with it, she could shape the future of the stars. The figure faded into the light, its presence still lingering in the music, in the very air around her. Alicia stood alone in the vastness of the cosmic orchestra, but now, she understood her purpose. She was more than just a conductor. She was a creator, a guide, a guardian of the music of the universe. The stars shimmered in response, and as Alicia raised her hands once more, she began to play. Part 5, The Cosmic Composer. The music surged around Alicia, filling the space with a power so vast, so all-encompassing, it was as if the very universe was waiting for her to speak its language. Her hands moved instinctively, guiding the unseen forces, drawing upon the celestial strings that vibrated with the pulse of existence. Each note she played echoed through the cosmos like a wave, rippling across galaxies, scattering stardust in its wake. The harmony was breathtaking, perfect in its complexity, yet deceptively simple in its flow. With each movement, she could feel the universe responding to her touch. The distant stars pulsed in rhythm with the melody, planets shifted in their orbits, and black holes seemed to hum with the same low, ominous thrum that resonated in the deepest corners of her soul. It was as though the entire cosmos had come alive, each celestial body an instrument in her grand orchestra. But the more she played, the more she understood, the music was not just a way to influence the cosmos. It was a conversation, a dialogue with the very fabric of creation itself. The whispers she had heard earlier now became clearer, more distinct, and they weren't just fragments of the past or the future. They were voices of other beings, other creators, guardians of the music. Some of them had been here before her, guiding the symphony of existence through eons of time. Others were long lost, their notes faded into the background, waiting to be rediscovered. Alicia closed her eyes for a moment, letting the music carry her, letting it take her deeper into the cosmos. She felt the weight of the past, the echoes of ancient creators who had shaped the very fabric of space and time. She felt their hopes, their dreams, their struggles, and their victories. Their stories intertwined with hers, and together, they created a tapestry of sound, a song that stretched across all existence, as her hands moved. The music shifted, becoming more intricate, more layered. It was no longer a simple melody, it was a symphony of countless voices, each one distinct but united in purpose. Some notes soared with joy, some wept with sorrow, others pulsed with an energy that felt almost too powerful to bear. Yet, despite the tumult, there was balance. There was unity. A sudden shift in the rhythm caught her attention. It was a discordant note, sharp and jarring. It felt out of place, like a storm that had suddenly appeared in the calm of the night sky. Alicia hesitated, sensing something foreign, something out of sync with the harmony she had been creating. She listened closely, trying to decipher its meaning. The note was too loud, too sharp, it clashed with the rest of the music, like a storm breaking through the serenity of a peaceful day. The whispers returned, but this time they were filled with urgency. They seemed to speak of an imbalance, a disruption that had crept into the fabric of the symphony. The music had changed. Something, or someone, had introduced a new force into the cosmic harmony, a force that threatened to unravel the very essence of the universe. Alicia's heart raced as she tried to follow the source of the disturbance. The stars above flickered, the steady rhythm of the planets faltered, and the once peaceful hum of the black holes became erratic, as if in pain. The cosmic orchestra was breaking apart, the delicate balance she had once felt now shattered by an outside influence. She had to act, but how? She began to play again, this time with more focus, more intent. She called upon the deepest, most ancient melodies, those that resonated with the core of existence itself. Her hands moved faster, pulling the strings of creation with an urgency she had never known. The music responded, but the jarring notes still lingered, like a dark cloud over her symphony. Then, something strange happened. The discordant note didn't fade, it grew louder. And with it, a shadow began to form in the space around her. At first, it was faint, barely noticeable. But as the music continued, it grew, expanding like a dark wave consuming the stars. It was as if the very fabric of the cosmos was being torn, pulled apart by this force that had no place in the symphony. Alicia's breath caught in her throat. This was no ordinary disruption. It was an entity, a presence that had no place in the universe's design. It was chaos, unbridled and uncontrolled, and it was spreading like a virus through the very rhythm of existence. She could feel it now, pushing against her, testing her, as if it was aware of her every move, every note she played. It was not just a force, it was an adversary, one that sought to overpower her, to silence her music and take control of the symphony. But Alicia was no longer just a conductor. She had become a creator, a guardian of the music. She could not let this force take hold. She knew that if she didn't act quickly, the entire universe would fall into discord, into silence. With a deep breath, Alicia plunged into the heart of the disturbance. She summoned every ounce of her power, every fragment of music she had ever known, and directed it at the shadow that threatened to tear the universe apart. The energy crackled around her, a brilliant, blinding light that filled the entire realm. The shadow recoiled, but it did not retreat. It pushed back harder, its presence growing stronger, its power more palpable. Alicia fought back with every note, every melody. The music grew louder, more intense, as she pulled from the depths of creation itself. She felt the weight of the universe bearing down on her, but she refused to yield. She was the conductor of this symphony, and she would not let it fall into chaos. The shadow screeched, a sound like the tearing of fabric, and for a moment, the universe held its breath. The music became a battle, a struggle between creation and destruction, between harmony and discord. Alicia's hands moved in fluid motion, weaving together the threads of the cosmos, each note a weapon, each chord a shield, and then, with one final, powerful crescendo, the shadow was gone, the music fell silent for a moment. The cosmos still, as if the universe itself was recovering from the battle. Slowly, the stars returned to their rhythm, the planets resumed their orbits, and the black holes hummed once more. The harmony was restored, but Alicia knew that the battle was far from over. The shadow had not been destroyed, it had merely been repelled. And somewhere, deep within the folds of the universe, it was waiting, watching, planning. She had won this round, but the symphony was far from complete. There was more to the music than she had yet understood, and she knew that the true test of her power and of the universe itself, was still to come. With a deep breath, she raised her hands once more, ready to continue the symphony. Part 6. The Return of the Shadow. The air around Alicia hummed with the aftertaste of battle, a lingering echo of the struggle she had just faced. The stars, once again, twinkled in their eternal dance, their light soft and calm, but beneath the surface of this peace, she knew something had changed. The shadow had been repelled, but not vanquished. It still lingered, like a faint but unsettling chill in the air. Alicia closed her eyes and listened to the cosmos, attuning herself to the rhythm of the universe. The melody was beautiful once more, smooth and flowing, as it should be. But there was a shift, a subtle dissonance, a thread out of place. The universe, while restored to its harmony, was not quite the same. Her hands hovered above the cosmic strings, feeling the vibrations of distant stars beneath her fingertips. A quiet, almost imperceptible pulse came from the dark expanse, the place where the shadow had lingered. It called to her. It was like a whisper in the silence, one she couldn't ignore. She had won, but only for now. The true battle was yet to come. Her thoughts turned inward as she pondered the nature of the shadow that had attacked. It was not like any force she had encountered before. It was born of chaos, yet it could learn, adapt, and even push back against her music. It seemed to exist outside the very fabric of the harmony she was creating, something far older and darker than even the most ancient celestial melodies. As the soft glow of the stars filled the space around her, Alicia wondered, was this a force that had always been there, waiting for the right moment to emerge? Or had it been born from the very music itself? She didn't have the answers, but she knew one thing: this shadow was not something she could face alone. The whispers had returned. This time, they were louder, more urgent. Faint at first, they grew stronger, filling the air with an unmistakable message. It was not her destiny to defeat the shadow in a single confrontation. No, the balance of the universe required something more. The symphony of existence was not just about creation, it was also about understanding, about learning to live with the forces that existed beyond her reach. Alicia took a deep breath, her chest swelling with determination. She would not fight this alone. There was a hidden force in the music, an ancient presence that had been there from the beginning, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. This was the key. It was time to seek out the others, the guardians of the universe, those who had woven the first threads of the cosmic symphony. The whispers guided her now, like a map leading her to a forgotten realm. Alicia closed her eyes and allowed herself to be drawn forward, away from the bright stars and into the vast, shadowed spaces where silence ruled. She passed through galaxies, past clusters of stars, until she found herself before an immense, ancient structure, a temple that hovered in the space between worlds. The temple was not like any she had seen before. It was built from dark stone, with intricate carvings etched into its surface, depicting scenes of cosmic creation. But there was something strange about the carvings. Some of them were incomplete, others faded into shadow, as though time itself had worn away the details. Alicia approached cautiously, knowing that this was a place of great power, but also one that held the secrets she sought. As she stepped inside the temple, the air shifted. It was cooler here, the silence deeper, more profound. There were no stars to guide her, only the faintest glow from the carvings on the walls. The space felt vast, stretching on endlessly, as though it was a place between time and space, a realm that existed outside of the universe she knew. At the center of the temple stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a large, glowing orb. It pulsed with a soft, golden light, and as Alicia approached, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. She had seen this orb before, in her dreams. It was the source of the first melody, the origin of the cosmic symphony. It was the key to the balance of the universe. Alicia reached out, her hand trembling slightly as she touched the orb. A wave of energy surged through her, filling her with the knowledge of countless generations. She saw the beginning of time. The birth of the stars, the weaving of the music that held the fabric of existence together. But she also saw something else, a darker truth. The shadow had been here before. It had always existed, lurking at the edges of the music, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The orb pulsed again, brighter this time, and a voice echoed through the temple. It was not a voice she could hear with her ears, but one that resonated deep within her soul. The voice spoke of an ancient prophecy, one that foretold the return of the shadow, and of a chosen one who would restore the balance. That chosen one, Alicia realized, was her, but the prophecy was not clear. The whispers spoke of a challenge yet to come, of a trial that would test not only her strength, but her understanding of the music itself. She was the conductor, the creator, but also the protector of the symphony. The shadow was not something she could defeat with sheer force. It was a force that needed to be understood, a melody that needed to be woven back into the cosmic song. The orb's light dimmed, and the temple fell silent once again. Alicia stood there for a long moment, absorbing the weight of what she had learned. She had the knowledge now, the understanding of the music's true purpose, but she still didn't know how to confront the shadow, but she would learn. She had no choice. Alicia turned away from the orb and walked toward the exit of the temple. As she stepped out into the vast expanse of the cosmos once more, she felt the pull of the shadow, lurking at the edges of the music. But now, she was not afraid. She was ready. The symphony was hers to guide, and she would face the darkness with the power of the stars themselves. The battle was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. Part 7, The Gathering of the Guardians. Alicia stood on the edge of the cosmos, gazing out at the endless expanse that stretched before her. The stars flickered like 1,000 eyes, watching her every move, and yet, she felt a deep solitude in the vastness. Her heart pulsed in time with the rhythm of the universe, but the dissonance, the shadow, still loomed in the distance, waiting to strike again. She could not face it alone. With the orb's knowledge fresh in her mind, Alicia knew what needed to be done. She needed the guardians, those who, like her, understood the sacred music that wove the fabric of the universe. Each of them had a role to play in the symphony, and together, they would be able to restore balance. But gathering them would not be easy. The guardians were scattered across the far reaches of the cosmos, hidden away in their domains, waiting for the moment when the symphony would need them. Some of them were ancient beings, born from the first notes of creation. Others were newly awakened, their melodies still soft and unformed, but with great potential. They were bound by the music, and it was this bond that would draw them together. Alicia reached into the air before her, and with a thought, a cosmic map unfolded. lines of light connecting the points where the guardians resided. Some of these points pulsed brightly, while others flickered faintly, as if unsure of their own existence. The whispers in her mind grew louder, urging her forward, guiding her to the first guardian she needed to find. Her first destination was a distant star cluster, a place known as the harmonic reaches. Here lived Callian, the guardian of resonance. Callian's power was in sound itself, the ability to shape and shift the vibrations of the cosmos. He had the ability to amplify or mute the music, to create harmony or chaos with a single thought. He was essential to the symphony's balance, and without his help, Alicia knew the shadow could never be fully contained. Alicia focused her thoughts on the distant star cluster, and the space around her seemed to ripple, bending and warping in response. The stars ahead began to stretch into long lines, forming a path of light, and with a steady breath, she stepped forward. Her form melted into the light, and she was instantly transported across the cosmos. She arrived at the harmonic reaches, a breathtaking expanse of glittering stars. The air here was alive with music, but it was not the familiar melody of creation. This was something deeper, more primal, a hum of vibrations that resonated through the very core of her being. The stars pulsed like the strings of a cosmic instrument, sending ripples through the fabric of reality itself. In the center of this cosmic orchestra stood Callian, his form woven from the very fabric of sound. His body was composed of swirling patterns of light and shadow, constantly shifting and flowing as if he were an embodiment of music itself. His eyes, glowing with the intensity of 1,000 notes, met Alicia's with a quiet understanding. "You have come," Callian's voice echoed, not through his mouth, but through the air itself, vibrating the very atoms around them. It was a voice that was both familiar and alien. Like a note that she had always known but could never quite place. "Yes," Alicia replied, her voice barely a whisper amidst the symphony of sound that filled the air. "The shadow is returning. I cannot face it alone. I need your help." Callian nodded, his form shimmering with the vibrations of 1,000 frequencies. "I have felt it too. The dissonance in the music. It is growing stronger, pushing against the harmony of creation. You are right to seek me. Together, we can stabilize the resonance of the universe and prevent the shadow from unraveling everything." The resonance around them grew louder, like a swelling chord, and Alicia felt the weight of their combined power. The harmonic frequencies vibrated in perfect unison, forming a bond between them, a connection that transcended time and space. They were now two notes in the same symphony, united in their purpose, but even as they joined forces, Alicia felt the shadow creeping closer, like a dark storm at the edge of their consciousness. It was relentless, and it would not wait for them to prepare. The time for action was now. Callian raised his hand, and the vibrations around them began to shift, the stars resonating with the frequency of his will. He began to sing, a deep, powerful note that reverberated through the fabric of the cosmos. The sound was so pure, so perfect, that Alicia could feel it resonate in her very soul. It was the song of creation. The melody that had once filled the universe with light and life. The shadow recoiled, just for a moment, as if unsure of this new force. But Alicia knew it would not be enough to stop it. They needed more, the other guardians, those who held the power of the cosmos within them. "We cannot hold it back for long," Callian said, his voice trembling with the strain of their efforts. We need the others. The guardians of the light, the guardians of the dark, and the keeper of the threads. Alicia nodded. She had felt the presence of the other guardians, each of them waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. And that moment was now. I will find them, Alicia said, determination shining in her eyes. Together, we will restore the harmony of the universe. We will defeat the shadow. Callion's resonance grew stronger, the vibrations of his song echoing throughout the cosmos. Go. I will hold the dissonance here. But be swift. The shadow will not wait for us to gather our strength. With that, Alicia turned and stepped into the void once more, following the cosmic map that would lead her to the next guardian. The stars stretched before her, and she felt the music of the universe flow through her once again. This was her path now, a path to restore balance, to gather those who could help her confront the shadow and reclaim the symphony of the stars, as the cosmic winds whispered around her. She knew the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges. But she was not alone. The guardians were waiting, and together, they would fight to protect the music that bound the universe together. Part 8, The Keeper of the Threads. Alicia's journey through the cosmos continued as the vastness of space stretched endlessly before her. The stars seemed to watch over her, their soft hums filling the void, but Alicia knew that the true battle was just beginning. The shadow that had been creeping ever closer to the symphony now hung like a dark cloud on the horizon of the universe, threatening to destroy the delicate balance that held everything together. She had gathered Callion, the guardian of resonance. And together they had repelled the shadow's immediate advance, but Alicia understood that the time for simple defense was over. She needed the other guardians. The universe was vast, and the symphony was made up of many different forces and harmonies. There were those who held sway over light, over dark, over the very fabric of time and space. And then there was the keeper of the threads, the one who wove the fates and destinies of all things. Alicia could feel the pull of the keeper's presence across the fabric of the cosmos, though it was faint, distant, and elusive. The keeper's domain lay beyond the known stars, within a place where time did not flow in a straight line, where the threads of all existence were spun and tied into intricate patterns. It was a place where the past, present, and future intertwined, a place both wondrous and dangerous. The path to the keeper's domain was not one to be taken lightly. Alicia had heard stories of those who tried to find it and became lost in the labyrinth of time. She steeled herself for the journey, knowing that this next step would be crucial to the fate of the universe. She closed her eyes and concentrated, her mind reaching out to the very threads that bound all things together. The universe was not just a sea of stars, it was a vast tapestry, each thread woven with care by the keeper. Alicia could feel the vibrations of those threads, delicate and fragile, like the strands of a spider's web. With a single thought, she began to trace the path that would lead her to the keeper. The stars around her shifted, the light bending and warping as she moved deeper into the unknown. The air grew thick, and the fabric of reality began to fold in on itself. She was entering a space where time was not a straight line but a vast, unending circle, looping back on itself in ways that defied understanding. As she moved through this strange domain, the threads of fate seemed to shimmer all around her, glowing faintly in the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, she finally came upon a structure unlike anything she had ever seen before. It was a tower, tall and made of what appeared to be spun light. its surface flickering like 1,000 glowing threads woven together. At its peak, the tower extended beyond her sight, disappearing into a swirling vortex of colors and shapes that she could not comprehend. At the base of the tower stood a figure. The keeper of the threads was a being of many faces, their form shifting constantly like the threads they controlled. One moment, they appeared as a woman, her skin the color of starlight, her hair flowing like liquid silver. The next, they were a man with eyes like swirling galaxies, their face shifting as if it were made of countless reflections. There were no definitive features, no constant shape, just an ever-changing presence, as fluid and transient as time itself. The keeper's voice came not through words, but through the very air, as if the sound was woven into the fabric of reality itself. Alicia, the voice resonated, each note vibrating with power. You have come to seek my aid. The shadow grows stronger, I feel it in the very threads of fate. But you must understand, child of the symphony, that the threads are delicate. The balance is fragile, and if you seek to disrupt the pattern, the consequences may be more dire than you can imagine. Alicia stood tall, her heart steady despite the vastness of the keeper's presence. I understand, keeper. But I have no choice. The shadow will tear the symphony apart if we do not act. We need your power. The power to weave the threads of fate into a new pattern, one that will protect the music of the universe. The keeper's form shifted again, their countless eyes reflecting the stars, the future, and the past. Your courage is commendable, Alicia. But remember this, the threads of fate are not easily manipulated. You cannot simply reweave them without consequences. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. To preserve the symphony, you must be prepared to accept the cost. Alicia nodded. She had known that the path would not be without sacrifice. The symphony of the stars had always been a delicate balance, and to restore it, she would need to make difficult choices. She only hoped that those choices would not tear apart the very threads she was trying to protect. I am ready, Alicia said, her voice filled with resolve. We need to act before the shadow consumes everything. The keeper's many eyes seemed to focus on her, their gaze piercing through the fabric of her being, seeing into the very depths of her soul. Then, child of the symphony, you must choose the thread that you will follow. The path ahead will test you in ways you cannot yet understand. But if you are true to the melody of the stars, if you listen to the music within you, you will find the strength to restore the balance. With that, the keeper extended a hand, and from their fingertips, a single thread of light emerged. It was delicate, yet strong, glowing with the intensity of the stars. This thread would guide her, linking her fate to that of the universe itself. Alicia reached out and took the thread. As her fingers brushed against it, she felt the weight of the cosmos in her grasp, the knowledge of countless lives, the songs of countless stars. The thread pulsed in her hand, resonating with the music of the universe, and she knew that this was the path she had to walk. Go, Alicia, the keeper's voice echoed. Follow the thread, and you will find the others. Together, you will face the shadow. But be warned, time is not on your side. Alicia turned, the thread of fate now in her grasp, and with a final glance at the keeper, she stepped forward. The tower dissolved around her, and the fabric of the universe shifted once again, guiding her toward the next step in her journey. She was not alone. She had the guardians, and with the keeper's thread, she would weave the destiny of the cosmos itself. Part 9. The Gathering of Guardians. Alicia felt the weight of the keeper's thread in her hand, pulsing with an energy that was both exhilarating and overwhelming. The thread seemed to hum with the music of the cosmos, and as she focused on it, she felt its pull, guiding her toward the guardians who were scattered across the vast reaches of the universe. They were the ones who could help her in the coming battle against the shadow that threatened everything. The first guardian she sought was Callian, the guardian of resonance, whose connection to the stars and their vibrations had proven invaluable in their previous battles. She reached out with her mind, following the vibrations of the thread, knowing that it would lead her to him. The path unfolded before her like a symphony, the notes aligning to form a melody that resonated in her very soul. She didn't have to search long. The stars aligned, and she found herself standing on a rocky outcrop overlooking a vast expanse of shimmering blue. Below, the ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, its surface sparkling like a blanket of stars under the moonlight. The wind carried the scent of salt and freedom, and in the distance, a lone figure stood at the edge of the cliff. It was Callian. His long, silver hair caught the moonlight, and his eyes shimmered with the same resonance that she had come to rely on. He turned as she approached, his expression solemn but welcoming. He had known that the time had come. Alicia, Callian said, his voice a low hum that blended with the sound of the ocean. I felt the threads shift. The keeper has spoken to you, I see. The shadow, it grows closer, doesn't it? Alicia nodded, her hand still clutching the glowing thread. Yes, Callian. The keeper has given me this thread to guide us, but we must gather the other guardians. We need your help to stop the shadow from unraveling everything. Callian studied her for a moment, his gaze piercing as if he were looking deep within her soul. Finally, he nodded. I will join you, Alicia. The music of the stars calls to me, and I cannot ignore it. Together, we will restore the balance. With that, he stepped forward and took her hand, his touch sending a resonance through her, a vibration that seemed to connect them both to the very heart of the cosmos. Together, they began the next phase of their journey. The thread of fate pulled them forward, guiding them through the universe to the next guardian, the Lyra, the guardian of light. The Lyra's domain was one of pure radiance, where light shone in its most vibrant and unyielding form. Her presence was felt before they even arrived, a warmth in the air, a glow that filled the space around them. As they approached, Alicia could see the Lyra standing in the midst of a field of golden light, her form radiant and ethereal. Her hair seemed to flow like liquid sunlight, and her eyes held the brightness of 1,000 suns. She turned as they arrived, her smile warm but serious. I have been waiting for you, the Lyra said, her voice like the chime of a bell, clear and bright. The symphony is in disarray. I feel the pull of the shadow just as you do. You seek my aid, Alicia. Alicia stepped forward, the thread of fate pulsing in her hand. Yes, the Lyra. We need you. The shadow is consuming the stars. And only by uniting the guardians can we hope to stop it. The Lyra's expression grew solemn, her radiance dimming slightly as she considered Alicia's words. The light has always been my responsibility, but I know that the darkness is as much a part of the symphony as the light itself. If we are to restore balance, I must stand with you, Alicia. With a wave of her hand, the Lyra summoned a beam of light that connected with the thread of fate, intertwining their energies. Alicia felt the surge of power that came with the union, a vibrant energy that illuminated the path ahead. The next guardian was Arion, the guardian of time. His domain existed in a place where time twisted and turned in impossible ways. To find him, they would have to navigate through a maze of temporal ripples, where moments from the past and future collided. It was a dangerous and disorienting journey, but Alicia had come to trust the thread of fate that guided her every step. They entered the domain of time, and immediately, the air felt different, heavy, thick with the weight of countless moments passing all at once. The ground beneath their feet seemed to shimmer and shift, like the pages of a book constantly turning in the wind. "Time is a tricky thing," Callian said, his voice low as they navigated through the shifting landscape. "But I trust that the Keeper's thread will lead us to Arion." As they moved forward, the landscape became more fluid, stretching and bending like liquid. The air shimmered with the echoes of countless timelines, some of them familiar and others completely unknown. Finally, they reached a still pool of water, its surface reflecting not just the stars above, but the flowing currents of time itself. Arion stood by the water, his long robes flowing as though the fabric of time itself was woven into his being. His eyes were ancient, filled with the wisdom of countless ages. "You have come, Alicia," he said, his voice echoing through the fabric of time. "I have seen this moment in many timelines, and I know what must be done. The shadow's influence is spreading faster than I had anticipated. But I can help you navigate through time. I can show you where and when to strike, and when to wait." Alicia stepped forward, her heart filled with hope. "We need you, Arion. Together, we can weave the future in a way that will save the symphony." Arion nodded, his hand extending toward her. The thread of fate connected with his touch, and Alicia felt the flow of time itself shift. The guardians were coming together, and the symphony of the stars was beginning to play once more. "Let us move forward," Arion said. "The battle against the shadow is not one of force alone. It is one of timing, patience, and understanding. We must act when the stars align, and we must trust in the music of the universe to guide us." Alicia nodded, her resolve strengthened by the presence of the guardians. The shadow would fall, but only if they could work together, weaving their destinies into a harmony strong enough to counter the darkness. And so, with the guardians by her side, Alicia continued her journey, knowing that the fate of the cosmos rested in their hands. Part 10. The final chord. Alicia stood at the precipice of the universe, the weight of what lay ahead pressing heavily on her shoulders. Around her, the guardians, the pillars of the symphony, stood united, their powers woven together by the thread of fate. Callian, the Lyra, Arion, and she, Alicia, were bound by purpose, yet there was a lingering feeling of uncertainty in the air. The shadow was close now, its darkness seeping into the edges of the cosmos, unraveling the delicate balance that held everything together. The stars flickered, their light dimming as if they were losing their will to shine. The harmony that once defined the universe was beginning to fall out of sync. "We've come so far," the Lyra whispered, her light flickering like a candle in the wind. "But we can still feel the shadow growing stronger. It's pulling at the very core of the stars." "Not for much longer," Alicia said, determination in her voice. She looked at the thread of fate wrapped tightly around her hand. The Keeper's thread, glowing softly in the darkness, felt both fragile and unbreakable at once. We are the last line of defense. We must push forward. Arion, standing beside her, his ancient eyes full of wisdom, nodded. Time is on our side, yet it also limits us. The shadow is moving faster than ever before. We have one chance, one moment in time where we can strike. It will require everything we have. Callian stepped forward, his aura vibrating with the resonance of the stars. The symphony is not just music, it is everything. The stars, the light, the time. All of it is connected. If we disrupt the harmony of one part, the entire cosmos will fall. We must play the final chord. Alicia's heart beat in time with the growing rhythm of the universe. She could feel it now, the pulse of the cosmos as it prepared to make its final stand against the shadow. Every star, every planet, every being, was a note in the grand melody of existence. And they, the guardians, were the conductors of the last, decisive movement. Let us strike in unison, Alicia said, her voice steady. We will make the final chord together. With all our strength, we will restore the symphony. The guardians joined hands, forming a circle around the thread of fate. The thread glowed brighter, its light intertwining with their energies. The music of the stars filled the air, rising into a crescendo, harmonizing with the cosmic vibrations that pulsed through the very fabric of existence. The shadow was close, but it was not invincible. With a shared breath, they focused their collective energy, channeling the harmony of the universe into the thread. Alicia felt the weight of every decision, every sacrifice that had led to this moment. The thread pulsed, surging with the combined power of the guardians, each of them adding their essence to the final chord. The air trembled, and the darkness that surrounded them wavered. The shadow, sensing its impending defeat, recoiled, but it was too late. The power of the guardians was too strong, now. Alicia shouted. Together, they released the energy, sending a burst of light so powerful it shattered the silence of the cosmos. The thread of fate expanded, a wave of light cascading outward, sweeping through the darkened stars and drowning out the shadow. The sound of 1,000 harmonious notes filled the universe, each one pushing back the darkness, restoring the balance, the symphony. For a moment, everything stood still, the shadow wavered, then broke apart, unraveling into nothingness. The stars, once dim, began to shine again, their light returning with renewed vigor. The balance had been restored. The symphony had been saved. The guardians, exhausted but triumphant, lowered their hands. Alicia felt the weight of the final chord echoing through her being, a reverberation that would last for eternity. They had done it. The shadow had been vanquished. Arion was the first to speak. The symphony will play on. The stars will shine. And time will continue its endless dance. You did it, Alicia, Callian smiled, his voice filled with quiet pride. The universe is safe once more. But remember, this harmony is fragile. We must protect it, always. The Lyra nodded, her light now steady and strong. The light will always fight against the dark. We are the keepers of that balance. Alicia looked up at the stars, their light filling the heavens. The music of the cosmos, once again in perfect harmony, resonated through her. She had found her place in the grand symphony. The guardians had restored the balance, and the universe would continue to sing its eternal song. With a final glance at her companions, Alicia spoke. Her voice soft yet filled with a sense of peace. Together, we have woven the melody of existence. And together, we will ensure that it never fades. And so, with the shadow vanquished and the symphony of the stars restored, the guardians returned to their realms, knowing that the music of the universe would continue to play, forever, beyond the horizon. The Wandering Library, Part 1, The Whisper of Pages. In the heart of an ancient city, tucked away from the bustling streets, there was a library unlike any other, a library that did not stand still. It wandered, no one knew how or why it moved. Some said it had been cursed, others believed it was enchanted, but the truth was lost to time. This library, with its towering walls of bookshelves and labyrinthine corridors, had the ability to travel between worlds, slipping through realms as quietly as a whisper in the night. It was said that the library appeared when it was needed most, just when the world's mysteries beckoned, or when the answers were hiding in plain sight. But those who ventured too deep into its halls often never returned, or came back forever changed. The books within the library held secrets, and once you opened a book, you might never know where it would take you. A young scholar named Alara had always heard whispers of this wandering library, but she never truly believed in the stories. She had spent years reading about faraway lands and strange magic, hoping for an adventure that would lead her beyond the mundane world she knew. But all of that was about to change. One cold autumn evening, as Alara sat in her small study, a soft knock echoed on her door. She wasn't expecting anyone. There were no visitors in her quiet part of the city. She rose, curiosity tugging at her. When she opened the door, she found only a small parcel wrapped in faded parchment. There was no name, no note, only an intricate symbol that resembled a key, etched into the paper. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and uncertainty as she unwrapped the parcel. Inside was a single, delicate key. The metal shimmered with a faint glow, as though it held some otherworldly power. At its side was a piece of parchment, scrawled with a few words: "Follow the path of the forgotten, and the library will find you." Alara felt a sudden pull in her chest, a sensation she couldn't explain. She had read stories of a library that appeared when called, but she had always assumed they were nothing more than tales. Now, she stood holding the key, and a sense of destiny washed over her. She had to know more. Without hesitation, she stepped outside, the crisp night air biting at her skin. The city around her was quiet, its streets bathed in the soft glow of lanterns. The key seemed to hum in her hand, guiding her steps. As she walked through the cobbled streets, she felt as though the city itself was shifting, the buildings subtly rearranging themselves as if responding to her presence. She didn't know where she was going, but she trusted the pull of the key. After what felt like hours, Alara found herself standing before a darkened alleyway. She had never noticed this alley before, though she had walked this path countless times. The air felt heavier here, as though the very fabric of time bent differently in this corner of the city. She approached the alley's entrance, her heart pounding. The key in her hand began to glow brighter, its warmth spreading up her arm. She stepped forward and, as if by instinct, pressed the key against a weathered door hidden in the shadows. The door creaked open, revealing a darkened room within. A soft, golden light spilled from the cracks between the pages of books, and the air was thick with the scent of old parchment and dust. The whisper of pages turning could be heard in the silence, as if the library was already alive and waiting for her. Inside, the room stretched far beyond the physical limits of the alley. The space inside infinite. Shelves lined the walls, stretching to the high ceiling, and more shelves appeared as if from nowhere. The books were countless, each one holding the potential to transport its reader into worlds of untold knowledge. The library had found her. As she stepped inside, the door behind her closed with a soft thud, and the whispering sounds of the books grew louder. She was no longer in the city. She was somewhere else entirely. Before her stood a narrow corridor that seemed to stretch on forever, its walls lined with books that hummed with an otherworldly energy. Elara knew she had crossed a threshold, and now the adventure she had always longed for had begun. She had stepped into a world where the boundaries between reality and imagination no longer existed. The deeper she ventured into the library, the more its magic revealed itself. Books floated off shelves, pages fluttering in the air like restless birds. The shelves seemed to rearrange themselves as she walked, guiding her to a place where the answers she sought would be found, but there was something unsettling in the air, a sense of foreboding that crept up on her. The library was alive, but it wasn't just a place of knowledge. It was a sentient being, with its own will, and it watched her every move. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, and Elara turned to see a figure emerge from the shadows. A man, dressed in flowing robes, his face hidden beneath a hood. He moved toward her, his step silent, his presence commanding. "You've come," he said, his voice low, like the sound of the wind rustling through ancient trees. "The library has chosen you. Few have ever walked these halls and left unchanged." Elara felt a chill run down her spine. She had so many questions, but she didn't know where to begin. "The library," she began, her voice trembling slightly. "What is it? How does it move?" The man smiled, a knowing look in his eyes. "The library is more than a place. It is a collection of all that has been and all that will ever be. It wanders because the stories it holds are not bound by time or space. And it chooses those who are ready to uncover its deepest secrets." He took a step closer, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. "But be warned, Elara. The library does not reveal its truths without cost. Once you enter, you may never return to the world you knew. The books here, some offer knowledge, others are not so kind." Elara's heart beat faster. She had longed for knowledge, for answers, but now the weight of her decision hung heavily on her shoulders. Could she truly trust this place, and would she be able to handle what it revealed? The man's voice grew softer, almost a whisper. "The library will show you what you need to see, but it will not give you what you want. There is a difference between the two." With those words, he turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving Elara alone in the vast, shifting library. She stood still for a moment, her mind racing with uncertainty. But as the library hummed around her, she knew she had to continue. There was something here she needed to find, something that would change the course of her life, and so, with the weight of the key still in her hand, Elara began her journey deeper into the heart of the wandering library. Part 2, The Hidden Knowledge. Elara's footsteps echoed through the vast halls of the library, the sound strangely muffled by the thick layers of ancient dust that seemed to coat everything. Each turn she took revealed another corridor. lined with shelves that stretched far beyond her sight. She could sense the library's pulse, like the heartbeat of a living entity, beneath the walls and floors. The air was thick with magic and mystery, but beneath it all was a deep silence, one that seemed to press in from every direction, filling her with both awe and a creeping unease. The key in her hand still glowed faintly, its soft light casting gentle shadows on the walls around her. It seemed to call to her, guiding her deeper into the labyrinth of books, as if the library itself had chosen her path. She had no idea where she was headed or what she was meant to find, but she could feel that the answers she sought lay somewhere beyond the endless rows of books. Her journey continued through the twisting corridors, the air growing colder the further she went. The flickering light of her key was her only guide, and she began to feel the weight of her solitude pressing on her shoulders. Finally, she arrived at a large, circular room, its walls lined with towering bookshelves. In the center of the room stood a large, intricately carved table, covered in a thick layer of dust. Atop the table lay a single, open book, the pages worn and yellowed with age, the ink faded almost to nothing, as Alara stepped forward, her breath caught in her throat. The air around the book shimmered, as though it were alive, responding to her presence. Her hand reached out. Almost instinctively, and she touched the pages. Instantly, the room seemed to come alive with a soft hum, and the whispers of voices, soft, distant, and indistinct, seemed to swirl around her. The pages of the book turned on their own, as though guided by invisible fingers. Alara's eyes widened as she read the words that appeared before her. The truth lies beyond the mirror, where time and space are bound by the unseen threads of fate. You must seek the mirror of reflections. A chill ran down her spine. She had heard of the mirror of reflections, a mythical artifact said to show the deepest truths of the universe. But it was only a legend, a story whispered among those who dabbled in the arcane. To find it, to see what it revealed, would be to confront the very nature of reality itself. Alara closed the book, and the hum of the room faded into silence. The key in her hand pulsed once more, urging her forward. She could feel the weight of destiny pressing upon her. There was no turning back now. Leaving the room behind, she followed the faint light of the key through the endless aisles of books. Time seemed to stretch and bend as she walked, and she began to notice strange anomalies around her. Some of the books had no titles, only symbols etched into their spines. Others seemed to glow faintly, their contents shifting like the pages of a living being. As she wandered further, the library began to change. The walls around her seemed to shift, the corridors stretching and warping in ways that defied logic. It was as if the very architecture of the library was alive, responding to her thoughts and desires. After what felt like hours, Alara found herself standing before a large door, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. She could see her reflection in the door, but something was wrong. Her reflection seemed distant, as if it were looking at her from a great distance, separated by an invisible barrier. A low, almost imperceptible hum resonated from the door. Alara raised her hand, and the key in her grasp pulsed again, as though recognizing the door as the one she had been searching for. She inserted the key into the door's lock, and with a soft click, the door swung open. Beyond it was a room unlike any she had seen before, a vast chamber, its walls covered in mirrors of every size and shape. Some were framed in gold, others in silver, and some had no frame at all, their edges melting into the walls. The mirrors were all slightly different, reflecting images that did not belong to the room. They showed strange landscapes, glimpses of distant stars, and visions of people she had never seen before. In the center of the room stood a massive mirror, its frame ornate and gleaming, a swirling pattern of symbols carved into its surface. The air around it felt charged with energy, the hum of magic vibrating in the floor beneath her feet. This, she knew, was the mirror of reflections. Her heart raced as she stepped toward the mirror. As she drew closer, she saw her own reflection, only it was not as she remembered. Her reflection was older, her face etched with lines of wisdom and sorrow. Her eyes were deep, full of stories untold. It was as if the mirror was showing her not the person she was, but the person she could become. The mirror's surface rippled, and Alara felt a pull, a magnetic force drawing her toward it. Her hand reached out, and as her fingers brushed against the glass, the world around her seemed to blur. The air grew thick with the scent of old paper and forgotten memories. And the whispers she had heard earlier became louder, more urgent. She stepped forward. In an instant, the mirror's surface enveloped her, and the world around her vanished. She was no longer in the library. She was somewhere else, somewhere she could not quite comprehend. It was a place of shadows and light, where the boundaries between time, space, and reality dissolved. Before her stood a figure, a tall, cloaked being, its face hidden in shadow. "Alara," the figure said, its voice echoing through the vast, empty space. "You have entered the realm of truth. The library has shown you what you need to see, but it is not the end of your journey. There is more to uncover, more to understand." Alara stood frozen, her heart pounding. "What is this place?" she whispered. The figure's voice was calm, yet filled with a deep, ancient knowledge. "This is the realm between worlds, where all truths are revealed. Here, you will see the nature of your quest, why the library has chosen you. But be warned, not all truths are easy to bear." The figure raised its hand, and the shadows around them shifted. Alara felt herself being drawn toward a vision of a great catastrophe, a world teetering on the edge of destruction. But at the center of it all was her, a version of herself, standing alone, holding the key to salvation. "This is your fate," the figure intoned. "You must choose the path you will take. For your decisions will shape the future of all worlds." The vision faded, and Alara was left standing in the eerie stillness of the realm. She knew that her journey was far from over. The library had shown her the beginning of her destiny, but now she had to decide how to walk the path that lay ahead. With the weight of the decision pressing heavily on her shoulders, Alara stepped back into the mirror, returning to the library. The door closed behind her, leaving her standing once more in the endless halls. The library was waiting for her next move. Part 3. The Key to the Future. Alara stood still in the center of the vast library, the hum of the world between worlds still echoing in her mind. The mirror of reflections had shown her glimpses of a future she had never anticipated, a future where her choices could save or doom not just the library, but entire realms of existence. The weight of this knowledge pressed on her, but she had no time to dwell on the implications. The library was alive, constantly shifting, and it would not wait for her to sort through her thoughts. She glanced down at the key still clenched in her hand. It had once seemed like a simple object, a tool to unlock doors. But now, it felt far more significant, like the very essence of the library itself pulsed through it. It was not just a key to physical doors, but to the realms beyond them, to the secrets locked away in the farthest corners of the universe. Choose wisely, the cloaked figure's voice echoed in her mind, for your path will change the fate of countless lives. The words rang in her ears as she stepped forward, walking through the endless aisles once more. The flickering lights of distant shelves danced around her, casting long, shifting shadows on the walls. The library was vast, its scope infinite, and each turn felt like another entry into an uncharted land. She could sense the library's pulse, its shifting form responding to her every step. It had been waiting for her, calling her here for reasons beyond her understanding. In the distance, she noticed a door she had not seen before. It was smaller than the others, carved with intricate symbols she did not recognize. Its surface shimmered with a soft, iridescent glow, beckoning her forward. Her hand tightened around the key, as if it were guiding her, and she felt an overwhelming compulsion to open this door. Approaching it, Elara hesitated for only a moment before inserting the key into the lock. As she did, the door creaked open slowly, revealing a chamber unlike any other she had encountered in the library. The room was filled with floating orbs of light, each one suspended in mid-air, illuminating the space with a soft, ethereal glow. The air here was thick with an unfamiliar energy, and the scent of aged parchment mixed with something metallic. Almost electric, at the center of the room stood a large pedestal, upon which rested an ancient tome. It was bound in dark leather, its cover adorned with a series of interlocking symbols that seemed to pulse with a light of their own. The book radiated a power that Elara could feel deep in her chest, as though it contained all the knowledge of the universe within its pages. Approaching the pedestal cautiously, Elara felt the pull of the book, as though it was calling to her. She hesitated for a moment, the weight of the decision pressing on her. Should she open it? What secrets would she uncover? And, more importantly, what would she have to sacrifice to unlock them? With a steady breath, she reached out and opened the tome. The pages flipped open to a blank section, the ink on the paper slowly forming words in front of her eyes. The key is the catalyst. Only by understanding its true nature will the balance be restored. The words were followed by a series of cryptic symbols, images of places and events Elara did not understand. But at the bottom of the page was a single line, written in a different hand, almost as if it had been added later. To understand the key, one must look beyond what is seen. Seek the heart of the library. The moment Elara read these words, a gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing the floating lights one by one. The book closed on its own, and the room plunged into darkness. Elara's heart raced. The heart of the library. She had heard rumors of it, whispers from the more secretive sections of the library. It was said to be the core of the entire labyrinth, the source of its power. But no one had ever spoken of it in detail. Some believed it was a mythical place, a legend woven into the very fabric of the library's origins. Others thought it was simply a metaphor, a way to describe the central knowledge that connected all realms. But now, with the book's cryptic words echoing in her mind, Elara realized that she had no choice but to find it. She had been given the key, and now it was time to unlock the deeper secrets of the library. the ones that held the answers to her questions and the path that would shape the future. As the last light in the room flickered out, Elara felt a change in the air. The library was no longer just a place of books. It was a living entity, one that had chosen her for something far greater than a mere visitor. The path ahead was uncertain, but she knew one thing for sure: the heart of the library was waiting for her, and it was up to her to find it. With resolve settling in her chest, Elara stepped out of the darkened chamber and into the labyrinth once more, her thoughts fixed on the heart of the library and the mysteries it held. The key still pulsed in her hand, its light a faint, guiding glow in the vastness of the library. She did not know what lay ahead. But she was ready. The journey was just beginning. Part 4, The Path of Shadows and Light. Elara moved deeper into the labyrinth of the library, her footsteps muffled by the thick, shifting layers of parchment that carpeted the ground. The air was thick with the scent of ancient ink and the faint rustle of pages turning on their own, as if the books whispered amongst themselves. The library had always felt alive, but now, with the key in her possession and the words of the tome etched into her mind, it was as though the very walls were watching her, waiting for her next move. The heart of the library. She had to find it, but where? The library was vast beyond comprehension, each turn, each hallway stretching into infinity. It wasn't just a building, it was an entire world, constantly changing and rearranging itself, as though it had its own will. Elara's instincts told her that the answers were within her reach, but they were hidden, obscured by layers of illusion and magic. As she walked, the shifting lights of the library dimmed, and an eerie stillness began to settle over the vast halls. The walls seemed to grow darker, and the once familiar shelves now seemed more foreboding, as if they held secrets they were reluctant to share. The air turned colder, and the whispers of the books grew fainter, like the library itself was retreating into silence. She turned a corner and stumbled upon an unexpected sight, an archway, glowing faintly with silver light. Unlike any doorway she had seen before, this one seemed to ripple like water, shifting with every breath she took. The light was almost hypnotic, drawing her closer. Her hand, guided by an unseen force, reached for the archway. As her fingers brushed the shimmering surface, the light flared bright, then faded, revealing a hidden path beyond. The path was narrow, winding like a serpent through a dense forest of books. The shelves here were taller than any she had encountered before, stretching into the shadows above. A faint hum pulsed from the walls, almost as if they were breathing, their ancient voices carrying a strange rhythm. Elara hesitated but stepped forward. Feeling the pull of the path urging her onward, the further she walked, the more the air grew thick with energy. It was unlike anything she had experienced in the library before, a tangible force that made her skin tingle. The walls began to pulse with light, shifting in patterns that seemed to speak to her, urging her to remember something forgotten. The passage narrowed, and soon Elara found herself standing before a massive door, unlike any she had ever seen in the library. It was enormous, covered in intricate, moving runes, each glowing with a different color. They twisted and turned, their shapes ever changing, like an endless dance of light and shadow. At the center of the door was an ornate keyhole, and within it, the faint outline of a shape she recognized, the same symbols from the ancient tome she had discovered earlier. She drew in a breath and approached the door, the key still heavy in her palm. There was no doubt in her mind now. this was the door that would lead her to the heart of the library. The key seemed to hum in response, as though it had always been meant for this purpose, but as Alara moved to insert the key, a voice stopped her, low and haunting. "Do you think you are ready?" The voice echoed from all directions, its tone both familiar and alien, wrapping around her like a shroud. The words sent a chill down her spine. "You seek the heart, but what will you sacrifice to claim it?" Alara froze, her hand still hovering above the keyhole. The voice seemed to come from the very walls, from the books themselves. She swallowed, trying to steady her nerves. What sacrifice? What did it mean? The library had always been a place of knowledge, a place of discovery. But now, in this deeper, hidden part of it, the stakes felt different, higher, more dangerous. She had been chosen for something, that much was clear. But she wasn't sure if she was ready for whatever lay beyond this door. She thought of the world beyond the library, of the realms it connected, of the lives it touched. She thought of the other travelers who had come here before her, the ones who had sought answers but had never returned. Were they lost to the library? Or had they made the ultimate sacrifice, leaving everything behind to protect the knowledge contained within? "I am ready," Alara said quietly, her voice steady, though doubt still lingered in her heart. "I have come this far. I will face whatever awaits me." The voice laughed, a sound like the rustling of pages in a forgotten corner of the world. "Very well," it whispered. "But remember this, child, the heart of the library does not give its power freely. To understand its truth, you must let go of your own." With those final words, the runes on the door began to shift, glowing brighter as the keyhole aligned perfectly with the shape of the key in Alara's hand. Without another thought, she inserted the key, and the door creaked open slowly, revealing a blinding light beyond. As the door swung wide, Alara stepped forward, feeling the energy surge around her, pulling her toward the unknown. She crossed the threshold, and in that instant, everything changed. The world around her seemed to dissolve into a sea of light and sound. The library's endless halls vanished, replaced by a vast, starry sky. In the distance, a shimmering structure floated in the air, something between a palace and a temple, suspended in the center of a cosmic void. She could feel the pulse of the heart of the library within it, calling to her, and so, Alara walked forward into the infinite expanse. Knowing that she had entered the realm of the heart itself, where answers awaited, and where the true test of her journey would begin. Part 5. The Realm of the Heart. Alara's senses overwhelmed her as she stepped into the vast, celestial expanse that lay beyond the door. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend and stretch around her. She could no longer feel the solid ground beneath her feet, yet she floated weightlessly, drawn toward the radiant structure that hovered in the distance. The sky above her shimmered with an endless cascade of stars, their lights pulsating in a slow rhythm, like the heartbeat of the universe itself. Time seemed to lose its meaning in this place. There was no day or night, no past or future. It was as though she had entered a moment beyond moments, a space between worlds. The floating palace, or temple, or whatever it was, loomed larger as Alara moved toward it, its silhouette defined against the backdrop of the starry void. Its walls were not made of stone but of pure light, flowing and shifting like liquid crystal. The closer she got, the more she realized that it was alive in its own way. Its light seemed to breathe, shifting with each movement she made. as she drew closer, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Welcome, seeker," the voice said, its tone warm and inviting, yet carrying an ancient weight. "You have come far, but your journey is only just beginning." Elara looked around, trying to discern the source of the voice, but it appeared to come from the very air itself. There was no physical being in sight, but she felt an undeniable presence, as if something ancient and wise was watching her, guiding her. "Who are you?" Elara asked, her voice steady, though her heart raced with a mix of awe and trepidation. "Where am I?" The voice responded, its tone softening as if it had been waiting for her question. "I am the echo of the library, the one who watches over the heart. And you, Elara, are the one who has found it. You stand at the threshold of understanding, the cusp of the knowledge that has eluded mortals for centuries. This is the realm of the heart, where all the stories of the universe are born, where time and space converge." Elara's mind struggled to comprehend the enormity of what the voice was saying. This was the place, the heart of the library itself, the source of all its knowledge, the realm where every secret, every story, every forgotten truth had originated. She had always known the library held power beyond imagination, but standing here, on the precipice of its true purpose, made her realize just how small her understanding had been. "Why me?" she whispered, more to herself than to the voice. "Why was I chosen?" The voice seemed to pause for a moment, as if contemplating the answer before speaking again. "You were chosen because you seek the truth," it said, "because you are willing to give up everything in search of it. The library is not just a place of knowledge, it is a living entity, and it tests those who seek its heart. Many have come before you, but few have passed its trials. You have walked the path of the seeker, but now, you must walk the path of the keeper." The word struck Elara like a sudden storm, filling her with both wonder and dread. The keeper. What did that mean? Before she could ask further, a soft glow enveloped her, pulling her toward the radiant structure that now towered before her. The light seemed to part for her, revealing an entrance, a doorway carved into the light itself. Without thinking, Elara stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the temple. Inside, the space was vast, endlessly so. It was a hall, a chamber, an infinite room that seemed to stretch beyond all limits of size and space. The walls were covered in intricate patterns of glowing symbols, shifting and pulsating as if they were alive. Some of the symbols were familiar, others completely foreign, but they all seemed to tell a story, one that was just out of reach. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a glowing sphere, its surface swirling with colors beyond description. It was both beautiful and unsettling, an object of impossible elegance that seemed to hum with a quiet power. This was the heart of the library, the source of all the knowledge Elara had been seeking. "The heart holds the knowledge of the universe," the voice echoed again, this time from within the chamber itself. "It contains the stories of all worlds, all lives, all possibilities. To touch it is to understand everything, to see the threads of fate and time woven together in a single moment. But beware, for knowledge without balance can unravel the very fabric of existence." Elara stood before the heart, her hand trembling as she reached out toward it. The sphere pulsed with an energy that resonated deep within her. like the very core of her being was drawn to it. She could feel the pull of the knowledge within, the weight of all the answers she had longed for. Yet, there was something in the air, an underlying warning that she couldn't shake. Balance, she whispered to herself. She had always sought knowledge, always craved the understanding of the world around her. But what would she have to sacrifice to gain this ultimate truth? As her fingers brushed against the surface of the heart, a surge of energy rushed through her, flooding her mind with visions of countless worlds, each one alive, vibrant, and filled with stories of its own. She saw the birth of stars, the rise and fall of empires, the quiet lives of forgotten travelers, and the destinies of those who had come before her. It was too much. The knowledge was overwhelming, consuming. Elara gasped, pulling her hand back, but the visions did not fade. They filled her mind, twisting her perception of reality itself. In the midst of the chaos, she heard the voice again, this time more insistent, more urgent. Remember, seeker, knowledge is a double-edged sword. What you take, you must give. To wield the heart, you must embrace both the light and the shadows within it. Will you sacrifice your own understanding to protect what you have learned? Elara stumbled backward, struggling to regain her composure. She had felt the power of the heart, but now she understood its true cost. To know everything, to see the full scope of the universe, was to lose a part of oneself, to surrender the very essence of who she was, and yet, she knew there was no turning back. She had come too far. The path of the seeker had led her here, and now she stood at the threshold of the keeper. Would she accept the truth, knowing the price she would pay? Or would she walk away, leaving the heart untouched, leaving the answers forever hidden? Elara took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She would not turn back. She had sought the heart for so long, and now, she would face its challenge. Part 6, The Price of Knowledge. Elara stood before the heart, her mind racing as the weight of the decision pressed upon her. The visions from the heart still echoed in her mind, worlds being born and destroyed, lives that intertwined in ways too complex to understand in a single moment. The knowledge it offered was both beautiful and terrifying, a tapestry of existence that she could barely grasp, let alone comprehend fully. The voice, now soft yet insistent, reverberated within the chamber. You stand at the crossroads of destiny, Elara. The knowledge of the cosmos is within your reach. But remember, the heart does not offer without taking in return. There is always a price. Her heart thudded in her chest as the words settled into her. She had always sought to understand the mysteries of the universe, to learn its secrets and uncover its hidden truths. But now, as she stood in the presence of such power, she realized that true understanding came with consequences, consequences she hadn't fully anticipated. With a deep breath, Elara's fingers hovered just above the glowing sphere, still pulsing with an otherworldly light. The energy it emitted made her skin tingle, as if the very air around her were charged with an immense force. She closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the pull of the heart, the call of knowledge, urging her forward. She thought of all she had learned in her journey through the library, the endless corridors filled with whispers of forgotten stories. The worlds held within the pages of ancient books, the forgotten wisdom stored in forgotten realms. All of it had led her to this moment. She thought of the people she had met along the way, those who had shared their stories with her, who had sought answers just as she had. What would happen if she gained the answers they all sought? Could she bear the weight of that knowledge? Would it change her in ways she couldn't foresee? Remember, the voice whispered again, the heart sees into the very core of your being. What you seek, it will reveal. But it will also reveal what you have hidden from yourself. Elara's fingers touched the surface of the heart, and instantly, a flood of visions rushed through her mind. The light from the sphere swirled around her, wrapping her in a cocoon of knowledge, filling every corner of her consciousness with images, emotions, and sensations that stretched beyond time. She saw the entire history of the library, the ancient architects who had built it, the first seekers who had crossed its threshold, and the countless souls who had sought its wisdom throughout the ages. She saw their successes and failures, their triumphs and their losses. She saw their deepest fears and their brightest hopes. As the visions deepened, Elara saw herself, her life, her journey, her choices. She saw the moments when she had been lost, the moments when she had doubted herself, the moments when she had felt unworthy. She saw the faces of her loved ones, her friends, and even those she had lost along the way. And in each vision, she felt the weight of her own desires and regrets. The heart did not simply show her the world. It showed her herself. It was overwhelming. Elara gasped for breath, her hand pulling away from the sphere as she staggered backward. The visions didn't stop. They were relentless, filling every corner of her mind with images that she couldn't escape. Her body shook with the weight of it all, the sheer enormity of the truth that had been revealed to her. You have seen, the voice intoned, now no longer soft but firm, almost maternal. You have seen the price of knowledge. Will you accept it? Elara staggered, her legs weak beneath her as the chamber seemed to blur around her. The walls of the realm pulsed with the light from the heart, each pulse echoing in her chest, and for a moment, she wondered if she could bear it any longer. But even as the fear crept in, she knew she could not turn back. There was no unseeing what she had seen, no unknowing what she now understood. I accept, Elara whispered, her voice trembling. I accept the price. The moment the words left her lips, the heart's glow intensified, bathing the entire room in a brilliant light. Elara closed her eyes, feeling the power surge within her, flowing through her veins like liquid fire. The energy of the heart filled her mind, her body, her very soul. She could feel the knowledge of the universe settling into her, filling the empty spaces, mending the cracks, and reshaping her understanding of everything. But with the knowledge came the pain, the knowledge that she could never return to the simplicity of her old life. She could never unlearn what she had learned. The weight of the world, of countless lives and stories, was now part of her. It was a burden that would stay with her forever, shaping her choices, her actions, and her destiny. And yet, as the light of the heart began to fade, Elara realized that it was not just a burden. It was a gift. The heart had given her the ability to understand not only the cosmos but also herself, to see the connections between all things, to understand the delicate balance that existed in the universe. Now, the voice said, softer now, you are the keeper. You will carry the knowledge of the library with you, and you will continue the journey that has always been. The stories that have been forgotten, the secrets that have been lost, they are now yours to protect. Elara opened her eyes, her vision clear but heavy with the knowledge that weighed her down. She felt the pulse of the heart still within her, a constant reminder of the power and responsibility she had accepted. "I will protect it," she said, her voice steady now, her resolve unshakable. "I will protect the stories." The chamber began to fade around her as the heart's light softened, its radiance dimming to a gentle glow. Elara knew that her journey was far from over. She had entered the library as a seeker, but she would leave it as a keeper. And with that responsibility came an endless path of discovery, one that would lead her through realms unknown, across timelines uncountable, and into the heart of every story that had ever been told. The library was vast. And Elara was only just beginning. Part 7. The Keeper's Burden. Elara stood in the heart of the library, now a keeper of its vast secrets. The knowledge within her swirled like a storm, an endless current of stories, whispers, and truths from every corner of existence. The weight of the heart's gift, its revelations, was both overwhelming and humbling. Every moment felt like the echoes of 1,000 voices singing their stories in harmony, urging her to listen, to understand, and to protect. The library itself seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, a living entity, vast and sentient. She could feel its vastness stretching beyond the walls, beyond the corridors of books and scrolls. It was everywhere and nowhere, a place beyond space and time, where every story ever told was contained within its endless shelves. As she wandered through the ever-changing halls, a quiet voice in her mind whispered, "You are not alone here." At first, Elara thought it was just the remnants of the heart's power still lingering within her, but then she heard it again, a soft voice, like a distant memory, calling her name, Elara. She stopped and turned, but no one was there. The air in front of her shimmered slightly, as though a doorway to another place had opened, just out of reach. A cool breeze brushed against her skin, carrying with it the scent of flowers, of distant oceans, of faraway lands. The sensation was fleeting, but it was enough to stir something deep within her, an awareness of something just beyond her understanding. A presence that was both familiar and unknown. She walked forward, drawn to the space in the air where the breeze had come from. It was as if the library itself was guiding her, its walls shifting imperceptibly to reveal new pathways, new secrets. Her hand brushed the cool stone of a nearby pillar, and the ancient markings on its surface seemed to glow faintly under her touch. Elara. The voice again, softer this time, but clearer. It was as though it was coming from the very fabric of the library itself. Her heart quickened. She had heard the legends, the stories of those who wandered the library before her, those who had been touched by the same mysterious force. The voices of the lost. The forgotten, the ones who had entered the library seeking answers and had never left. They became part of the library, echoes of stories unfinished, their souls lingering between the shelves, never fully finding peace. Was this one of them? Elara, it's time to choose. The words hung in the air, laden with meaning, though Elara could not fully grasp it. The voice was neither comforting nor threatening, but it carried an undeniable weight, a sense of urgency that seemed to reverberate within the very core of her being. She had accepted the knowledge, the gift, but what was the cost? As she walked further into the depths of the library, a distant rumble echoed through the halls, shaking the very foundations. It was a sound like thunder, but it did not come from the sky, it seemed to come from the earth itself. The ground beneath her feet trembled. Elara, the library is shifting. She stopped, her breath catching in her throat. The voice had spoken again, but this time, it was no longer distant. It was close. Too close, a shadow swept across the walls, flickering like the memory of a storm. Elara spun, her eyes scanning the shifting corridors, the stacks of books that seemed to stretch on forever. She reached out, her fingers brushing the nearest tome, feeling the weight of its history, its secrets, its ancient knowledge. But it was not the library's knowledge that was pulling her forward, it was something else. Something that had been buried deep within the library's very core. A force, ancient and powerful, had begun to stir, and it was calling to her, Elara. The voice called her name again, this time with such intensity that it almost felt like it was part of the air she breathed, part of her very soul. She followed the sound, her feet moving quickly down a dark corridor, past towering shelves of books, and through doorways she had never noticed before. Each step she took was guided by the call, the strange pull that resonated deep inside her. Finally, she reached the end of the corridor. Before her stood a massive door, its surface covered in intricate carvings, ancient runes that pulsed with a soft, eerie light. It was a door she had never seen before, a door that seemed to appear only now, as if it had always been waiting for her. Her hand reached out instinctively, touching the cold surface of the door. The moment her fingers made contact, the door opened with a slow, creaking sound, revealing a chamber bathed in an ethereal glow. Inside, standing in the center of the room, was an ancient figure, a woman, or perhaps something else entirely, her form shimmering like the light itself. Her face was both familiar and foreign, as though it had been woven from the very fabric of the library. Elara, the figure said, her voice echoing in the stillness. You have come. The time has arrived. Elara stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. Who are you? She asked, her voice trembling. The figure smiled gently, though there was a sadness in her eyes. I am the librarian. The first of us to walk this path. I am the keeper of the forgotten knowledge, the one who has wandered these halls for eons, guarding the stories that should never be told. The forgotten knowledge. Elara echoed. What is it? What am I meant to do? The librarian's gaze darkened, and she stepped closer, her form flickering as though it were being pulled between worlds. There are truths here in the library, Elara, truths that are too dangerous to be known. You have felt the power of the heart. But with that power comes the responsibility to keep these truths hidden, to protect them from those who would use them for their own ends. Elara's mind raced as the weight of the librarian's words settled into her. She had thought she was ready for the knowledge, ready for the power. But now, standing before the first keeper, she realized the true price of the path she had chosen. There were forces within the library that were not meant to be understood, and they would stop at nothing to escape. You are the guardian now, the librarian whispered, her voice filled with both sorrow and resolve. You must protect the library. You must ensure that the forgotten knowledge remains sealed away. If it is ever released, the consequences will be beyond anything you can imagine. Elara nodded, the gravity of the situation sinking in. She had not expected this, but she understood. She had been given the power to shape the future, to safeguard the stories of the universe. And with that power came a burden that would follow her for as long as the library itself stood, The librarian turned away, her figure fading into the light. "You are not alone, Elara. You never will be. The library will always guide you." Elara watched as the last traces of the librarian's presence disappeared into the ether, leaving her alone in the chamber. She took a deep breath, her eyes scanning the endless shelves that surrounded her. The journey ahead was not one she had expected. But she was ready. The stories of the world were in her hands now. And she would protect them, no matter the cost. Part 8, The Burden of the Keeper. Elara stood in the heart of the library, the echoes of the librarian's words still ringing in her mind. The weight of her new role pressed heavily on her shoulders, and yet, something in her stirred, a deep resolve, a quiet certainty that she was not alone in this vast, shifting world of books. The chamber in which the librarian had vanished now felt different, as though the air itself was charged with something ancient and powerful. The walls seemed to breathe with the weight of countless stories. And the shelves stretched infinitely, filled with tales from every corner of existence. Elara could feel the pull of them, the yearning to explore, to understand. But she knew now that her path was not one of exploration, it was one of guardianship. As she turned to leave the chamber, her eyes caught a flicker of movement at the far end of the corridor. The shadows seemed to shift, forming shapes that danced just beyond her reach, too elusive to grasp. She blinked, and they were gone, leaving only the soft murmur of the library's heart, beating steadily in the silence. Elara. The voice was gentle, familiar, and yet distant, like a memory she couldn't quite place. She turned, her heart quickening. The voice had come from the depths of the library, from a place she had never ventured before. Without thinking, she began to walk toward the sound, drawn by the same pull that had guided her earlier. The path wound through unfamiliar halls, through corridors lined with ancient texts and forgotten scrolls. The further she walked, the more the library seemed to change around her. The air grew thick with the scent of old paper and dust, the walls narrowing, the shelves growing taller, the light dimming. It was as though the library itself was shifting, responding to her presence, guiding her deeper into its labyrinthine heart. At last, she arrived at a door, ancient and weathered, its surface covered in intricate carvings. It stood at the end of a long corridor, its presence both inviting and ominous. The door seemed to pulse with energy, as though it were alive, waiting for her touch. Elara. The voice called to her again, this time with an urgency she could not ignore. She reached out, her hand trembling as her fingers brushed the surface of the door. It was cold, and yet there was something familiar about it, something that called to her from the depths of her memory. With a deep breath, she pushed the door open. Beyond it lay a vast, circular chamber, its walls lined with mirrors. Each mirror was different, some framed in gold, others in silver, some cracked and weathered, others shining with a brilliance that seemed almost unnatural. The room felt alive, as though the mirrors were watching her, reflecting not only her image but something deeper, something hidden within her. At the center of the room stood a figure, a woman, draped in flowing robes of silver and blue, her face obscured by a veil. She was tall and slender, her features delicate but sharp, as though carved from the very essence of the stars themselves. The figure turned slowly, her eyes locking with Elara's. "Elara," the woman spoke, her voice a soft, melodic whisper. "You have come." Elara stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the Mirror Keeper," the woman replied, her voice echoing softly in the chamber. "I guard the reflections of the past, present, and future, the stories that have been forgotten, the ones that have not yet been written. I am the keeper of the mirrors." The Mirror Keeper raised a hand, and the mirrors around them began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Slowly, one by one, they came to life, each reflecting a different image, scenes from Elara's past, moments she had long forgotten, and visions of a future she could not yet comprehend. "Elara, you are not the first to come here," the Mirror Keeper continued. "Others have walked this path before you, but they have been lost to the library. They became part of its endless stories, their memories forgotten, their fates sealed within these mirrors." Elara felt a cold chill run down her spine. "What happened to them?" she asked, her voice trembling. "They sought knowledge," the Mirror Keeper replied, her gaze distant. "They sought to understand the truths hidden within the library. But the more they uncovered, the more they became consumed by it. They lost themselves in the stories, in the reflections of their own desires, and they were lost to the library, forever trapped within these mirrors." Elara's heart ached with the weight of the Mirror Keeper's words. She had always believed that knowledge was the key to understanding, to unlocking the mysteries of the world. But now, standing in the chamber of mirrors, she realized the truth. The knowledge within the library was not a gift, it was a burden. A dangerous, insatiable force that could consume everything in its path. "You must choose, Elara," the Mirror Keeper said, her voice growing softer. "Will you continue on your path, seeking the knowledge that lies within the library? Or will you turn away, leaving the stories to fade into the forgotten corners of the world?" Elara's mind raced. The library had offered her everything: power, knowledge, the ability to shape the future. But at what cost? Could she continue on this path, knowing the dangers that lay ahead? Or would she walk away, leaving the stories to be lost forever? She glanced around the chamber, her eyes falling on the mirrors that reflected not only her image but the countless lives of those who had come before her. She could see their faces, their eyes filled with longing, with regret. They were lost, trapped in the reflections of their own choices. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on her. She had come to the library to learn, to uncover the truths of the universe. But now she saw that those truths were not meant to be known by just anyone. They were a force beyond comprehension, a force that could consume even the most well-intentioned soul. "Elara," the Mirror Keeper whispered, her voice almost a song. "The choice is yours. You are the keeper now. The library will follow you, for better or for worse." Elara stood in the center of the chamber, the mirrors swirling around her, reflecting her thoughts, her doubts, and her fears. She had always believed that knowledge was the path to power, but now she understood that some knowledge was too dangerous to possess. With a heavy heart, Elara made her choice. She turned away from the mirrors, from the pull of the library's secrets, and walked toward the door. The library had already changed her, and the burden of the keeper was one she would carry for the rest of her life. But she would not be consumed by it. She would protect the stories, protect the knowledge, and guard the library from the darkness that threatened to overwhelm it. And in doing so, she would find her own path, a path not defined by the stories of others, but by the choices she made. As she stepped through the door, the mirrors behind her went silent. The library was waiting, and Alara was ready to face whatever came next. Part 9. The Guardian's Burden. Alara's steps were quiet as she moved through the corridors of the library. The weight of her decision hung heavy, but the burden of it did not feel as oppressive as she had feared. The library, ever-changing and vast, had accepted her in a way that no place had ever done before. She was not simply a visitor. She was its keeper, its guardian, tasked with protecting the stories and secrets contained within its walls. The whispers that had once filled the air now felt distant, as if the library itself had calmed in her presence. The shelves still stretched endlessly, the books still beckoned with their promises of knowledge, but now there was a clarity in the air. The vastness no longer seemed overwhelming, it felt like an open horizon, ready to be explored, but with a sense of reverence, a sense of responsibility that Alara had not fully understood until now. As she walked deeper into the library, her mind wandered back to the mirror keeper and the choice she had made. The moment she had turned away from the mirrors, she had felt the weight of the world shift. The decision had not been easy, and even now, doubt lingered in the corners of her thoughts. Could she truly protect the library from the dangers it held? Could she guard the stories and ensure that they did not consume those who sought to uncover them? Her hands brushed lightly against the spines of the books as she walked. Each one seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, a heartbeat of the library itself. She could feel the weight of the knowledge contained within them, the lives, the fates, and the endless possibilities that each story held. But she also knew that the stories were not hers to claim. They were to be protected, to be shared when the time was right, but never to be used for personal gain. As she moved through the corridors, a soft voice called to her. Alara. She turned, her heart quickening, and saw a figure standing at the far end of the hall. It was a man, tall and cloaked in shadow, his face partially obscured by a hood. He seemed to shimmer in the dim light of the library, as if he were not entirely of this world. "Who are you?" Alara asked, her voice steady, though her pulse raced with curiosity and unease. The man stepped forward, his movements fluid, almost like a whisper in the wind. "I am a traveler, much like you once were," he replied, his voice low and smooth, like the rustling of pages in the wind. "But I was lost to the library long ago. I sought knowledge, as you did. And now, I am bound here, a part of its endless story." Alara's eyes widened. She had heard whispers of those who had been lost to the library, but she had never truly believed it until now. "What do you mean? Are you trapped here?" The man nodded slowly, his gaze steady. "I am the shadow of a story that was never finished. A tale that wandered too far into the unknown, a story that consumed its teller. And now, I am but a reflection of that tale, wandering the halls, seeking the end that never came." Alara felt a shiver run through her. "How can I help you?" The man's eyes gleamed with something that might have been gratitude, or perhaps something more unsettling. "The library is vast, Alara. It is filled with stories that never had a conclusion, characters that never found their way home. You must be careful, for the stories here are not always kind. They will try to lead you astray, to tempt you with what you desire most. But remember, the stories are not meant to be lived, They are meant to be remembered. His words settled into her heart, echoing with a truth she had known but had not fully understood. The library was not a place for personal gain. It was a place for learning, for discovery, but it also held dangers, dangers that could pull her in, just as they had pulled in so many others. "Why are you telling me this?" Elara asked. Her voice soft, the man's expression softened, though his eyes still held a trace of sorrow. "Because you are the keeper now. You are the one who will decide what stories live and which ones fade into the forgotten corners of this place. The library is yours to guide, but you must not let it guide you." With those final words, the man began to fade, his form becoming less and less distinct until he was nothing more than a wisp of shadow, a faint whisper in the vast, endless halls of the library. Elara stood still, the weight of his words sinking deep within her. She knew that her journey had only just begun. The library would test her, challenge her, and perhaps even try to lead her astray. But she had made her choice. She would not allow herself to be consumed by the stories. She would protect them, guide them, and ensure that they remained where they belonged, in the pages of the books, waiting for those who were ready to learn. As she turned to continue her walk through the library, the shelves seemed to open before her, revealing new paths, new stories to explore. But this time, she knew better. She would tread carefully, with respect for the power the library held. For it was not just a place of knowledge, it was a living, breathing entity, and Elara was its guardian. And as the soft whispers of the library filled the air once more, Elara knew that she would face whatever came next. With courage, wisdom, and a heart full of purpose. Part 10, The Guardian's Resolve. Elara stood at the threshold of the grand hall, her heart heavy with the weight of everything she had learned and experienced. The whispers of the library echoed around her, a constant reminder of the stories it held, stories of knowledge, of lives lived and lost, of those who had come before her, and those who would come after. The library was not simply a place of knowledge, it was a living, breathing entity, and she was its keeper. But being the guardian was not a simple task. The library was vast, its mysteries deep, and its power immense. There were dangers here, and she had learned that the stories could not always be trusted. Some were tempting, some were deceitful, and some were meant to lead wanderers astray. Yet, in this vast and ever-changing maze of books, Elara felt a new sense of purpose. She was no longer just a wanderer, she was the protector. The library had chosen her, and in turn, she had chosen to stand against the darkness that threatened it. The stories were meant to be remembered, not lived. They were the threads that wove the fabric of the world, but it was up to her to ensure that they did not unravel. She had learned the hard way that the library did not bend easily to those who sought to control it. The man who had spoken to her, the shadow of a lost tale, had been a warning. There were those who had come before her, and who would come again, seeking the library's power, hoping to harness it for their own desires. But the library could not be tamed. It was a force beyond comprehension, and Elara now understood that it was not just her duty to protect the stories, it was her duty to protect those who would wander the halls, seeking answers that might not be theirs to find. As she walked deeper into the library, the light shifted. The soft glow of the enchanted lanterns dimmed, casting long shadows across the towering shelves. She had felt this before, the quiet before a storm, the moment when everything seemed to shift and change. She had learned to trust this feeling. It was the heartbeat of the library. Its pulse quickening when something important was about to happen. Her footsteps echoed through the silence, her mind whirling with the weight of her responsibilities. She had discovered the truth about the stories. They were not just written in ink and paper, they were alive, capable of influencing the world in ways she could not yet fully comprehend. The library had a purpose, and she was the one chosen to protect that purpose. But the danger was far from over. As she neared the central chamber, the room where the oldest and most sacred books were kept, she saw a figure waiting in the shadows. The figure's silhouette was tall and imposing, a cloak of darkness enveloping its form. Elara's heart skipped a beat. She had felt this presence before, the same cold energy that had surrounded the man who had warned her, the same ominous feeling that had clung to the corners of her mind since she first stepped into the library. "Who are you?" Elara called out, her voice firm, though her heart pounded in her chest. The figure stepped forward, and Elara's breath caught in her throat. It was not a man at all, but something far older, far darker. The figure was like a shadow, its form shifting and changing, as if it were not bound by the same rules as the world around it. "I am the keeper of forgotten tales," the figure said, its voice low and cold, echoing through the vast chamber. "I am the one who wanders the forgotten paths, the one who seeks the stories that have been lost to time." Elara's hand instinctively went to the ancient tome at her side, the one she had inherited as the guardian. "You seek the stories of the library," she said, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. "But these stories are not for you to take. They are not yours to control." The figure tilted its head, and for a moment, Elara thought she saw something like a smile tug at the edges of its shadowy face. "You are mistaken, guardian. The stories belong to all who seek them. And if you do not relinquish control, the library will unravel." Elara's heart raced. The figure's words were a threat, a warning of the dangers that awaited her. But she was no longer the frightened wanderer she had once been. She had embraced her role, and she would not back down. "The library will not be unraveled," she said firmly, stepping forward into the dim light. "I am its guardian. And I will protect it with everything I have." The figure's form flickered, its shadows twisting in the air like smoke. "Then you will face the consequences, guardian. The stories will not be contained forever." With that, the figure vanished, leaving Elara standing alone in the silence of the chamber. Her heart was pounding, her mind racing. The figure had been a manifestation of something far darker, something ancient and powerful. But Elara knew she could not let fear consume her. She had a responsibility, she had a duty to the library, to the stories, and to those who would one day walk its endless halls. She turned to face the towering shelves before her, the endless books stretching out like a sea of knowledge. She had no idea what was coming next, but she knew one thing for sure: the library was hers to protect, and she would not let it fall into the hands of those who would seek to destroy it. The whispers of the library swirled around her once more, but this time, they did not feel like a threat. They were a reminder of the stories that needed to be remembered, of the tales that needed to be told. And Elara, the guardian, would ensure that the library remained a place of wonder, not darkness. With renewed resolve, she stepped forward, ready to face whatever challenges awaited her in the endless labyrinth of knowledge. The library was hers to guide, and she would never let it be lost again.